Born of shinobi blood, forged by a dragon's power. What if Issei was the son of Boruto and Sarada, trained by Sasuke himself?
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was son of Boruto and Sarada Uchiha and got trained by Sasuke movie. Before we start, please go support El Hero de la Luz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. It is the end of the shinobi world, but thanks to the efforts of Boruto Uzumaki and Sarada Uchiha, the teachings of ninjutsu will prevail. But who would think that the shinobi and supernatural world would come into conflict? Much later, two boys will have the responsibility of eliminating the greatest threat of shinobi time, especially if it joins forces with terrorists. May our chosen ones emerge victorious. Prologue. Shinobi extinction in the air. Stage. Village hidden among the leaves, Konoha. Time lapse. Event before the war between the three biblical factions. We are in the era where shinobi had greater relevance on the planet and people had better control of chakra. At that time, the two heroes who ended the fourth ninja war against the goddess Kaguya Otsutsuki were idolized. These heroes were Naruto Uzumaki, who was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox whose name was Kurama, which was given to him by Harigomo, the sage of the six paths, and the other hero was Sasuke Uchiha, who carried the Rinnegan in one eye. They were able to seal the goddess of shinobi, but both knew that the seal would not last forever and any of her followers would try to free her. After that event the world was in moments of peace. Both heroes had family, among which stood out Boruto Uzumaki, whose ideals he shared with Sasuke as his disciple, and Sarada Uchiha, who admired the 7th Hokage Naruto. All was peaceful until a boy named Kawaki arrived in the village and shared his life with the village. He betrayed them, resulting in the destruction of the village and the death of the 7th, alongside the hero Uchiha. In the end, he was defeated by Boruto, who, with the Jogan in his eye, was able to stop the massacre that took place in the village. When Sasuke and Naruto died, the souls of Harigomo's children, instead of seeking a new reincarnation, Harigomo immediately sealed his children in the bodies of the children of the recently deceased. If they were to have offspring, the seal mark would be activated in case a threat similar to Kaguya's were to appear again. After this event, the Land of Fire chose not to have another shinobi village, and the clans that lived there took refuge within the same country, but stopped practicing ninjutsu as mourning for the loss of their Hokage, since they had lost their leader. As for Boruto and Sarada, they both married and had two children, who were twins, and each presented something different from the other. The eldest inherited the Sharingan and the youngest the affinity to concentrate the nature chakra without rigorous training. Both parents were happy with their abilities and secretly, without anyone knowing, they trained them so that the teachings of their grandparents would not be lost. The particular feature is that both had a somewhat peculiar birthmark on their backs. The eldest had the figure of the Uchiha clan, while the youngest had the characteristic swirl of the Uzumaki. After 12 years, the supernatural beings, seeing that the heroes of the ninja world had died, decided to make their presence felt and eliminate the other shinobi villages that existed, giving the excuse that they would free ordinary people from those warriors with powers that sooner or later would turn their backs on them, when in reality each faction, despite being enemies, had a single objective: that ordinary humans would worship them as their superior beings. With these events, Boruto and Sarada decided that for the protection of their children, it was best for them both to leave home and hide in the most remote places where they could not be found, and there they would begin their own doctrine. Both children understood the reason for this decision when they learned that the village hidden among the clouds had fallen into the hands of the angels. So, both siblings said goodbye to their parents and each went their separate ways, never to see each other again. Once they left the house, Boruto and Sarada knew that the supernatural beings would find them, but before succumbing they gathered the Bijus in a secret place. There in front of them stood the 9-tailed beasts. They will wonder what happened to Kurama and the 8-tailed octopus bull if they both had Jinchuriki. Well, easily before dying Naruto released the Kyuubi from his body, and with the other bee, when he died due to his old age, the Raikage his returned to lock him in his vessel until someone worthy could control him. In the meeting of the beasts with the descendants of the heroes, the conclusion was reached to seal the beasts in a remote place in the country of iron, since being a location where the samurai control it, the supernaturals did not attack them. Days later they met in an unknown location and proceeded to seal them in individual containers and then put a powerful seal that only the Uzumaki clan would know how to break, resulting in Boruto reaching a delicate state of health. Little by little the villages were falling, and while the demons and angels attacked each village, rumors reached them that there were beings with unimaginable power and that the person who could control them would be the most powerful in the world, and whoever would know their location was the son of the 7th Hokage. But when a legion of angels and demons arrived at the Uzumaki family residence, they saw that Boruto was using the Grim Reaper seal on Sarada so that they would both be sealed together for eternity. They wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Boruto finished the technique and he and his wife had died, and with it the location of the Bijus. After that event, out of resentment toward the shinobi, they accelerated the fall of the ninja world when the four mouse who ruled the underworld, personally, went to eliminate the few remaining clans in the world. With this event, the ninja era ended and the era of biblical factions on Earth began. During this time, the territory began to form into what is now known as East Asia and was occupied by the three factions that were in a ceasefire between themselves, but any friction, no matter how small, would start with war between them. As for the children of the Uzumaki Uchiha family, each began to live their lives peacefully, they even had a wife and children. The curious thing is that when each firstborn was born, he obtained that birthmark from his father, something that they did not pay much attention to, because according to their parents, when the time came, that mark would be revealed. And so it continued to happen with the offspring of the shinobi heroes, trying not to stand out and forgetting the legend of the birthmark, to the point where the descendants of the eldest son chose to change their surname to Hyoudou, since on one occasion, the fact of calling himself Uchiha was looked upon with bad eyes. While this was happening with the descendants of the heroes, things with the biblical factions exploded and the war between them began. The important events in this battle were the sealing of the celestial dragons and the death of the four mouse, along with the biblical god. Long after. Change of scenery. Kuoh City. In the hospital ward, we see a couple in a room where a woman is with her husband, who after being hospitalized several times would finally be parents of two children, a boy and a girl. "Come on, ma'am, you're almost there. Push harder," the doctor told Mrs. Mikey Hyoudou. "Almost there, love." Her husband Goju Hyoudou encouraged her with suffering as his wife squeezed his hand. "Aya." The woman screamed as her first child had been born and the birthmark had appeared. "It's a boy, congratulations," said the nurse who received the newborn and gave him to his father while the women were still in labor. After a few minutes she had finished giving birth to a girl. Both babies went to their mother's arms, but the boy was the one with the mark on his back, something that the parents did not take importance because his father was also born with the mark, but little by little, it disappeared as the years passed. 5 years later. Kuoh City Amusement Park. We see the Hyoudou family with their twin children. They named the boy Issei and the girl Hikari. They're having a fun day, wearing themed park hats and cotton candy, and the parents carrying the stuffed animals both children had won in games of chance. The day was ending and they decided to take a family photo to commemorate that day, but after taking the photo, an explosion was heard and they saw people running away from the place. At that moment a rogue demon was attacking the other people. When he stood in front of the Hyoudou he threw a dark knife at the boy, but before he hit they saw how the sister to protect Issei stood in front of him and raised her left hand as a reflex. At that moment a red glove appeared in front of her and protected her from the weapon. Seeing that action the rogue demon froze for a moment by the action he saw and then was annihilated by a sword. Behind him appeared a person dressed as a samurai who was one of the soldiers of the new Mao. He saw the glove of the girl who had fainted from using that power for the first time. After what happened, the Mao's servant took them before his presence with the children who had fainted from the event. Already in the palace, the red-haired Mao explained to them about the supernatural world, its history, and that his daughter gave off the aura of a sacred gear, and that she was the bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon, which was one of the most powerful dragons that had ever existed in the world. The father asked if his son also gave off a similar power, but received a negative response from the Retid. As a recommendation, he told them that Issei should keep his distance from his sister as protection from him, and recommended that she begin training her sacred gear since in the future, many would seek her for her power. As a suggestion, he told them that when his sister or her friend had their own entourage, she would join them for their protection. After that talk they returned home and began to discuss how to separate both brothers who were so close. They agreed that Hikari would be sent to schools that were under the protection of the red-haired clan, so that she could train there, while her son would be sent to public schools to keep him away from the supernatural world. Little by little the parents began to focus more on their daughter, as they also wanted to be of support along with her, and began to train the basics of magic by going with her on field trips, which were training trips. Sometimes one or the other went, but soon after both would leave the boy sometimes for weeks. 10 years passed and nothing changed. They ignored the boy and he tried to get attention by lowering his grades and misbehaving in school. Instead of worrying about his behavior, his parents scolded him. Only on one occasion, they both said something they would regret for the rest of their lives. "Now you will stay in your room punished. How is it possible that they sent for us from your school for the umpteenth time while we are on a study trip with your sister?" said the mother, who was more than angry, pushing the boy to his room, while his father looked at him in a bad way for the message he received from school. They closed the door and both shouted, "Why can't you be like Hikari?" closing the door. The boy approached the entrance of the room, but what he heard left him astonished since both parents said, "I wish you hadn't been born alone, you're just a hindrance," and then moved through a magic circle to where his sister was. Before disappearing completely they only heard something knock on the door. Upon arriving at the place where her daughter was, the mother began to cry because she barely understood what she said. It was not the boy's fault for not having a magical aura, but it was too late. She knew that her son heard that, and it was he who knocked on the door. His father was also stupefied. Both promised that when they returned from training with their sister, they would treat the boy better and spend the lost time with him. While in the room, Issei could not believe what he just heard, suddenly went into shock and screamed with sadness at the top of his lungs. Suddenly the birthmark began to shine, and in his eyes, they turned red, which showed a strange pattern, and then he fainted. Issei's mind space. Issei gets up and in front of him appears a tall person with dark hair and bangs covering his left eye. He was wearing strange clothes for him, since he wore a black tunic, and behind him protruded what was a sword. Next to him was an older man with white hair floating in a lotus position and with purple eyes that also had strange patterns. "Welcome, young man," said the person with the bangs. "I introduce myself. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and you," pointing at the boy, "you are my heir." Chapter 1. The Sharingan awakens, a new life begins. I don't own the rights to High School DxD or Naruto. Nor their characters, nor the light novels, manga, or anime. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking. We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. You think the same, right? Being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner. Issei's mental space. The brown-haired man is seen waking up in what appears to be a dark space where nothing could be seen around him, but he felt that there was water on the floor. Suddenly two people appeared before him. One was tall with dark hair and bangs covering his left eye. He was wearing strange clothes for him, since he wore a black tunic, and behind him protruded what was a sword. Next to him was an older man with white hair floating in the lotus position and with purple eyes that also had strange patterns. "Welcome," said the black-haired man. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and I am your ancestor." The brown-haired boy didn't understand anything, and his face was filled with doubt, but with an expression that reflected great sadness. "I see you awakened the Sharingan. Could you tell me how you did it?" the Uchiha said seriously. Issei didn't know what the word Sharingan meant, but then he looked down and saw his face reflected in the water and noticed that his eyes were different. They were no longer the honey color of his family, but were red. "From your expression I can tell you don't know what I'm talking about, right?" said the black-haired man, who received a gesture of denial from Issei, and upon understanding he only exhaled in annoyance. "I understand, then first I will show you the history of the Uchiha clan, but first of all, please, Rikudo, introduce you to the boy." "Nice to meet you, boy. My name is Otsutsuki Haragomo, but I was also known as the Sage of the Six Paths of the Shinobi world," said the Otsutsuki in a serious tone. "Wait a moment, I still don't understand what's going on here. What's all this about Uchiha, Shinobi or Sage of I don't know what? I'm just a simple human without any talent, and I shouldn't have existed," said the boy sadly and angrily. "All in good time, boy. Sasuke-san, first allow me to explain to the boy about the Shinobi world and what has happened up to this point, so you will also know why this boy does not understand the concepts we are talking about," commented Rikudo, and Sasuke nodded as he wanted to know why his relative did not understand what he was talking about. Then he began to show him how the Shinobi world was, the fight he and his brother had against his mother and was sealed, how he traveled the world and professed an issue in his passage, the birth of his children and their lessons, the decision that both of them would travel the world and seek their ideals to help the world, the decision that Ashura would be the next leader of the clan, and the wrath of Indra, his death and Indra's curse on Ashura to fight for all eternity. He also showed him the creation of the Shinobi clans, the lives and fights of the reincarnations of his children, highlighting the lives of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Then he showed him the creation of the villages and how they began to have wars and invasions to expand their territory, the creation of Akatsuki as a support group and its change to a terrorist group, reaching the lives of Sasuke and Naruto. Then he began to talk about what the Fourth Ninja War was and the seal on Kagaya, the peace that the shinobi lived, the death of Sasuke and Naruto, the fall of Konoha, the hiding place of the Uzumaki Uchiha family, the decision of Boruto and Sarada, the family seal, and the fall of the shinobi world at the hands of supernatural beings. Issei couldn't believe everything he was told was a different world, and even more so knowing that supernatural beings exist. As for Sasuke, he was first surprised by how things were after his death, and he had a little twitch when he found out that his daughter and Boruto ended up getting married. "Now I understand why you are not aware of your power," Sasuke said seriously. "Well, from here it's your turn, Sasuke-san, tell him your whole life," and the Sharingan the sage told the black-haired man, and he agreed. Sasuke told him about his childhood, the treatment he had with his family, but he knew they loved him, although the father could be cold. He showed his dry affection and favoritism towards him in a way, the brotherly relationship he had with Itachi, and his seal of affection towards him when he touched his forehead. Also the murder of his clan at the hands of his own brother, and the loneliness he lived until he met his best friend Naruto Uzumaki, but at first he did not like him and saw him as someone weak, but deep down, he knew that his friend and he shared the same loneliness, but they faced it in different ways. He also told him about Team 7 and the missions he had with them, the meeting with Orochimaru, the Chunin exam, the invasion of the village of Sound and Santa Konoha, the meeting with his brother and the betrayal of his village. Then he tells him about the darkness he lived with Orochimaru, his training and reunion with his companions, and the humiliation he gave them, the fight and death of Orochimaru, the creation of the Hibi team, his fight against Madara, the battle and death against Itachi, the revelation of his brother's betrayal of Konoha ordered by the High Command, his proclamation of revenge towards the village, and the union with Akatsuki. Then the mission he had to catch the eight-tailed beast and the hunt and death of Danzu, the reunion with Naruto and the pact of the final fight against his rival. Then his preparation for the war against the Shinobi Alliance, the reunion with his brother who was under the Edo Tensei, the fight of both against Kabuto, and his talk about why he did that action, the resurrection of Orochimaru, the talk with the 4 Hokages, and the decision to protect the village being the new Hokage. His participation in the 4th Shinobi War, the resurrection of Madara and of Kagaya, and her defeat with the help of his friend, his final battle against Naruto, the return of Team 7, and his journey of redemption throughout the Shinobi world. He also tells of his return to the village, his marriage to Sakura and the daughter they had together, the battle against the Otsutsuki, and finally his death. Note this is expected because they have not yet shown his death in the original manga, or as far as I know. After telling him about his life, he explained the Uchiha curse, which consists of the fact that if they come to know love and then it is taken away from them in any way, their brain will release chakra to be shown through their eyes, and thus it would be reflected how that person is on the path to darkness, passing through different levels, until reaching the eternal Sharingan, that shows that that person has reached rock bottom. That's why I asked you to tell me how you awakened your Sharingan, Sasuke said to Issei. Well Sasuke-san, I heard my father never want to have me, said the brown-haired boy and began to cry. I just wanted everything to be like before, that we would be a happy and together family again, but that will never happen again. But I don't care anymore now, I just want to be alone. I don't need anyone anymore. These words sounded with rage, while a sinister expression was seen on his face. Suddenly his predecessor did an action that left him silent. Calm down, kid, she said as she hugged him, don't think that way. I know things won't be the same, especially now that the Sharingan has awakened. But I know that one day you'll find someone special, and only she will be the one you'll be able to show that affection to. I know it will be hard at first, but you'll see that everything will be okay. Sasuke-san Issei said to the black-haired man, teach me to be a shinobi like you, but I would also like to learn everything about the shinobi world. About that Rakuto spoke, you are the reincarnation of my son Indra, and you should have no problem controlling all the techniques of your clan, but in the absence of a master I will cheat not only with you, but also with the reincarnation of Ashura, so be prepared, something tells me that the coming of my mother is approaching once again, and only you can stop her. What will you do Haragomo? Asked Sasuke. Well, instead of disappearing when this conversation ends, I will unite your energy with the boy seal and allow you to live inside him for a year, so you can train him properly and guide him on his ninja path. Also from what I can see he has the same chakra affinity as yours, so your techniques will be inherited by him, and as each level of the Sharingan awakens, you will present yourself again before the boy to continue training him. Said the old man, while Sasuke exhaled in exhaustion. Well, it's time for me to say goodbye, but first, here boy Rakuto said. He stood in front of the brown-haired man, placed his hand on his forehead, and it began to shine. This is a map of how the world was before. Once you finish training with Sasuke, you must go to your grandmother Sarada's house. She left information about the location of the Bijas, but you will not be able to read it without the Sharingan. Also he placed his hands on his eyes. Again a shine appeared in them, and then he separated. I gave you the gift of being able to use the Sharingan, without the need to take your sight away from another Uchiha, but developing all that power is your training. I will not make it so easy for you. He said to the old man in a funny way while Issei pouted at the decision. Then I say goodbye, said Rakuto as he disappeared. Well then we'll see later, we should start seeing how we will do your training, and as for your family, don't hate them, but if you think that there is no repair in your relationship, I recommend you just be distant with them, since with your training you may not see them for several days, but also prove that you are worthy of being an Uchiha and improve your grades. I don't want you to end up like my idiot friend. Sasuke said to Issei. We won't see each other later, Sasuke-sensei, he said respectfully and with a bow. Once Sasuke left, Issei woke up in his room lying on the floor next to his door. He saw the clock and noticed that only a few hours had passed. He decided to lock his door and proceeded to rest. 2 days later his parents and sister arrived home, but when they noticed that Issei's room was closed, they looked downcast and understood that he didn't want to see them and went to rest to go to classes the next day. Well, this was happening somewhere else, to be more specific in the underworld. Gremory mansion location. We see in a room a red-haired girl with a spectacular body and sapphire blue eyes crying in her bed with an empty gaze. That girl was none other than Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan and younger sister of the current Mao Lucifer. The reason she is crying is that day she was notified that she was engaged to the third son of the Phoenix clan, and when she finishes the academy, she must marry the aforementioned. It was every woman's dream to marry the man she loved, but for her it was the worst of her nightmares, since she would marry a being who only sees her as a trophy and an incubator for her body, alone in her room, and with her voice muffled by the pillows she desperately screamed for someone to save her. She cried all weekend in her room while her brother, upon finding out, got angry with both his family and the council for that decision, since being the Mao's sister she couldn't say no. After that weekend he would have an encounter with a certain person where she would see him as her savior. Time span. Monday. We see in the Hyoudou house that they started the household activities a little earlier than usual. You can see a brown-haired boy coming down in his school uniform to prepare his breakfast and lunch for that day. After a while he was already having breakfast under his mother, he saw his son in the living room with a cup of tea and a slice of bread in his hand. Well, he saw him drawing something on a sheet of paper. She wanted to make peace with her son because of the comment he told her. Upon noticing the presence of his mother, he just stopped drawing, put away his things and proceeded to leave the house. "Good morning, son, where are you going? Are you not going to have breakfast with us?" Mikey spoke to Issei with sadness in his voice. "No, I've already had breakfast. If you'll excuse me, I'll have to leave. I have some things to do before going to school. You'd better make breakfast for the others because you'll be late." Issei answered his mother without looking at her face and left the place. You can only see the silhouette of the young man with his hands in his pockets walking down the street. Mikey couldn't believe how her son answered her. He didn't even say good morning to her. With a sad look she went back to the kitchen, and while she was making breakfast for the others she began to cry silently. It was official for her that her son now sees her with different eyes. "Good morning, Mom," said Hikari coming down the stairs, and Issei, where is she, asked, not seeing her brother at the table, since he was the first to go down and wait for the others to have breakfast, but her mother didn't answer, something that freaked the girl out. "Good morning, honey, and where is my son?" Goro asked as he walked over to his wife, but noticed that she was staring into space while crying. "Honey, what's wrong?" her husband asked worriedly, to which Hikari ran because of her father's reaction, but hid behind the door. "Nothing, it's just that I'm worried about Issei since I saw him in the morning, but he was very distant with me. He no longer gave me that good morning smile that he always gave me. He simply said that he had something to do and left," said the lady sadly, still with tears in her eyes. "He left without breakfast. What's wrong with the boy?" his father said in the same way. "No, he had already had breakfast, but the way he answered me is what hurt me. I think what we said hurt him too much," his wife replied. "Calm down, honey. Hikari's training will end when the school year ends, and we'll all go on vacation together to make up for lost time with our son. Besides, it'll be his birthday around that time, and you'll see how much fun we'll have," her husband replied, trying to cheer his partner up. Hikari listened to all this and only lamented that she always received attention for her sacred gear while her brother was left aside. "Forgive me, Issei," the girl thought as she began to cry. While all this was happening at the Hyoudou Issei house, he went out to find someone who could make him the ninja tools necessary for his training. Afterwards he would go to school and leave early to go to the forest near Kuoh City to begin his training with Sasuke, arriving home late at night. When he arrived he saw his parents and sister in the living room. He just looked at them and proceeded to go to his room. "Issei, wait, where you were, it's already late and you shouldn't be walking around alone at night," his father told him worriedly, but the brown-haired boy didn't turn to look at him. "You don't have to wait for me," he said, and went into his room to rest. The others couldn't believe his answer, but they had no right to blame him since they sometimes left him alone at home. They simply went to their own room. They passed by the boy's room, but when they tried to open the door, they noticed it was locked. Understanding his message, they went back to their own rooms, their heads down. After that event, the rest of the school year was like this, with the same routine both day and night. During that time Issei began to master taijutsu and ninjutsu thanks to the exercises that Sasuke gave him, mastering his fire techniques and beginning to mold the lightning chakra. In one of her training sessions Aridid was going to the forest because in a contract a chef requested some truffles that were difficult to find and were only given in the regions of Kuoh. When appearing in the forest through her summoning circle, she saw a kind of fire near the lake. She was going to leave the place, but inside she heard a voice that told her to go, to which she walked in that direction. In that she sees a boy with brown hair and without his shirt standing in front of the lake. She noticed that he did something with his hands and from his mouth came out a fairly large ball of fire. In the boy's gaze she noticed the color of his red eyes. Issei noticed Ria's presence and finished the technique, put on his shirt, and suddenly disappeared from the girl's sight to appear behind her. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Issei asked. Rias was surprised by the boy's appearance. "Sorry, but it's rude to ask someone else's name without introducing yourself first," the girl said, coming out of shock. Issei exhaled a fastidio. "Okay, my name is Uchiha Issei, but everyone knows me as Hyoudou Issei, and you?" I introduce myself, I am Rias Gremory, and I came to that forest to look for some truffles for my dinner, she said, this trying to hide her identity. "I see, well this forest is quite large, so you'll have to cover a lot of ground," said the boy before walking to the other side. "I see, but since it seems that you already know this forest, you could help me. I will compensate you with whatever you want," said Gremory. "No thanks," the boy replied. "Please help me, I don't want to be alone in this forest," she replied with a puppy dog look. Issei, seeing her, just exhaled and agreed to help her. After several hours they found the truffles and left the forest, but during the day he spent with the boy something caught his attention and he wanted to know more about the technique he had seen. "Hey Hyoudou, you come here often, right?" Rias asked, receiving a nod of affirmation from the boy. "Well, if it's not too much trouble, I'll be able to see you again, if you don't mind, of course," said the girl. "Do what you want, but I'll ask you not to tell anyone, okay, and also tell me Issei, I'm not used to the last name," said the boy without any expression, and she was glad. And so the rest of the school year passed, and the two young men began to get along better, to the point where the girl began to fall in love with the brunette, and Issei saw that his bond with her wasn't a hindrance to his training. She told him that she attended high school at Kuoh Academy for girls and that they would admit boys next year, to which she convinced the brunette to take the entrance exam to enter the school. The day of the exam arrived and both he and his sister applied for the academy exam, but they weren't assigned to the same class, so he didn't realize his brother was there. The results were released shortly after, surprising the Hyoudou family with their decision to attend the same school as his sister. The parents promised their daughter that they would all go to the hot springs to celebrate this achievement with Issei. At the end of the school year, Rias and Issei saw each other to say goodbye with the excuse that Rias had to return to her home country and spend the holidays there. She asked him if he would be home to call him and find out about him, but he replied that he was going on a trip to his grandmother's house. They both said goodbye as good friends and retired to their homes, promising to see each other again at school. The next day at the Hyoudou house they were preparing everything to go on a midweek trip to the hot springs and celebrate the twins' birthday, but when they went to the room to wake up their son, they noticed that everything inside the room was impeccable, but several of the boy's clothes were missing. In addition, his piggy bank was broken, and on the coffee table there was a note that said, "I will go on a trip and will not return until 2 months from now when classes start. Sincerely, Issei." That day was the worst for the Hyoudou because they noticed one thing. Their life with their son would no longer be the same. But that trip, Issei's new life began. Chapter 2. The journey and the academy begins. I don't own the rights to High School DxD or Naruto. Nor their characters, nor the light novels, manga, or anime. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking. We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. Do you think the same, right, being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner? Stage. Kashi Jingu Forest. Time frame. 1 month after the end of classes. Ibukari is known for being a peaceful city to live in, as its residents are friendly, and near the city, there is a beautiful forest that provides the best fresh air for its inhabitants. But inside it, a boy with brown hair can be seen walking with a light backpack and a bottle of water. In his hand, he held a map, a piece of paper with a drawing on it, a compass, and a leg guard with a strangely shaped knife and metal stars. I don't think it was this way. Oh, I'm lost, the boy thought. That's right, that boy you see walking is none other than Issei Hyoudou, who, after finishing high school and waiting for the start of a new course at the Kuoh Academy, was in search of what was the old home of his ancestors, the Uchiha clan. But let's recap what has happened in this first month of travel. Time span. 1 month before. It was very early in the morning, and Issei was seen leaving his house as quietly as possible, so as not to wake his family, and alerted of his withdrawal, he walked through the entire city, entered the forest to continue his way, and thus head to his destination. He remembered that in a conversation he had with Sasuke about Rias and her strange power that he felt in her, he told him that he should hide his presence well, so as not to be discovered by another person, to which upon entering the forest he put an energy suppression seal that the Uchiha taught him. As he walked through the Hyoudou residence, the residents were just waking up. They went down to have breakfast, but when they called the brunette, he didn't answer. They believed he must still be asleep, so they prepared everything to have the best family breakfast. They cooked pancakes, eggs any style, freshly squeezed orange juice, and coffee for the parents. They wanted to surprise their son with this breakfast and begin their forgiveness ritual to return to the family they once were. When they finished preparing everything, the father decided to tell them to start packing their luggage for the trip they would all have together. Issei's parents and sister went to his room to wake him up, but what they saw marked their hearts forever. They entered together but noticed that Issei was not there. The room was tidy, but the photos that once showed they were a happy family were not in their frames. His frog-shaped piggy bank was broken, and on the bedside table there was a note that said, "I will be going on a trip and will not return until 2 months from now when classes start. Sincerely, Issei." Seeing that he was no longer there and that he only left a farewell note, the mother became very angry and began to break her son's things out of anger. The father said nothing and just stood at the door of the room, while his sister cried because of her brother's behavior, because she thought he had hurt his own family. But the moment she opened one of the drawers to take out its contents and break it, the mother noticed several notes written in her handwriting that said, "We went with Hikari on a study trip, and your father will attend to a business over there. In the kitchen there is food for a month. See you later." It was one of her notes that she wrote when they were training with her daughter and left a brown-haired boy alone, but on the other side it had something written. She turned it over and read the message, "It's okay, take care of yourselves with love, Issei." When she finished reading, tears began to run down her eyes, and then she reacted to what she had just done. The father was going to comfort her along with his daughter, but they also read the paper, and in the same way she cried bitterly while her daughter just sat on her brother's bed, saw a bear that she had given her for her 4th birthday, and cried silently. "What have I done? I hurt my own son. I wasn't there for him when he needed my love. I'm a terrible mother," she said, still crying, as she looked at the mess she had made in the room. "Not just you, I left him alone too. At least one of us should have been with him, but it's too late. We can't blame him for doing the same thing," said the father, who leaned against a wall. "My mother taught me to love her children equally. I wish I could go back in time to avoid all of this," the mother said on the floor, while in her mind, she heard the phrase she said to her before all of this began. "This is all my fault, because of me they abandoned Nisan," thought Hikari while hugging the bear. "You regret being my carrier," Dryig said to his companion. "It's not that, but because of me the family is broken," he answered with tears. "Remember that this was to protect him, you'll see when he returns everything will be fine," the dragon replied. That was the morning at the residence. The breakfast they had made with effort went cold because no one came down to have breakfast. They retired from the chestnut room to lock themselves in their own room, except for the father who went down to the living room and took out a bottle, trying to vent all the evil he had done. While all this happened at the Hyoudou house, the brown-haired boy continued walking in the forest, and at Sasuke's suggestion, every 2 hours of travel he had to stop for half an hour to practice the fire techniques of the Uchiha clan, for 1 hour and rest for 30 minutes to continue with the trip. When night came, the chestnut tree was still in the forest, so he stopped to rest near a large tree, made a fire, and fell asleep to continue his journey. But at the Hyoudou residence, after the bitter morning, they returned to the boy's room. The mother began checking what she had damaged in her act of rage against her son's things and buying everything back to leave the room restored. The father then went to the yard and remembered the times they played in the yard and even the camps with his children in the garden. As for Hikari, she chatted with Drake to see how to interact with her brother after all these years, but the dragon provided very little help since he had no experience in that regard. He did, however, tell her that if she wanted her family to be more protected, she should contact the owners of these territories and form a pact or alliance. The next day everyone who was at the Hyoudou residence went out to the mall to buy their son's things and replace everything they had lost. Then they decided that instead of going to the hot springs, they would look for him to accompany him on his trip. The problem is that they didn't know anything about it, and even less if their son had a friend to ask him. But Hikari remembered yesterday's talk that the city was watched by the demons of the Sitri and Gremory clans. The witch threw Hikari's aura that she raised to be detected. One of the heirs of the clans appeared. She was a girl with a not-so-developed body, but her beauty was present while she was hidden by glasses. That's right, the person who appeared was the heiress of the Sitri clan, Sona Sitri. "Good afternoon, my name is Sona Sitri, and from what I see you are not a normal girl. To have called me by raising your aura and being detected, could you tell me your name?" she said stoically while adjusting her glasses. "Indeed, my name is Hyoudou Hikari, and I am the current Sekiryuutei. If I raised my aura, it is so that you would come and I could make a deal with you," she said determinedly, while the parents watched in amazement what their daughter would do. "Okay, tell me what you need," Sona said calmly. "We need to find my brother. He left on a trip yesterday, but we don't know where. You can locate him by his small presence or scent," he said seriously, still looking into her eyes. "Okay, but in return I'll ask you to join my entourage, what do you think?" he said calmly, but deep down he was asking to be joined. Hyoudou thought about it for several minutes, saw her parents and remembered her brother. She would lose her freedom for the good of her family, but it was a risk she had to accept. "Very well, I accept," the girl said decisively. At that sound, grabbed her pawn pieces, of which she had 6 normal ones and 2 mutated ones, made the reincarnation pact, and in Hikari entered 4 normal pieces and 1 mutated one. Finishing the ritual, she spread her demon wings. The brunette asked about the other heiress, but was told that she had already gone to the underworld yesterday, well, she would do so tomorrow. After the little talk, the Sitri summoned her familiar, and with a dirty garment that the boy left, they followed his trail. They arrived at the entrance of the Kuoh forest, but after a few meters the essence of the boy disappeared. She commented that she would send her familiar to look for signs of Hyoudou. Arriving in the afternoon night, the familiar returned, but without news of the castle, but he brought a paper with a strange seal, and in it he had the boy's aura. Sona, seeing this, came to the conclusion that the boy did not want to be found by anyone, since where he went was something strange for others. The parents understood that just as they once did to their son for training, he is doing the same, not to be bothered. Sona saw the sad face of the family and invited the parents to spend their vacation with her in the underworld, since Hikari, as part of the Sitri nobility, had to travel with her and her other entourage to her territory to spend the holidays with her parents. As for Issei, he arrived at a mining town after 3 days of walking there. He asked about making designs of metal things and asked about the price of making several kunai and ninja stars, but almost no one in the town knew how to do that type of work. The boy was going to give up when he saw a house in the distance with old work tools. He arrived with the older person and asked if he could make this type of weapons. "And what do you want them for, boy?" the man asked. He, trying to lie, said, "As a collection, Vera, I saw a ninja movie the other day and I was fascinated by their weapons," he said with a drop of sweat, while Sasuke facepumped for what he said. "I'm sorry kid, but I don't make toys. What you're asking me for are real weapons. My family was dedicated to making weapons for exceptional people, but if you're not one, I'll ask you to leave," said the man without looking at the brown-haired boy, but the black-haired boy in Issei's mind suspected what he said. "Ask him for his last name," Sasuke said to Issei. "Excuse me, what is your full name?" I asked a gentleman in a serious manner. "You are very strange as well as rude, but I will tell you, my Ryu Lee belonging to the extinct Lee clan," said the man, who quickly changed to battle position ready to attack the boy. "And as you know, I can't let you go. I just revealed a great secret that has death as its price," said Ryu, and launched himself at Issei. The brown-haired boy didn't move, he just closed his eyes, activated his Sharingan with a blade and looked at Ryu. When he realized this, he stopped and recognized what he saw. "Who are you?" Ryu asked in astonishment. "My name is Issei Hyoudou, but I belong to the Uchiha clan," the boy answered seriously. Old Ryu could not believe that before him was a survivor of the extinct and feared Uchiha clan. He knew from the stories and scrolls of his clan about the power of the Uchiha and their participation in the forgotten Fourth Ninja War. "So you're training to be a shinobi, right?" the man commented, to which Issei nodded. "Very well, I'll create your shinobi weapons team, and from what I understand, you're going to search for your ancestors' home. As for the cost, I won't charge you anything for this occasion. Consider it a gift between clans." Issei was surprised by the old man's attitude and thanked him for what he had said, and also said it was a coincidence because the next day was his birthday, to which Ryu told him that he would give him a shuriken as a gift. All their weapons were ready. Issei and Ryu practiced jujutsu while his assistant melted the metal to make them. Once the molten metal was ready, they took out the appropriate molds to fill them and wait for it to cool. Finally, he gave them the necessary edge for them to work properly. He spent a week in the village and continued on his way to the Kashi Jingu forest, where the remains of Sarada Uchiha are believed to be. It took him 10 days to arrive and another week lost in the forest, but he did not waste the moment and continued with his fire chakra training and awakening his affinity for the lightning element. On the other hand, the Hyoudou spent the holidays with their daughter's new mistress Sitri, celebrating her birthday with her entourage, while the parents established a relationship with the clan patriarchs. Only when it was time to cut the cake, Hikari began to cry remembering her brother. Her masters talked with her and her parents and suggested that she tell her brother about the supernatural world because sooner or later he would find out about it anyway, to which they agreed, but first they should start a conversation with him since Issei has been sharp with them for a long time. Current time. After several days lost, a brown-haired man arrived at the cabin where Sarada Uchiha and Boruto Uzumaki supposedly lived their last days. Inside he found everything intact like ancient drawings, scrolls, and in the main room, there was a black robe hanging and on the shelf, a sword with a dark guard which both he and Sasuke recognized. Those clothes and weapon belonged to him. As a gift for his last birthday, Sasuke gave them to him. He also took the opportunity to teach him fighting techniques with sword fighting. He also discovered a secret room under the house where he saw several scrolls. When he opened them, he didn't understand what they said and asked Sasuke if they knew what it was. He received an affirmative answer but said that he had to solve it on his own and use his brain on this riddle. Issei understood a little of what he heard, analyzing who owned the house, the secrets that it might have, and the abilities of each person who lived here. He activated the Sharingan and read the title of the scroll. In effect, all the scrolls inside the room were written that only with the Sharingan they could read them. The scrolls that stood out the most were two. The first spoke of the riches left for the heirs of Naruto and Sasuke in gold value, and the second the location of the Bijas, and that only the descendant of the Uzumaki could control. Issei remembered the conversation he had with Rikudo and wouldn't disobey that order, but for school reasons he couldn't be away from Kuoh for so long. At that, Sasuke told him not to worry, since sooner or later the heir to the Uzumaki power would appear before him. The time he spent in his ancestor's house, he continued practicing with ninja weapons and basic jutsus, such as the object transformation jutsu to hide his weapons and the shadow clone jutsu, although he could not do the large amount that Naruto Uzumaki with 5 clones that I think was satisfied. Meanwhile, with her parents and her sister, they continued practicing in the underworld, with the Sitri retinue regarding the subject of magic, and Hikari trying to reach the break balance of her sacred gear. She was good at handling magic in hand-to-hand combat, but if she wanted to be stronger and protect her brother, she had to reach that state. On the other hand, in the Gremory territory we see Aridid thinking about her friend from the forest who would enter the academy this year. Just thinking about him had 2 reactions. The first is that her heart beat for him, since he did not see her as a trophy or for her title of heiress, but rather he saw her as a girl. At first he called her a distraction, but as time passed they began to get along better, but Issei acquired Sasuke's cold personality. He did not show it as he should. But the second was filled with fear of how he will react when telling him what he is, and if he stopped talking to her, it would mean falling back into that hell sooner than expected. Be that as it may, she would open her heart and declare her love to him, not caring a bit about her responsibilities as heiress of the clan, and asking him to always be with her, no matter what people say about her. There were 10 days left until classes started, and in that time Issei withdrew the gold that was in the house and divided it in 2. He went to the bank to open 2 different accounts, one where he would be the owner and the other as a safeguard, so that when the Uzumaki heir arrived, he could give him what was due. Issei walked back from training and headed to Kuoh for the start of classes. He was wearing the black robe, and around his waist were 2 chains hanging which were actually his ninja gear and his sword. He let his hair grow and styled it like his teacher in honor of him. On the way he remembered that he didn't have the academy uniform yet, and he hurried his walk to get to the uniform store and buy the right one. He arrived at the city of Kuoh, entered the store to try on the uniform and bought it. He went home to go to rest, but before he entered he noticed something out of the ordinary. When he looked out the window he noticed a purple light and a symbol on the ground. From there his family came out and another person he did not recognize, but that symbolism he immediately recognized in one of the scrolls he read. The content of the scroll spoke of the war that the Shinobi world had against the supernatural world, but there were 2 clans that supported Boruto's family. These were the Gremory family and the Sitri family, who helped the surviving clans until they were surprised by the Mao Lucifer and reprimanded for 500 years. In order not to disturb them when they had just arrived, he chose to enter through his window so as not to make any noise and slept on the futon he brought from Sarada's house without realizing the changes his room received from his parents. As for his parents and sister, they went to their rooms to rest. They passed by Issei's room and opened it. They were surprised to find he was already there and cried with joy, but decided not to disturb him because he was sleeping soundly and they didn't want to wake him up. After that they retired to their rooms to rest, since tomorrow classes will start at Kuoh Academy. Start of the first school year. The city of Kuoh woke up early, and that was no exception in the Hyoudou house. There was 1 hour left until the opening ceremony, and we see Issei already up doing his morning exercises, practicing a little taijutsu. At that moment, his mother comes down to the kitchen and notices her son already awake and entering the house with a layer of sweat. "Good morning, Issei," he says to his son who was heading to the bathroom. "Good morning," he replied in a curt manner that hurt his mother. "Hey, I'll prepare breakfast and lunch for the family. Tell me what you'd like and I'll be happy to prepare it for you while you take a shower," she said, her mood a little down, but trying to start a conversation with her son. "Don't worry, I already made my lunch early and I'll just have tea with some bread," she finished saying before retreating to the bathroom. Her mother knew that this was how her relationship with her son would be until everything was fixed, but it still hurt to see how she was with him. It was breakfast time and we see the Hyoudou family except Issei having breakfast, then he comes down with his uniform on, but over it, he had his black robe on. "Good morning, son. Are you ready for breakfast?" the father said with a smile that hid a sadness in his heart. "Come on, Issei, let's all have breakfast together," said her sister, who wanted to hug her brother because she hadn't seen him for so long, but she was afraid of how he would react. "No thanks, I have to go somewhere else before getting to the academy," he said, finishing his tea and a piece of bread he was carrying in his hand. "What are you saying? Aren't you going to wait for us to go to school together?" said his mother, reacting to her son's reply. "No, I have to find a good tailor downtown, and from there I'll head to the academy." Leaving the dining room and walking to the door, before leaving he only said, "See you later," and closed the door. The family was hurt by the way he spoke to them and rejected them sharply, but they should have waited until they told him everything about what had happened in these 10 years. Kuoh Academy location. There were 5 minutes left for the start of the ceremony, and we see all the students already seated in their places for the commencement speech. The Hyoudou family went to where the student council president Sona was and told them how the talk with her son went. They tried not to cry, and she comforted them. On the other hand, at the door of the gymnasium, there was a red-haired girl watching her kohai and dear, waiting for her to come in to give the welcoming speech for the students, in addition to looking for her secret love who also entered the academy, but she couldn't find him anywhere, believing that he wouldn't arrive in time for the ceremony. The event began with the principal's speech. The new student council president then addressed the students and encouraged them as they began their journey at the academy. She also warned the men that they would be monitored so they wouldn't cause problems for the female students. Finally, the principal returned. Now it's time for the student with the highest score on the entrance exam to come and say a few words to his classmates. Please come to the front. Everyone was excited to know who had achieved that score. Hikari was already preparing to go up because she had the highest average at a previous school. Rias was hoping to see her blonde kohai come up to the front since she had helped him study for the exam. And give a big round of applause to the highest score ever obtained in the history of this academy, student Hyoudou Issei. That surprised his family while Ria's eyes lit up to see him again, and she was determined to talk to him about her secret. "Good morning, let me introduce myself, my name is Hyoudou Issei." And with this, the student life of the Hyoudou family began. Chapter 3. The Academy and Observing the Demons. I don't own the rights to High School DxD or Naruto. Nor their characters, nor the light novels, manga, or anime. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking. We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. Do you think the same right, being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner? Start of the semester. The opening ceremony had ended too quickly since Issei, like his teacher and ancestor Sasuke Uchiha, was very curt and the words he dedicated were too short. All the first grade students went to the blackboards outside the gym to check which group and classroom they had been assigned to, depending on the result obtained in the entrance test, was how you were placed in groups A to F. The Hyoudou family and the Sitri clan looked for the classrooms of the members who had just entered the academy and were surprised to find that they were all in the same classroom. The parents were proud that their daughter was in the first group that demonstrated her effort, and they thought that she would also be with her brother, but the surprise was that their son's name was not on that list, but at the end of the blackboard, there was a small list of no more than 10 students. Sona knew that this list only appeared when certain students showed a superior intellect, and the entrance grade was only 10 points away from the perfect grade. That group was Class S for people with advanced studies, in which the name of the brown-haired boy stood out as first on the list. In front of that list stood the brunette. He just looked at his name and began to walk to the classroom. His parents and sister ran to congratulate the brunette. They yelled his name to get his attention, but he didn't even turn to look at them. Suddenly, a girl with a beautiful body and beautiful crimson hair appeared, stood in front of him, and they began to talk. "Congratulations on entering the Issei Academy, you kept the promise we made that day in the forest," the redhead replied with a smile. I told you I would do this," the brunette replied with a smile that was not visible because it was only for her. "But I see you ended up in S class. Who would have thought that behind that athletic boy there would also be a great hidden intelligence," she said mockingly, with a laugh that seemed to be joking with him. "I just hope I don't have to worry too much about school, since I have to continue with my training," the boy answered rudely. While they were talking, the girl's cheeks turned pink. While they were talking, all the men looked at him with jealousy and hatred as a newcomer talked to a beauty like her, while the women, including those in second and third, looked angrily at Rias for hogging the cold brunette's attention. But those who did not believe that such a conversation was happening were Sona, Sitri and the Hyoudou family. The first could not believe how she was talking to a human in a simple way and with great confidence that she had previously lost when she learned that she was engaged to the third son of the Phoenix clan. On the other hand, the Hyoudou did not believe that their son would talk simply to a girl who was very beautiful and more Hikari, whose soul escaped from her body when she saw how another girl wanted to take her Oni-san, or so she thought. "Okay, I leave you," said the brown-haired boy who walked towards his living room. I hope to tell you everything about myself soon," the red-haired girl thought as she sighed with much love as she watched him walk away from the place and head to his classroom on the second floor. Once the brunette arrived at his classroom, he noticed two things. First, it was a little bigger than the other classrooms on campus, and second, it was filled with books, more advanced lab equipment, and even an electronic whiteboard. He couldn't believe that less than a year ago, he was about to miss the school year, and after meeting Sasuke, his life had taken a complete turn. He was the first to arrive at the room, so he chose the last seat by the window. He then closed his eyes and, with little concentration, summoned his Sharingan with a blade, remembering that he must be very careful when awakening the other stages of the Sharingan, since the more his power evolves, the faster he will fall into darkness and hatred. He knew that there would have to be another way to awaken his power without the need for him to suffer emotionally. He began to hear footsteps heading towards the classroom, so he deactivated his eye power so that no one would see him. He already knew that he had caught the attention of the entire school when he talked to Rias outside the gym, and that was enough for him. The other students entered and the girls looked disappointed since they met their classmates on the way to the classroom, and to their misfortune the 4 boys were complete nerds, but when they entered the classroom, they saw the brunette sitting, and only a scream was heard throughout the school due to the excitement. It's Hyoudou Issei. That was the scream which Issei didn't pay attention to, while the nerds couldn't believe that someone as handsome and athletic as him could be first place in this generation. This is going to be a pain, the boy thought as he saw the girl's stupid looks and the boy's depressive aura just from looking at him. During lunch, Sona along with her queen went to Rias at the old campus building to talk to her about Hikari's brother, where the Redeet and her queen were. I knocked on the door to enter, and it was opened by a black-haired woman with a ponytail and a spectacular body whose skin was white as snow. She was Himejima Keno, Rias' best friend. "Hello Rias, can we talk for a moment?" The heiress of the Sitri clan greeted and asked seriously. "Sure, go ahead and have a seat," he answers the Redeet, signaling that she can sit on the armchairs in the room. The moment Sona entered the room, Akeno went to the next room and returned with 2 cups, a teapot and some snacks to make the conversation more pleasant. Then she poured the tea into the 2 cups and placed them on a coffee table that was already there. At the ends of it there were 2 armchairs, where the student council president sat on one of them. "Well Sona, tell me what you want to talk about," commented Rias, who sat on the couch in front of her friend while their respective queens were standing next to her. "Well, it's about the new student Hyoudou Issei," replied the Sitri. "Tell me what's wrong with him," her friend asked doubtfully. "Well, you see, he doesn't have any trace of magic, and his family is worried that you want to bring him into our world," replied Sona, who grabbed her cup of tea and took a sip. "Then tell me, who is your family?" the Redeet asked, a little annoyed. "Well, his twin sister Hikari Hyoudou is part of my nobility. She is the current Sekiryuutei, and her parents are beginner magicians who have trained to protect their son," replied the short-haired black-haired woman. "And with all this, where are you going with this?" I commented, a little more annoyed. "At the request of my peace and his family, we kindly ask that you no longer speak to Hyoudou Issei," replied Sona, and as she spoke Rias only got angrier. "You see, since he doesn't have any trace of magic inside him, he would be a very easy target for the renegades in the city. Keeping him out of all this would be the best thing for him. That's why we ask that you leave him alone, since you don't know his." She didn't finish speaking, because Rias stood up suddenly, and with an angry expression she returned to her desk. "Sona, I'll just tell you one thing, you and his family don't know anything about that boy. You don't even know what he does after school or his favorite food or anything personal about him. In the year I've known him, we've talked almost daily. I must admit that at first he considered me a nuisance because I would see him whenever I could, but as time went by and we got to know each other better, I've noticed that he always gives me a very discreet smile, but only I've seen it," the Redeet answered, a little angrily. "Then I'll have to make him ignore your request to stay away from the boy. Besides, you don't know what he's done to get ahead on his own. I know he doesn't have magic powers, but that doesn't mean I'll leave him alone, and if I can I'll protect him with or without help. I've seen his eyes, and they are cold, that show he's always been alone, and I'll try to make sure he doesn't fall into that loneliness anymore." He finished speaking and sat down in his desk chair. "If you don't want to talk about anything else, I'll ask you to please leave. I have a lot of paperwork to finish." The Redeet finished speaking. "I understand Rias, but I just ask you to consider it. His family is worried about him," Sona told her. "They also want to fix their family relationship with him because of what happened last time." She thought about this since she knew that part of the boy's story. Then the Sitri girl withdrew with her queen to return to eat her lunch before classes continued. Inside the building, Rias and Akeno were left alone, and only the Redeet began to shed angry tears for what just happened. "Calm down Rias, you know you have our support for everything," said Akeno, comforting her friend. "First the engagement with Razor, and now they're asking me to stop seeing the boy who brought me joy. There Akeno, what can I do?" I said, still with tears in my eyes. "We'll see, Rias," said her queen as she placed her hand on the Redeet's shoulder. Time lapse. 3 months later. It's been 3 months since classes started, and the Hyoudou boys have gained tremendous popularity in the student community. Hikari excelled in athletics classes due to her physical condition and intellect, and she exudes an aura of kindness and simplicity among her classmates. She is also a member of the student council. Thanks to her actions at school, such as helping the academy's other clubs, she was given the nickname Kuoh's Princess. She was also courted by the most popular boys who developed during that time, but she rejected them. As for the brown-haired boy, besides being one of the most intelligent students in the academy, also excelling in physical activities, he is also considered the Cold Knight of Kuoh and earned this nickname due to two things. The first is that he hadn't even been starting classes at the academy for a week, and the first gang of rebellious young people was formed, made up of students from various classes who were envious of the advanced class, so one day they cornered the other students in Issei's class, both men and women. They beat the kids up and threatened that this would be every day if they didn't do their homework. On the other hand, the girls were about to take off their uniforms. Although they didn't show it, they had a good body that could rival Hikari's, about to abuse them and start filming to use as blackmail. The brown-haired man passed by the alley and noticed that action. It only took him 5 minutes to finish beating the bullies, thus gaining the admiration and respect of his entire class, who quickly and more women boasted of the act of the brown-haired man, which was considered a gentleman for such an act. The second thing to obtain the title of Cold Knight from Kuoh is that, like his sister, he also received love letters from almost the entire female community of the school, but he was direct in rejecting them for some strange and sick reason. The more he rejected them, the more they wanted him. But as far as his family relationship was concerned, nothing progressed because Issei, when leaving school instead of going home, went to the Kuoh forest to master the lightning element, to which he arrived late to his parents' home. They greeted him and tried to talk to him to regain his trust, but his words were always the same. "I'm busy right now." He would retreat to his room and begin meditating to awaken the Sharingan in another way, leaving his parents with a pain in their hearts because they were the same words they said when they were with Hikari. Issei didn't do this intentionally, but he thought that if he didn't need the love of his family when he was a child, he wouldn't need it now in his adolescence. On the other hand, Hikari spent less and less time at home due to student council work and Sona's entourage, but whenever she came home, she noticed that the atmosphere was sad, trying to fix all of this. As time passed, Issei began to practice ninjutsu, how to create and break them, but he needed someone to put into practice everything he had learned so far. In one of his periods of meditation within his mental space, Sasuke appeared before the boy with the same expression as always. "But Issei, for now I will retire. It has been a year since you awakened the Sharingan, and you still have not developed a complete facet, much less the Mangekyou, so I will not be present until you awaken those two phases and be able to help you with what follows," said Sasuke simply. "Understood, you'll see that when you return I'll have mastered the Chidori and sword control. Just one question: with whom I can practice everything I've learned, since the idiot Uzumaki hasn't appeared yet, and only with him can I practice without killing anyone," Hyoudou commented with some doubt. "Well, you see, this city is under the care of demons. I suggest you keep an eye on the Redeed since we know she's from the clan that helped the family. Follow her to see her work hunting demons and observe with your Sharingan what the demons she kills are like. Then hunt them down for your Genjutsu training," Sasuke told him unfazed. "Understood, see you later, Sasuke-san." He finished speaking, turned around and left the place. He woke up from meditation, left his bedroom and headed to the door when his sister was coming home from school and they ran into each other at the door. "Issei-san, where are you going?" his sister said to the brown-haired boy who was putting on his shoes to go out and taking his black cape. At his waist, only some chains hanging from his pants could be seen. "I'll go get some fresh air," I answered without looking at her. "Let me go with you," he said to his brother. "No thanks, I'll be back later," he finished speaking and left the house. When the chestnut tree closed the door, his sister ran inside her house and told her parents what had happened. The three of them decided to follow their brother to see his activities. Cautiously they followed the chestnut tree down the street with a wide gap so that he wouldn't see them. He turned a corner, and when the parents also turned, they noticed that the boy was no longer there. They looked everywhere but didn't see where the boy went. They themselves swore they saw how he turned around. When they didn't have an answer to that, they decided to return home and wait for him. At the top of Olympus, the silhouette of Chestnut Tree could be seen, who watched as his family returned to their house and then continued on his way, jumping between the roofs of the houses. In the distance, all this was seen by a trio of girls wearing trench coats. "This is interesting, let's inform Azazel-sama of this event, maybe he wants the boy among his ranks and we can continue with our mission," commented a girl with dark blue hair, and on her left side was a girl with blonde hair, and on her right side was a girl with black hair. It must be said that all three were very beautiful. Upon arriving at the academy, Issei climbed a tree near the old building, hid his presence and watched the club's activities through the window. He saw how they talked about their contracts and trivial things until a circle appeared in Ria's ear and her expression changed. "Very well, my dear, we were entrusted with eliminating a renegade demon that is around the old paper factory. Prepare yourselves because we will leave immediately," Rias spoke to her companions in an orderly voice. Yes, but you, they all answered at the same time. So the old paper mill, I must hurry and see the energy of that renegade demon, thought the boy who quickly headed to the mentioned place. Well, if you're ready, it's time to go, said the renegade, who made a magic circle at the bottom and they transported to the aforementioned place. Once they arrived at the place they began to talk about the attack strategy. While Issei was arriving near the plant and hid to see how a rogue demon is hunted, he activated the Sharingan and observed the energy irradiated by Rias and her companions. During the fight the brown-haired man only saw how the renegade and her queen waited outside the place. Suddenly an explosion was heard inside the place, in that a black silhouette ran out of the place badly injured. The brown-haired man upon noticing said silhouette studied it in detail and more in its way of releasing the energy that was hostile. He only saw how they finished off the demon. He was about to leave the place when he suddenly felt a strange energy that was different from Ria's near his location. With his sight he tried to locate the person in question, but could not find her. Not finding that energy, he returned home where he saw his parents and sister who had fallen asleep on the couch while waiting for him. He simply took some blankets from the closet, covered his parents and sister with them, and then went to his room to rest. Time lapse. 1 week later. It was Monday and classes had ended. We see the brown-haired boy standing on a pedestrian bridge with his view towards the horizon, and he tries to reflect on the presences he has felt near him in what was the past week, but those thoughts were taken out of his mind when he heard a voice that spoke to him. Excuse me, you are Hyoudou, Issei, right? A dark-haired girl who had a different uniform than him spoke to him. Yes, I answered coldly. Tell me what you need, the boy commented. You see, my name is Yuma Amano, and I would like to know if you would like to go on a date with me. The girl asked somewhat shyly. But this event, Issei's approach to the supernatural world was more than evident. Chapter 4. Demons and Fallen Angels. I don't own the rights to High School DxD or Naruto. Nor their characters, nor the light novels, manga or anime. I'll be right there, character speaking. But how did this happen, character thinking. We must do it like this, being imprisoned by a sacred gear speaking to the outside. You think the same, right? Being imprisoned by a sacred gear talking to his partner. It was Monday and classes had ended. We see the brown-haired boy standing on a pedestrian bridge with his view towards the horizon, and he tries to reflect on the presences he has felt near him in what was the past week, but those thoughts were taken out of his mind when he heard a voice that spoke to him. Excuse me, you are Hyoudou, Issei, right? A dark-haired girl who had a different uniform than him spoke to him. Yes, I answered coldly. Tell me what you need, the boy commented. You see, my name is Yuma Amano, and I would like to know if why you would like to go on a date with me. The girl asked somewhat shyly. Issei observed the girl's behavior, the way she stood, and the tone of her voice when she spoke. He saw that the girl was acting very shy, but she didn't look him in the eye. He turned his gaze toward the horizon. No was the answer as he walked towards his house, leaving the girl in shock at his quick response. Wait, why don't you want to? The girl asked, coming out of the sudden shock. Tell me why I should go out with you, the brunette said without looking at her. Well, I've been passing by this bridge for a while now and I really like it. He didn't finish speaking because the brown-haired boy started walking away from the place. Hey, I haven't finished talking, wait, said the girl who ran in his direction. If that's all you're going to tell me, then I don't see any reason for me to go out with you, replied the brunette who continued walking. You're so mean, you're a handsome boy, but you're very cold, you know that, said the girl with a pout. Well, Issei doesn't change his expression. Other people have already told me that, he replied expressionlessly. But I really would like to go on a date with you, you know you've caught my attention since I first saw you on this bridge, the girl told him a little more relaxed, something that caught the boy's attention. And tell me what I gain if I go out with you, said the brunette who looked at her eyes. Well, a new friend, she responded quickly, looking the boy in the eyes without looking away. Issei thought about it for a moment, knowing that this girl wouldn't give up until she got a yes as an answer. He exhaled in heaviness. Okay, I'll go out with you, said the boy, cheering up Yuma. Yeah. So I'll see you this Sunday in front of the train station, the black-haired girl told him. Okay, our protagonist replied and began to leave the place, already with a considerable distance and without anyone noticing. He activated his Sharingan and began to observe the girl's energy. He noticed that it was the same one that had been watching him. Near where they were talking he noticed another presence. This one had a demonic trail familiar to the boy and was hidden near a tree where he was talking a short time ago. He noticed that it was a girl in a high school uniform. After that he continued on his way. Well, with this Azazel Sama's plan will begin. I just hope that idiot Gabriel doesn't find out, because otherwise our mission will be in danger, the girl thought and left the place. Near where they were talking, a girl comes out of the treetop and looks in the direction where our protagonist went. Ignore the school uniform. I must warn the president that the fallen angels are in her territory, thought the girl who ran off in the direction of Kuoh Academy. Time lapse. We see the chestnut arrive home and notice that the lights in the house were off, which he didn't take seriously and entered inside. Once inside the house, he noticed that the kitchen light was on, which piqued his curiosity and he headed towards it. Before entering he heard two voices that were familiar to him. The people who were inside the room were his parents, and they were talking about their son with a sad tone in their voice. "My dear, I can't stand the current relationship with our son anymore. I deeply regret what we've done to him. I miss the way he spoke to us and those family outings. I don't blame our dear Hikari, but because of that sacred gear, our relationship with our son is no longer the same," said the mother, crying while holding a family photo of them at the amusement park. "Now calm down dear, remember that all these years of absence were to become stronger and protect my boy. I know we were wrong in leaving him alone, and more so because of the last thing we said to him. Well, we were controlling the magic," he answered and grabbed both of her hands. "You'll see, we'll find a way to recover the father-son relationship with Issei, starting by revealing the supernatural world to him, as Sona-chan's family recommended. I look forward to the day we can all laugh together again," the mother said, still crying over the photo. This scene made Issei remember the beautiful moments with his family when he was a child, but also the loneliness he experienced after the activation of his sister's sacred gear, loneliness that began to turn into sorrow and sadness for the broken ties with his family, which caused the second blade to appear in his right eye. He walked to his room and began to reflect on his ties with his family. This would take too long, and he knew it, but if they truly claimed to love him, as they had said, then they would understand that feeling would be difficult to recover. He looked in the mirror and noticed that his right eye had activated the second blade. On the other hand, Hikari was arriving home and saw her parents crying in the kitchen like every night after the start of classes. When she tried to comfort them, she told them the same story, that she would find a way to fix all of this. Kuoh Academy. All this was happening at Issei's house in Kuoh Academy, to be more exact in the old institute building. The meeting of the Gremory family's entourage was taking place. We can see that a girl in a high school uniform was talking to the academy's one Sama about what she witnessed. "And that's all but you, it seems the fallen angels are after a first-year boy from this school. I tried to look for some magical essence inside him, but I didn't notice anything, and that's what surprises me, because they would look for a normal human without magical talent," said the albino loli, while eating some sweets. "Thanks Kaneko, I will take care of that matter, since I know the boy you mentioned. It is true he has no traces of magical energy, but he still has a strength since I have witnessed his physical training," said Rias, which caught the attention of her peer. "Also I have never seen that training before. I will have to check in the family library," thought the girl since she remembered the movements and the fire that he expelled the first time she saw him. Remaining thoughtful, which worried her servants. "But you, are you okay?" asked Kiba, who is considered the prince of the academy. The girls gave him this nickname for his charisma and way of speaking, which has always led to his comparison to Issei, the Cold Knight. Both didn't know or didn't want to realize it, but each had their own fan club, and they always fought between groups to determine who was the most handsome. This fight always ended in a tie due to the lack of blood when they thought about it, doing things not suitable for children. Returning to the conversation, the boy's question brought the redeed out of her thoughts. "Yes Kiba, don't worry," the girl answered simply. "So Rias, what are you going to do with the boy?" Kaneko followed. Asked a girl with black hair that she had tied in a ponytail, with a great body rivaling Rias. This girl was Akeno Himejima, the other one Sama of the academy. "I'll talk to him, he may not have magic, but that doesn't mean I won't invite him to the club, besides," said the girl and suddenly fell silent. "Also?" her friend asked. "No, it's nothing," said the girl. "I'll tell him what I am. I promised never to keep any secrets from Issei," thought the girl. "Well, you can go home," said the redeed to her entourage. Understood, they all said at the same time, and through magic circles Kiba and Kaneko left the place, leaving the two second-year girls alone in the classroom. "Tell me, you'll tell her straight away, the truth about us and your problem," the black-haired woman said to her friend. "Akeno, I promised you that we wouldn't have any secrets," but said the girl, who remained silent. "But you feel like he's also keeping something for you, right?" Akeno said, and Rias responded with a nod of approval. "I'm sorry Akeno, but I'll go home. I have to look for information on a topic. You can go to the apartment by yourself," the redeed commented, disappearing through a magic circle. "Wow, it seems something intrigues you, Yufifif," the girl laughed and left the club. At night, the girl arrived home in the underworld and began searching for books and records about the chestnut-haired man's training. She found nothing on most of the library shelves. About to give up, she found an old book written by her grandfather. She took it and returned to the human world to get some rest, as she had to attend school the next day. The next day. It was beginning to dawn in the city of Kuoh, and we see how every day the brown-haired man training to jutsu in the courtyard of his house, suddenly he became curious about the second blade of his eye and activated his ocular power. What he noticed was that with his eye, he could see the movements of things in more detail. A clear example was that near where he was training an insect passed near him, and he saw its trajectory in a little more detail. He stopped training, deactivated the Sharingan and headed to the house, but noticed someone watching him from inside. It was his sister who saw how the boy trained in hand-to-hand combat. Good morning Ice Nai, said the girl who stuttered a little while watching the training. Good morning, I replied expressionlessly, but this one was less curt than the boy's previous greetings. I see you get up early to be active, said his sister, who wanted to start a conversation with her twin. Yes, he started walking to the bathroom leaving the girl alone, but before leaving he stopped in front of the bedroom door. But tell me, why did you get up early? Asked the brunette. Well, I wanted to make everyone breakfast since mom isn't feeling well, she said, answering her brother's question. Tell me, don't you want anything special? Issei was going to reject the offer, but remembered that he had to work on his relationship with his family, but he didn't want to take advantage of his sister's offer. But the hot coffee and a piece of bread, I'll be well served, said the boy who looked her in the eyes. I understand, then I'll put some coffee on to heat up while you take a shower, the girl replied happily, and he just turned towards the bathroom and gave a small smile. Minutes passed and the boy, ready to go to the academy, drank the coffee prepared by his sister. At that moment, his parents were going down to the kitchen and saw the boy having breakfast while Hikari prepared lunch for both of them. Good morning Hikari and Issei, both parents said to their children. Good morning Oka-san, Otu-san, the girl answered happily. Good morning, he replied simply, but like with his sister, this good morning didn't feel as curt as the others. I see you're already having breakfast, but Issei, you'll only eat that, said the mother, and she received a short nod of affirmation. At that Issei got up from the table, left his cup in the sink and headed to the door to go to the academy. Well, I'm leaving, said the boy. Wait Ice Nai, let's go together, her sister told the boy. I'm sorry, but I have to go buy some things for my chemistry class. I'll most likely miss the first period, said the boy leaving his sister with a sad look. This scene reminded him of one of the memories that Sasuke and Itachi always had. He just turned to look at his sister and tapped her forehead gently with 2 fingers. It will be another day, said the boy and proceeded to leave the place. This act made Hikari blush and begin to cry. Her parents, who were still in the kitchen, heard how their daughter was crying. They ran to see her, but were surprised that she had a smile on her face while she continued to shed tears. Daughters, are you okay? Said their mother worriedly. Yes Oka-san, the girl answered. It's nothing, she said while continuing to cry with joy upon seeing that Issei stopped being sharp with her. Okay, daughter, you better get ready to go to school, said her father as the brunette ran to her room to get her things, leaving both parents alone in the living room of the house. What do you think happened, dear? His wife said to Patriarch Hyoudou. I don't know, but one thing is for sure, she said with tears of happiness trying to come out. She cried for happiness. Time lapse. The morning had passed quickly for our protagonist, as he said he missed the first class, but not to buy things for his class, but to practice the fire-style ninjutsus, which were Phoenix Flames Jutsu, and starting with the practice of the Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. He arrived to his second period class with his same cold attitude as always. Then one of his classmates tried to talk to him and tell him about the topics they covered in the first period. He just thanked her for the gesture, while the girl was steaming from her ears for having spoken to the boy. It was lunchtime and we see in the classroom of Group A how the students gathered with their friends to share their lunches. Hikari and the girls of the Sitri family, along with 2 new friends of hers who belonged to the Kendo club, ate and talked about trivial things until a girl with pigtails asked something. Tell me Hyoudou-san, how is your relationship with your brother going? Said the girl while eating her lunch. This made Hikari stop eating lunch and remembered the gesture Issei made in the morning. Well, we haven't improved anything yet, but I know that soon I'll be able to have that sibling relationship we had before, the girl said happily. I just hope Rias Onasama doesn't beat you, said another girl with pink hair. Why do you say that? The Hyoudou twin said with intrigue. Well, look, said the girl pointing to the window that overlooked the backyard. All the girls looked at the same window and couldn't believe the scene that was happening. Minutes before lunchtime started, we saw the chestnut tree lying under a tree with his lunchbox already empty, then a silhouette of an enviable body stood in front of him. Hello Issei, said the girl who had just arrived. This was Ria's Gremory, who was carrying her lunch in her hand. Hello Ria, the boy replied, making a sign with his hand and saying, I invite you to sit down. He showed her a space near him. Thank you, the girl replied with a blush on her face. And tell me what you need, the brunette told her with the attitude he only had for her. Well, I wanted to tell you about a problem I'm having, he said, now in a more concerned tone. Tell me what it is, the boy said simply, but deep down he felt intrigued. Well, as you know, I come from a foreign country where the cursed custom of compromising the children of nobles is still followed, and unfortunately, I had to suffer through that," the girl said sadly. It was true that she was engaged, but I still wouldn't tell him he was a demon. "Oh, I see, and tell me what's worrying you, at least you have someone who loves you now," said the boy without emotion in his words. "No, that boy only sees me as a trophy, and all he wants is my body. I want someone who loves me for who I am, and not for what I have. That's why I want to ask you if there's any way to free me from that commitment, help me," she said with a pleading tone. "Look, I'd tell you that's not my problem, but since it's you, I'll figure out how to help you," said the brunette as he looked at the girl. She blushed and without thinking, gave him a kiss on the cheek, surprising the boy a little, while she whispered, "Thank you." This scene was seen by her sister who, upon seeing the kiss, her soul left her body, while the others could not believe that the school's one SM wanted to steal the cold night. Returning with the brown-haired boy and the redeed. "And tell me, Issei, what are you doing on Sunday?" the girl asked shyly. "I'll go on a date with a girl," he said simply, causing the Gremory girl to give a flat smile and stop reacting. "Rias, are you okay?" said the brown-haired boy while moving his hand near the redeed's face. "Oh, while looking at her watch, it's late, I better go." The girl quickly stood up from where she was sitting. But first, he took a piece of paper out of his bag. "Here, it's a good luck charm, always carry it with you." He gave the paper to the brown-haired man and left the place. Issei went to the paper and recognized the Gremory family seal. Time span. Sunday. A week passed after the meeting between Amano and Issei, where they had agreed to go out. During that week the brunette's parents had planned to go out as a family on Sunday to begin to recover the relationship with Issei, but as usual, Issei had to cancel said event. His parents asked him why and Issei replied, "I have a date that day with a girl," said the brunette, and as always, he left his house at the usual time, leaving his father in doubt. His mother did not believe in her son's charisma, and Hikari was just in shock because she thought it was Rias who was on his date. Sunday arrived and Issei arrived 1 hour before the scheduled time. He hid near the station and noticed his date talking to 3 people covered in raincoats near an alley and then headed to the agreed point. The first to arrive was Yuma. Only 5 minutes passed and the brown-haired girl appeared. "I made you wait," the boy said, to which the brunette shook her head. "No, I just got here too," said the girl. Issei, seeing his date's face, noticed his empty gaze. It was a gaze that he himself provoked in the renegade demons that he hunted and locked inside a ninjutsu while he practiced how to create and eliminate them. "Let's go," said the girl as she took the brown-haired boy's hand. That day they visited the mall, went to the games and looked at clothes. The brunette with his usual cold gaze spent the day with the girl who seemed to be having fun. The evening fell and they both went to the city park and sat in front of a fountain. "Tell me, Issei, did you have fun?" said the girl as she looked towards the fountain. "It was a good day," the brown-haired boy replied. "Hey, could I ask you one last thing?" the girl said in a more serious voice. "Tell me what you need," asked the brunette, then she approached his ear. "You would die for me," he said with a more sinister voice. "What did you say?" the boy said in a serious tone. Then the girl moved away from the brown-haired boy and transformed into what she really was, an angel with black wings. During her transformation Issei could see the girl's chest and blushed a little at what he saw. He may be a gentleman, but that doesn't take away the fact that he was excited by the girl's naked body, but he hid it. The girl, now transformed with a blank stare, summoned a spear of light in her hand. "As I said, you would die for me," replied the girl ready to attack the brown-haired boy. She took flight and approached the boy. At that Issei activated the Sharingan. He looked into her eyes and in effect saw that she was controlled by a strange energy. He let the girl approach his body to be able to activate a ninjutsu on the angel, who fell on the ground still with the spear in her hand and wounded the brown-haired boy on one cheek. "So this is the mind control," said the boy as he opened the girl's eyes with his hand and saw a blue fire in them. He concentrated a bit of his chakra in his hand and placed it in front of the girl. "Release," shouted the boy as both the ninjutsu created by him and the mind control disappeared. Little by little the girl was reacting. "Where am I?" said the girl who only saw the park and her with her fallen angel outfit. Suddenly she shouted, "Damn Gabriel, when Azazel-sama finds out you will pay," she said to the air believing she was alone. Suddenly she noticed that close behind her was the brown-haired man. "Hyoudou, what are you doing here?" the girl said incredulously. "Aren't we supposed to have our date in 3 days?" the girl said while the boy looked at her with a serious look. Apparently she was already being controlled after arranging the date. "That's the least of it," said the brown-haired boy, "but you have several things to clarify," said the boy who took the paper given by Rias out of his bag. He placed a little of his blood on it and it began to shine. Suddenly the place where the two were began to distort and in front of them appeared 3 silhouettes. All of them had a similar characteristic, and that was that they had black wings on their backs just like Yuma's. "I see the silly girl is free from my mind control spell," said a girl with albino hair. Rainer, kill the human as Kakabiel-sama ordered you, said the second boy. I won't do it, I serve Azazel-sama, and he put me in charge of watching him, she said angrily as she remembered that they controlled her. You leave us no choice but to kill them both, said the third person. At that moment, a magic circle appeared behind Issei, from which Rias and her entourage emerged. You don't know this is my territory, damn it, said the girl angry at the infiltration into her territory, but noticed that in the middle of them was Issei along with a girl. It's good that you're here, Rias, please take this girl, pointing to who for him was Yuma Amano. But what are you saying, Issei? I won't leave you alone with those bastards, you don't know what they are, and what matters most. She didn't finish speaking because she was interrupted by the brunette. Don't worry, Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory demon clan, please take this fallen angel who was manipulated by them, said the boy who was in a battle pose. She didn't believe that Issei knew who he really was, which left her in shock. Suddenly next to Rias appeared the symbol of the Sitri clan, it was Sona along with her entourage. Rias, what happened? I suddenly felt a lot of energy accumulated in one place, said the Sitri, but everyone was surprised to see Issei in front of them in a combat pose. Wait, nice, and don't do it, Hikari shouted when she saw her brother there. At that the boy disappeared from the sight of those present and began the hand-to-hand fight with the other angels. They did not believe what they saw, and it was that a simple human was giving them battle and that one of the chains that he always had hanging transformed into a sword, leaving everyone surprised by what happened. This will be your end, said the boy as he activated his eyes. The angels could not believe what they saw and then only felt pain as they were cut and pierced by the boy's sword. Issei, what's wrong with you, said Rias, not believing how her friend was acting. No more than 3 minutes passed and they saw how the angels who were there had died. All those present did not believe what they had just seen and that a simple human being without any magic had ended the lives of those fallen angels. Everyone was in shock until someone spoke. Tell me who you are, asked the fallen angel that he rescued from mind control. At that the chestnut tree turns to look at those present. I am Uchiha Issei, said the brown-haired boy while having the Sharingan active. Just imagine it, Brown. Chapter 5. Reality, Forgiveness and the Nun arrives. The fight between Issei and the fallen angels had ended where the witnesses who witnessed the fight between them were the Gremory and Sitri clans. Rias, who knew how the brown-haired man trained, was not that impressed, but what did catch her attention was the way he summoned the sword he had used to defeat his enemy. But one thing was certain, everyone was amazed by the pattern his eyes showed. They were red in color, but had black blades on them. They were intimidating eyes for anyone who dared to look at them. Issei, are you okay? The red-haired girl said, surprised when she saw her friend with those eyes. Hyoudou-san, what is that? Asked Sona, who was with her entire entourage, except for her sister, who had a face of shock from the battle. Suddenly Issei turns to see where they were with his eyes closed. For now, this is none of your business, the boy said seriously. Hey, don't talk to Kaichu like that, Tsubaki said angrily. Like we're not interested, maybe that power is. Sona was speaking when suddenly. Sleep and forget, said the brown-haired boy who opened his eyes, looked directly at the Sitri clan, and they all fell unconscious thanks to the genjutsu that Issei had created, then deactivated his Sharingan and returned to that honey-eyed tone that characterized him. Ice-Nai, what did you do to Sona-san? Hikari said worriedly when she saw that her companions in the entourage were fainted. Nothing, I just put them in a mental jutsu, and when I release them they'll think it was just a dream, said the brown-haired boy with his characteristic attitude. And will you do the same to us, Hyoudou-kun? I don't want you to abuse me if you do the same technique to me, Yufifif asked Akeno with a worried voice and a hint of flirtation, which was quickly detected by those present. I don't think so, Issei answered with his cold tone, which made Akeno sad. At that Rias begins to walk near where the brown-haired boy is to take him by the shoulder. Issei, are you okay? The redhead asked since she was worried about her friend. Don't worry, said the brown-haired boy seriously. Hey, I'd like to talk to you about some things, Rias commented seriously. Yes, but it will be tomorrow at your club after school. I leave now, said the brown-haired boy who put away his sword. Okay, he said a little happy. Suddenly his expression on his face changed from happy to serious when he saw the fallen angel who was there. As for you, you deserve to be punished for entering my territory, he said with a stern voice looking at Rainer. Suddenly the brown-haired man stood in front of the two with a serious look. As I said, we'll talk about this tomorrow, the brown-haired boy spoke seriously to Rias, then turned to look at the fallen angel. You'll come with me. Where are you taking me? The girl said fearfully. You'll come to my house, the brown-haired boy replied without any concern as he began to walk in the direction of his house. Wah. Who but Issei, are you sure? From what we know, she tried to kill you, and if you take her home, she'll most likely finish her job there, Rias said with concern in her voice. It's true, Issei, we don't know if she will want to kill you when you're asleep, her sister spoke equally with concern. These comments made the girl dejected because they considered her a nuisance and vile, but it is not her fault since at the moment she attacked a boy she was under the mental spell of the other angels. At that, the brown-haired man stopped his steps and turned to look at them, breathing heavily before speaking. In that case she will sleep in my room, the boy answered without hesitation. The three girls were shocked by what had been said, while Rias and Hikari were left with a look of no friends. On the other hand, Rainer's face turned red. At that moment her imagination sent her a scene where she shares the bed with a boy and she begins to give herself to him as a reward for having saved her, which caused her to start rambling and saying nonsense. "I maybe you and she will do, but Rias stammered with jealousy and worry in her voice. "Nisan, you can't do that at home." Hikari shouted with a red face at the thought of the bond between them. The others remained silent and only gave a heavy smile at the atmosphere that was generated. As for Issei, he breathed heavily again as he watched their reaction. "Don't get things twisted, she'll be sleeping in my room alone. I'm doing this so she doesn't escape. I'll be sleeping in the guest room to keep an eye on her movements," the brunette commented heavily. "It's either that or I tie you up and leave you in the basement of my house until tomorrow so we can talk about what happened, because they are right about the act you were about to commit, but I know you were under mind control, that's why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt," Issei said as he looked directly into Yuma's face. The girl, upon hearing this, for some reason her heart began to beat rapidly. She thought about it and accepted the brown-haired man's offer. "One more thing," said the boy when he saw his sister. "Don't tell our parents anything about what happened or I'll have to do the same to you," said the boy seriously. Hikari understood this, he was giving her his vote of confidence by telling her what had happened. She thought about it and knew that she couldn't waste this opportunity that her brother had given her. "Yes, Issei, I won't tell our parents anything, trust me," said her sister happily with a smile. Issei stopped looking at his sister, he began to walk towards his house, but only Rias noticed that the brown-haired man smiled, that smile that he only dedicated to people he trusted, a smile that he often dedicated to her, but with discretion. She was happy for him because she knew about his relationship with his family, so her sister's words pleased the boy, and that caused him to smile. Imagine Issei but without wounds and with brown hair and both eyes open. "Okay, let's go," said Issei, who returned to his serious face, and behind him walked Yuma and Hikari. Once the matter was clarified, everyone left the park except for Rias and Akeno, since they had to clean the place where the bodies of the dead angels were, in addition to the fact that the Sitri group was still unconscious in the place, thanks to Issei's ninjutsu. "Wow, I never thought I'd see that kind of combat techniques, it's something spectacular and could be beneficial for the entourage, don't you think?" Rias said. Akeno, who was in charge of gathering the corpses in one place through magic circles. "I think the same, I think that with Issei I can get rid of the problem with that idiot Razor," also said the Redeed with hope, but suddenly she fell silent as she began to think about Issei and exhaled in love. Ara, it seems someone has already stolen Butchu's heart, Yufufu," said the black-haired girl happily with the aim of annoying her friend. "What are you saying, Akeno? He and I are just good friends," he said with some sadness at the reality of the situation. "Then you won't mind if I go after him, right? A mature boy like him isn't found every day," Akeno said decisively and with a flirtatious smile, which caused Rias to twitch her eye. "Besides, if he was that rude to them, I can't imagine what he'll be like in bed. I'm looking forward to having that relationship." With expressing her slightly sadistic desire, Akeno continued talking until she was interrupted by Rias. "I won't allow it, Akeno, I already decided that I would fight for Issei's love from the moment I met him, so he will be only mine," said Rias decisively looking at her queen with determination. "We'll see, Rias," he said with a calm smile, but his voice held a challenge for her. He then began to eliminate the corpses with the power of destruction. He then summoned his familiar and asked her to clean up the mess in the park. "Well, we're done, now let's take Sona and his entourage straight to the club to wake them up. I hope Issei is right and they think it was just a dream." While this conversation was going on, a trio of people were walking through the streets of Kuoh in silence until a noise caught their attention. It was Issei who had sneezed. "Are you okay, Nisan?" Hikari asked about the sneeze. "Don't worry," the brown-haired boy replied, but he had a bad feeling. "Are you sure, Hyoudou? I see you're worried," commented Yuma, who had already changed his clothes. "It's nothing, but something tells me I'll be used as a prize in a competition," the brunette replied heavily. Suddenly Issei and Hikari stopped in front of a house, implying that they arrived at their home. They entered the house and saw that Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou were in the living room, waiting for their children to arrive. The newcomers entered the room, with the difference that Hikari had an expression of terror, Yuma of doubt and more, since he saw Issei's face which looked serious and cold. "Hikari and Issei, could you tell me what time it is to arrive?" said angrily Mikey Hyoudou. At that both parents noticed Yuma's presence, and more when they knew that he was a fallen angel. "Good evening, Miss," Patriarch Hyoudou said politely, but he was alert to what the girl might do. "Boo boo, good night," the girl answered timidly, hiding behind the brunette's back out of inertia. "If you don't mind, she will stay with us today," Issei said seriously to his parents. "And could you tell me who she is, Issei?" His father asked curiously while his mother was also intrigued. "Well, she's my date," he said bluntly, which surprised the parents as he pointed at the girl behind his back. "And why did you bring her home?" her mother asked a little nervously. "Well, she lives far away and the transport stopped running, so I offered her my bedroom to rest," the brunette commented bluntly. The parents listened well, he offered his room to a girl, this alarmed his mother. "Well, we're leaving," said the brown-haired man, turning around to go upstairs. "Wait, Issei, don't think they'll stay in the same room, right?" said his mother, worried that the fallen angel wants to abuse her little one. "No, I'll just show you my room and go sleep in the guest room," the boy replied. "Let's go," he said to Yuma, who only bowed apologetically and left with the brunette. "Hey, don't you think you were a little cold to your parents?" the girl said to the brown-haired boy. "It's hard to explain, but I won't tell you anything until I know what will happen tomorrow," said the boy, who continued walking to his room. They arrived at the chestnut tree's room, he showed him where he would sleep and told him that as a precaution, he would place a seal on the door to prevent him from escaping or anyone from entering. Thank you, Hyoudou," said the girl with a blush for the attention he offered her. The brown-haired boy just turned around and walked away from her. Before reaching the door and leaving, he said, "Rest," then left his room, placed the seal and went to sleep. At first Rainer didn't believe he put a seal on the other side of the door. She went to it, tried to grab the knob, but noticed she couldn't grab the doorknob. What kind of spell did the brown-haired boy use, she wondered. Then she went to the window to try to open it, and it was the same result. Without further ado, she gave up and decided to rest on the boy's bed. She laid down on his pillow and suddenly began to smell it. So this is her smell. It's very gratifying, the girl thought, and began to touch her crotch to then react to what she was doing. "Wait, Rainer, you are not a perverted girl. Stop doing this," she thought again, but her body, which is why she decided to sleep without the pillow and on the comforter. So all the residents of the house rested. On the other hand, Rias and Akeno had finished cleaning up the remains of the battle and took the Sitri clan to the old academy building. Both of them woke up the student council and wondered what happened. Rias lied by telling them that they had overworked helping them with some club errands, with Sona's authorization and participation, and that's why they fell asleep. For obvious reasons, they believed what Rias said and told her about a crazy dream she had with fights with fallen angels, gnomes and unicorns. The Redeed only laughed at her friend's occurrences, but deep down, she was amazed by the mental power that the boy applied. Everyone left the place to rest. The next day. Classes had passed and most of the students had already retired to their homes or their respective clubs. In the old academy building there was a club that many wanted to enter, but no one could. In that building was the occult club, made up of the Gremory clan who were waiting for their guests to arrive. The first to arrive was the Sekiryuutei, who gave her king the excuse that she was going to see the president of the occult club for an issue related to her brother, so Sona gladly accepted since she knew that the relationship with her brother was bad and maybe with Ria's help it could improve. On the other hand, Yuma Amano was already in the building early since she arrived with Issei before classes started. 20 minutes passed and the chestnut tree still hadn't arrived, which worried those present. Even though he was cold, his sense of responsibility was too great to leave the boys hanging when he himself called the meeting the day before. "It's already taking a long time, Issei, don't you think?" Hikari said with concern as she looked out the window. "Do you want me to go get it, but you?" the albino loli asked while eating a chocolate. "Please, Kaneko, I would feel more at ease if," said the red-haired girl, who suddenly fell silent upon feeling a presence at the door. At that, Issei arrived with his robes on and in his hand a letter with a seal that only one person recognized in the main room. "First of all, I apologize for the delay," said the brown-haired boy while giving a small bow of apology, "but now that we are here, Yuma, please tell us what you are doing in Kuoh." He said this looking at the girl who was sitting in an elegant chair. "Well, let's begin," Rias said, sitting in her club president chair while Akeno finished serving the newcomer some tea. "First of all, my name is Rainer. I am a low-ranking fallen angel, as I only have one pair of wings," said the girl seriously but sincerely in her words. "There are 2 reasons why I'm in that city. The first and most important reason is that in a few days, a nun who was excommunicated by the church and whom I rescued will come to this city through deception," the girl continued. "What do you mean by excommunicated nun?" Hikari said, not understanding the action the church took with one of her followers. "She possesses a very peculiar sacred gear and is that she can heal people with just her hands." At first the church believed that this was a miracle from God because of the event they witnessed when she healed a father who was hurt while helping on a mission in Africa and was wounded by the spear of a village that did not believe in the word of God. But I understand that the church removed her from its ranks for healing a demon, something that was an abomination among the followers of God, Rainer said angrily at the story she began to tell. So you helped her when she needed it most, Akeno said, surprised by the girl's action. Yes, since our leader Azazel-sama is interested in studying the sacred gears that God created, that's why he asked me to watch her, but it was too late. When they gave me the mission, several agents of the church had convinced her to join their mission, and she accepted, commented Rainer, which surprised most of those present except one. But what's wrong with him going with his own? Rias asked, since she found it strange how the fallen angel expressed himself. The bad thing is that those agents were excommunicated by the Vatican and are now working with a cadre-level fallen angel who only wants to see this world his father created burn, the girl replied. And what is the second reason why you are here? Kiba asked somewhat seriously. Suddenly the girl looked into the brown-haired boy's eyes, something that surprised those present. The second reason is you Hyoudou, Issei, the girl answered. Nobody knew why Issei was the second reason why she was in the city. So you were the one following me, said Issei, serious about the situation. That's right, your ability to fight and create all those techniques without the need to use magic was what caught Azazel-sama's attention the most, and he asked us to keep an eye on you, said the girl who was still looking at the brown-haired boy, but suddenly her face began to blush, putting Rias and Hikari on guard. I never thought I would fall in love with my mission, said the girl, as she looked the brown-haired boy in the eyes again. Rias and Hikari began to emanate a rather noticeable aura of jealousy, while Akeno tried to hide it, while the brunette just limited himself to looking away. Wait, Issei, what does Rainer mean by your fighting ability? The brunette said doubtfully. Everyone in the room began to watch Issei to find out his answer. Well, hearing this conversation I know that everything is real. Therefore it is my turn to speak, but let one thing be clear, said the boy who suddenly activated the Sharingan to cause intimidation. If someone talks about this subject with another person who is not present, I will hunt them down, and I will make them forget even who they are. He finished speaking seriously. Play the song to set the atmosphere. Then he began to talk about who he was, what his childhood was like until Drake appeared, and then the lonely life he led after being excluded from every activity the Hyoudou family did. Suddenly, the room began to feel an aura of sadness for the boy's life, and especially for his sister, who cried for how Issei lived his life because of her. Then he spoke about the fateful day when his parents compared him to her and wished they hadn't had him and called him a hindrance. This caused his hatred to grow, which caused his ocular power to activate, and thus his mentor appeared before him. Then he told them about his life as the heir to the Uchiha power and the journey he made to search for the vestiges of his oldest family and how he trained his shinobi techniques. The girls cried for the life that the brown-haired boy suffered, while Kiba felt sad for the brown-haired boy. Suddenly the affected ones all spoke. Issei, forgive me, sniff, forgive my parents and me for how we treated you. We thought we were doing the right thing by not telling you about the supernatural, but sniff, we didn't think that the actions committed and how frustrating the moment of training would affect the relationship between you and us, said Hikari, crying as she regretted everything. At that moment, a glove with a jewel materialized in his hand and began to shine. Hyoudou, Issei, I owe you an apology. Everything that has happened in your life has been my fault, said Drake with a regretful voice. Hikari, what I'm going to tell you I hope you understand and support me, said the brown-haired boy who turned to look at his sister. During my trip I had already thought about leaving home since I thought they would be better off without me being a hindrance, the brunette commented. This caused Hikari's tears to flow even more and she fell to the floor crying over what she heard. But the boy continued speaking, after listening to a conversation between my parents, it made me remember the old times, and this caused a second appearance of my cross in my right eye, that makes me understand a little the pain of others, he continued speaking more calmly. Which is why I decided to stay home for a while and see if what they said was true, maybe we can recover those ties, but they will have to make an effort, so what I just told you, don't tell them, but support them if their actions are real, said the boy calmly. That caused his sister to look up to where he was, without thinking she ran towards him and hugged him with all her strength. Issei, sniff, thank you, please don't leave our lives because if not, I said the girl still crying. Issei just limited himself to reciprocating the hug. End of song. A few minutes passed and the atmosphere had already calmed down. Well, Rainer, now talk about the arrival of the nun, Issei said seriously. She began to talk about how she found out when Asia would arrive before falling prey to the other fallen angel's mind control technique. It was simple, she would show up tomorrow at the abandoned church in the city, while showing him a photo of her with the nun that they took the day Rainer left Asia with, who she thought was her ally. Everyone thought about a way to monitor the city without being conspicuous and alerting the church agents. Familiars could be an option, but they emit demonic energy due to dealing with them and would be detected by the fallen angels. At that, Issei took out his finger and bit it, causing it to bleed. This alarmed the boys because of what he had done. Suddenly, he made several positions with his hands that they didn't understand and he placed his bloody hand on the floor. Imagine in la manga to Issei. Summoning jutsu, said the brown-haired man, and then smoke came out of the place and that a strange silhouette appeared among the smoke. Issei-sama, what do you need from me? The snake said politely. Heb, I need you to look for this girl in the city, showing the photo of Asia, and when you see her, notify me, understood, said the brown-haired man. Understood, Issei-sama, replied the snake and left the place. It was more than obvious that everyone in the room was impressed by what they saw, and even more so because the snake, which is not a family member, had spoken. Issei, what was that? The Redid asked, incredulous at what had happened. He is Heb and he is one of the snakes that I can summon, thanks to the summoning jutsu that I have practiced, the boy answered simply. Very well, we'll wait for him to give me information, said the brown-haired man seriously. But before we go, said Issei, who took out a letter from his robe and it had a seal that Rainer identified. This is for you, finished speaking the brown-haired man and then gave the letter to the angel. She began to read the content and was surprised by what was written. What do you want me to do? Said the girl, not understanding the decision written in the letter. The next day. It was noon and everyone was at lunchtime. As usual, Issei the cold night ate in the shade of the tree near the research club. In that, as usual, Rias approached him to be able to talk more comfortably, causing the annoyance of both boys and girls when they saw that the one Isama wanted to stay with the brown-haired boy. At that moment, near the tree and without the others noticing, the snake that the chestnut tree had summoned appeared. Issei-sama, the girl you asked me to find has already appeared and is heading north from here, commented the snake and indicated the direction the nun took. Thanks, you can go rest now, the brown-haired man replied. Understood, we'll see each other later, Issei-sama, said the snake and then disappeared. Then you'll go for her, the Redid said, curious about what the boy would do. For now I'll keep an eye on her and see what the church agents and the fallen angels in the city are planning, the boy replied, then stood up with Rias. Please be careful, if something happens to you, the girl spoke with sadness and concern in her voice, but it was calmed when she felt the brunette's fingers gently tap her forehead. Don't worry, I'll be back quickly, the brown-haired boy replied and started walking. Just tell the others that I'll be late for the club, Issei said, then walked into the wooded area of the school and went to the designated place. So nice, I'll tell you my feelings towards you, the blushing girl thought while still holding her hand on her forehead. Issei had arrived at the indicated place where the nun would pass, which was a public park. He began to search for the girl without the help of the sharinga, since there were too many people around. It was the scream that was heard near where he was. When looking at the place where the scream came from, he noticed a silhouette lying on the floor, but her panties were visible. The brown-haired boy was surprised by what he saw and subtly said, how nice. He went to where the girl was and helped her up. When he stopped her, she saw the brown-haired boy's eyes, and just like Sasuke had fallen in love with him because of his serious and manly look. Thank you very much for the help, said the girl, embarrassed, with a blush. Don't worry, the brown-haired boy replied as he helped pick up his things. Thank you very much, by the way, my name is Asia Argento, said the blonde girl. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou, Issei. But this meeting between them, the direction of the next events between the fallen angels and the demons that guarded the city began to move. Chapter 6. Asia, fight with a madman and the kidnapping. Kuoh Park. We met at Kuoh Park where the brunette had met Rainer's nun friend in the most unorthodox way possible, since she was lying on the floor with her panties visible. At that, Issei got up and went to help the girl lift her off the floor. Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going, the girl said, embarrassed, as she was helped. Don't worry, Issei said in his same cold way of speaking. Once the girl got back up, she started picking up her things from the floor that had fallen out of her suitcase. The brunette, with no other option, helped her pick up her things. Unintentionally, the boy took her white panties, and without saying anything he just blushed and put said garment in the suitcase without the girl noticing, or she would be embarrassed. Thank you very much, by the way, my name is Asia Argento, said the blonde girl who already had her heavy suitcase in her hand. Nice to meet you, Argento, my name is Hyoudou, Issei, said the brunette with his characteristic stoic gaze of his mentor. So tell me, where are you going? The brunette asked, since his mission was to keep an eye on the girl and know the movements of Rainer's former teammates. Well, they transferred me to the church in the city, but I got lost, and the truth is, I'm barely understanding Japanese, said the girl, saddened by her situation. I think I know which church you're talking about, let me walk you to your destination, said the boy who without thinking took the girl's suitcase. This action made her blush for the action committed. Thank you, Hyoudou, and the girl commented with a blush as she walked to his side. Please call me Issei, I don't really like formality when they call me by my name, said the brown-haired boy as he began to walk. Okay, Issei, and the girl replied with a pure and joyful smile. This was seen by the brown-haired boy and he just continued walking. Before leaving the park, both boys heard a child crying who was near the games. The blonde went directly to where the child was and saw that his knee was hurt. "Don't worry anymore," the girl said in a soft cheerful voice. Rings appeared on her hands. She placed them on the boy's knee and a green light began to shine on the boy's wound, which began to heal and close. The brunette saw this action and he was shocked by the girl's actions. "I see why the fallen angels want to have this power," the boy thought without changing his expression. Once the child's wound was healed, he stopped crying because he no longer felt the pain in his knee, stood up, and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you One-chan," said the boy while still bowing, then he ran off in the direction where his mother was waiting for him. "Tell me Asia, what was that?" said the brunette while looking at her. "This is the blessing God gave me, with this I help people recover," said the girl happily, but sadness was evident in her eyes, as if she were remembering something that had happened. "I understand," said the brunette as he began to walk. He was caught up with a nun and they continued walking towards the church. It took 10 minutes until they reached the church doors. The boy gave the suitcase to the blonde. "Issei-san, thank you for guiding me here," the girl said as she received her suitcase from the boy. "Don't worry," he replied and started walking. "Sorry, Issei-san doesn't like to stop by for a cup of tea as a thank you," said the shy girl as she placed her suitcase behind her. "I don't have time at the moment," said Issei and started walking. This made the girl sad, but suddenly she stopped. "But another day I'll stop by here, maybe we'll go see the city, so you can get to know it," commented the boy and turned to look at the nun. "Hi, I'd love to go out," said the girl happily, who began to enter the interior of the church while Issei walked in the direction of the school. Turning a corner he climbed onto the roof of a house and stealthily entered the church to be able to monitor the movements inside it and listen to the conversations inside. Meanwhile inside the church. "Welcome Argento-san, please go to your room, leave your things and get ready, because tonight we are going out to do God's work," said a person who was wearing a suit with religious details and at his waist he had a sword and pistols. "Understood Fried-san," said the innocent girl who walked inside the church. "The useless nun has arrived, right?" said a person who was wearing a trench coat and a hat. "That's right Donasik, today I'll take her to visit the families who make contracts with the disgusting demons of the city, and I'll kill the people in front of her, little by little I'll make her lose her sanity, and tomorrow at the latest she won't be long in wanting to die, we'll take advantage of it to take away her sacred gear," said the exorcist while sticking out his tongue like crazy. "That's a good plan," commented the person in the trench coat. They began walking towards the basement in silence until one of them spoke. "And tell me how these discomforts are going," said the albino as he looked at his companion. "Well, the spell I used to control their minds still isn't working well, they're resisting, but in a short time, we'll be able to use it to kill the demons in the city and begin Gabriel-sama's plan," said the guy, and that was the last thing that was heard before he entered the basement and stopped hearing the conversation. "I must go immediately with Rias and Rainer to warn them of this plan," Issei thought, and just as he entered he left the place in the direction of the school. Occult Club. We see the occult club members along with Rainer drinking tea while waiting for a person to arrive. At that moment, a knock was heard on the door and Kiba went to open it. Just then the brunette wearing his black robes entered. "Thank you, I'm back," said the brown-haired boy who went in the direction of Rias and the others. "Welcome," said the redhead as she was happy for the boy's return. "Hello Issei, it's good to see you back," Rainer said shyly as she blushed at the boy and went straight to take his hands since she was also happy. This made the redhead angry out of jealousy, but she tried to act as cautiously as possible. "Cough cough, Rainer, I remind you of what we talked about yesterday," said the redhead. Well, the girl just made a face of disgust. This made her remember the conversation from the day before. Flashback. Rainer had finished reading the letter that Issei gave her. She recognized the seal and signature of said letter, which was written by the leader of Grigori Azazel. "How is this possible?" said the fallen angel as he came out of shock. "Hyo," said the girl as she was interrupted by the brown-haired boy. "Please tell me Issei, I don't like formalities very much," the boy commented seriously. "Okay Issei, tell me who gave you the letter," said the girl shocked. "Well, when I was coming, a spear of light fell near me and in it were 2 letters, one was addressed to me, while the other had your name," said the brown-haired boy seriously. "That's why I asked you who Azazel is," said the serious boy as he looked at the fallen angel. "Well, Azazel-sama is our leader, he only wants to study the sacred gear that humans possess, but he is not interested in war," said the girl. Then she looked at Rias Gremory who was in front of her. "Gremory-san, as a fulfillment of my ex-boss's request, I ask to join your entourage," said the girl who bowed to her. This left those present except Issei in shock at what had happened. "Wait, why are you asking me this?" asked the redhead. At that Rainer gives her the letter that Azazel wrote. When she finished reading she understood what had happened. "How is it possible that this is happening?" said the girl. "Well, from what you read, she's now part of your entourage, of course if you accept her. As for me, she asked me to take care of her, since she would be persecuted by Gabriel's followers." he said seriously as he looked at the girl in question. But where will I stay? The girl asked, since her world was about to change in every way. Look, if you agree to be part of my entourage, I'll give you an apartment near where I live and you can live there, although you don't have a choice, right? Said the serious Reed. The girl thought about it, and it's true she had no choice since the letter said, Rainer, from now on you will be part of the Gremory clan as an act of peace between both factions, otherwise you will be classified as a deserter, and you would lose the protection of both sides. Without further ado Rias recited the spell, and using a single pawn piece, she added another companion to her team. Well then I'm in your care, Issei, said Ria's new piece as she hugged his arm. At that the Reed got a tick of jealousy, while the boy, without flinching or giving any expression, let the hug pass. Rainer, we can talk, Rias said with jealousy. At that the girl approached where her new leader was, she apologized since they would talk in secret, and then the black-haired girl shouted. What? That was the last thing he said while the brunette got bored and left the place with his sister. End of flashback. Okay Rias, but you, said the black-haired girl as she walked away from the newly arrived boy. The way she said it left everyone in doubt because of how he addressed her. But you, why did you call Rainer-san that? Kiba asked doubtfully. Well, you see, Kiba, Rainer or Yuma Amano will study with us starting Monday. She will enter your classroom, so I ask you to support her in everything, said the Reed, while receiving a nod of acceptance from the boy. I wanted to be in Issei's classroom, but I'm told that that classroom is for the school's elite class, the girl said disappointedly as she looked at the floor. Well, leaving that aside, I already discovered why the fallen angels are here, and as Rainer said, they are being helped by agents of the church. I recognized him by his attire. It resembles that of a priest, but instead of a cassock, it's a trench coat, said the brown-haired man as he sat down on the armchair. Dear, Issei-kun, Akeno said as she poured him a cup of tea. Thank you very much, Akeno-san, the boy said seriously as he grabbed the cup. The other members took their seats and waited for their high school classmate to appear. 5 minutes passed, and then the last member of the club arrived. Kaneko attended the high school affiliated with the academy, so she arrived quickly to the club. Sorry for being late, but you, said the albino as she entered the classroom. Don't worry, Issei just arrived, said the Reed as she sat in her club president's seat. Well Issei, tell me what you discovered, said the girl as she gave him the floor. Then he began to talk about how he and the nun met, how he applies his power and why he is here, as well as who is involved and who they work for, as well as the plan they had for today, and it was to attack the deer of any of the girls who protect the city. Rainer, a question, when I took you out of the mind control you screamed, damn Gabriel. Why did you scream that? The brown-haired man asked seriously. Well, you see, one day after you accepted my invitation for the date, my companions and I were walking until Gabriel's henchmen captured us and brought us before him. The last thing I remember is that a light blinded me while my companions were sent to another room, the girl said angrily for having fallen for the deserters. Now that you mention it, I'm very worried about them, since I don't know where they are, the girl commented with a sad voice. From what I observed and the conversation those two had, your companions could be inside the church as prisoners, said the brunette with his serious voice. We have to help them, and Asia, those bastards are capable of anything just to gain power and start another war, the girl said with concern as she began to cry. Tell me Ice, what do you suggest? Rias said as she thought about the situation. Apparently they will go hunting for the families that have had a contract either with you or with Sitri Kaicho, so I suggest being alert to any situation they think is dangerous, Issei replied as he finished drinking. It's possible that the nun is with them, and if so we'll take her with us, he commented as he began to stand up. Rias, where will your contracts be today? Asked the brunette as he looked straight at the Reed. Well, today only 3 clients that we already know arrived, for that Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko will go. I still can't send Rainer until she adapts to the Gremory seal, why the question? The Reed commented on her clan's activities while questioning the brown-haired man about it. Could you give me the address of each of them, said the brown-haired boy as Asia walked towards her. Sure, the girl said, then wrote the address for the contracts on a piece of paper. But tell me Ice, what will you do with it? The Gremory questioned. Well, it's simple, he said as he began to walk towards the door. I'll go with Hikari to do everything possible to prevent the Sitri family from intervening in this case, in addition to preparing the guest room, since Asia will stay there until this problem passes, and I will closely monitor their contracts. In case I detect danger I will intervene, so I hope you will cooperate with me. The brown-haired man finished speaking as he hid his body in his robes and left the room. He's very mysterious, Issei-senpai, right? But you, said the albino who was eating a chocolate and had her stoic expression. It's always been like this since I met him in the forest. He may be cold and not express his feelings to others, but whenever he sets his mind to something, he accomplishes it, said the girl, who sighed in love. And that's what you like about him, right? But you? Renara said mockingly. This made the Reti turn red and turn her gaze to the other side, then recompose her one-sama posture. Well, my adorable servants, prepare to go fulfill the contracts that arrived today. Yes, but you, the deer said at the same time. Student council. While Ria's entourage was preparing for their duties, in the new building where the student council was located, they were holding their meeting to maintain order in the academy. Suddenly they heard a knock on the entrance door. At that moment the vice president of the council, a tall girl with long black hair, whose beauty was enhanced by wearing glasses, went to see who the person was who had come to interrupt the meeting. Hyoudou. The girl said, surprised to see the brother of one of her council members. Good afternoon, this is Hikari, said the brunette as he stood outside the room. Tsubaki, who is it? Sona asked with her authoritative voice as she asked. He's Hikari's brother, the girl said seriously. Issei said the girl, surprised that her brother came looking for her. This is the appearance of his sister, sorry for not putting it until now. Tell him to come in, he's welcome, the girl commented in a serious voice. This was heard by the brown-haired man. No thanks, I'm in a hurry, could you tell Hikari to step out for a moment, I need to talk to her, of course if Shitori Kaicho allows me, said the brown-haired boy in his same cold voice. The way he referred to her by her human surname was to not raise suspicions that he already knew who she was, while the other people in the room were surprised that the brother of one of their classmates came to visit them, and even more so being Hikari's brother, since they knew their story. No problem for me, Hikari, you can go out, the girl with glasses and short hair told her, while giving her a supportive smile. Thank you, Kaicho, replied the Hyoudou twin, then she went to the exit and closed the door. Issei, what are you doing here? Said the girl, looking at her brother with a smile. He just looked at her with his stoic gaze, but showed a bit of joy. Let's go to the living room next door. I have to ask you for some things, said the brunette as he walked towards the living room. Upon arriving, Issei told him about what had happened in the afternoon and the plan he had with Rias, then he asked him to prepare the empty room for the new guest and to tell his parents about the girl's arrival. I understand, Isan, but you don't need us to help with this, since the territory also belongs to Kaicho, said the girl worriedly. At that she lowered her head in worry, but didn't want her brother to see her with tears in her eyes. At that she felt someone touch her forehead. When she looked up, she noticed it was Issei. Don't worry, everything will be okay, said the brown-haired boy, while giving her the sign of confidence that Itachi used on his brother. This made the girl relax more. It's okay, just don't take too long, said the girl happily. On impulse, she hugged her brother, and he was a little surprised when he felt that display of affection. At that, she reacted to what he had done and got away from him as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, the girl said, embarrassed, as it was unusual for them to show such affection, something they hadn't shown each other for years. Don't worry, the brunette commented with his cold voice. He turned around and started walking towards the classroom door. Before leaving, he only said, see you later, Hikarina, and left the classroom. Hearing this, she wept with joy at the way he called her, but she chose to stay a few minutes longer so as not to worry her companions. A few minutes passed, and she returned to the council room and sat at her desk when her king arrived. Is everything okay, Hikari? Sona asked, seeing the girl's happy face. Yes, Kaicho, I have no contracts today, so I'm leaving. I have to run some errands that Nai-san asked me to, said the brunette as she left the place. It's good that everything went well, thought Sona, seeing her pawn's joy. Kuoh City. Once the talks were over, Issei went to check on the contracts for Ria's pieces. The first one he went to check on was the handsome boy from school. He noticed that Kiba's contract was to cook for a young lady who, given her attire, looked like an office worker and didn't have time to prepare her food. He activated his Sharingan and began to observe the movements through the windows. He noticed that it wasn't a danger and left the place. Then he went to where the queen of the group would be. When he arrived, he saw how Akeno had a baby in her arms while the parents slept peacefully in the other bedroom. Issei went to the house and opened the window a little near where Akeno was. He knocked on the window so that she could see him and not wake the baby. Everything's fine here, right? Said the brown-haired boy seriously. Yes, Ice-kun, said the girl happily upon seeing him. I'll tell you something, with the three of us here we look like a family. I hope you can help me with it, she said in a flirtatious tone. The serious brown-haired boy just turned around, but his cheek was a little blushed from what they had said. See you, said the brown-haired man and left the place. Yufufu, I see why Rias likes you, you may be cold, but your character makes me want you more, thought Akeno, while she continued holding the baby in her arms. Finally, he went to the address where Kaneko would make the contract, but upon arriving there he felt an atmosphere where death had claimed its own. He looked out the window and only saw a figure with a gun in his hand, motionless as if he had fired the shot. Near the wall were the bodies of the home's residents. Now we wait for the demon of the contract and for Asia to arrive to see this spectacle, said the assassin who was inside. Suddenly the Gremory symbol appeared in the room from which little Kaneko came out. She was surprised to see such a scene. What happened? The girl said, horrified, seeing the blood all over the house. Then, footsteps were heard near her. This is what happens to people who make pacts with the disgusting demons. I only came to purify their souls, said the person who arrived madly. Who are you? Said the girl, who was getting into a battle stance, but she was scared and it was evident when she saw that her legs were shaking. Well, I'll be your executioner, said the albino who took a quick attack position. He shouted madly in Kaneko's direction, but suddenly. Crash. The window broke in front of them, and only the albino who was embedded in the wall was seen. Near Kaneko a shadow appeared. You're fine, right? Said the brown-haired boy who appeared next to the girl. Thank you senpai, commented the albino. That damn hurt, said the albino who was coming out of the rubble of the wall where he fell. Freed-san, what's going on here? A voice that had just arrived was heard. You see Asia-chan, they made a pact with disgusting demons, and our duty is to eliminate all traces, even those of these damned ones, Freed said madly as he pointed at those present. Issei-san, are you bad? The girl said with concern, but seeing the boy's serious look, she noticed that her partner was telling a lie. If Asia-chan is bad for being a human associated with demons, that's disgusting, commented the albino who was cleaning the wound on his cheek. The only bad one here is you, for doing this despicable act in the name of your god, said the brown-haired man as he took out his hand and grabbed his sword that was hidden by his black robes. Come here, I'll wait for you, the brown-haired boy added as he got into a battle stance. Kaneko, when you have the chance, take the girl and go to Rias, he said in a low voice to the Gremory girl next to him. I understand, senpai, the girl replied seriously as she waited for the right moment to intervene. You'll see, damn you. Shouted the albino who ran with his sword in hand in the direction where the boy was. The metals of the swords clashed inside the house. It was clear that both were masters in the art of this, since they did not leave any space or make mistakes when defending themselves. While the fight continued, Kaneko arrived unnoticed at the blonde's side. She was in shock to see that the people she met that day were fighting each other. In that last impact between the swords, the force that both used made them slip from the hands of their owners, and they flew in different directions. The albino did not believe what he saw when he noticed that his sword went to his right and followed its path with his gaze. This moment was taken advantage of by Issei, which hit Freed repeatedly and kicked him that threw him to another wall of the house, and this time he completely went through the wall to reach the patio of this one. Now Kaneko, said the brunette. She took the blonde and the Gremory symbol appeared on her feet, then disappeared together, while the brunette left through the window where he entered, leaving Freed hurt in the courtyard. Who was that bastard? He asked himself. Then he went back into the house to see if here the blonde was there. Noticing that neither of them was inside, he got upset. The damn guy took the girl, he said angrily, as he left the house to look for the whereabouts of both, but noticed that no one was there. He returned to the church and talked about what had happened with his companions. Don't worry, they're smart enough to find the nun, said Donasek, while behind him appeared two girls with a lost look. The cult club. Kaneko and Asia had arrived at the place, while the others observed each other's conditions. At that, Rainer's look was of joy to see her friend safe and sound. Asia. He shouted with joy with tears in his eyes as he ran towards her while hugging her. Rainer-san, the girl said happily upon seeing her traveling companion. At that moment the chestnut tree came in through the window. I'm glad you're okay, Issei said seriously, and Rias went in the direction he was. And how are you, Ice? The redite asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you, the brunette replied when he saw her eyes. I'm glad, Rias said as she looked at him. This made the atmosphere become romantic until a sound brought them out of that situation. Cough, cough, but we know that she likes Issei, she should say it, Rainer said mockingly. This made both of them look away. Ria's face was as red as her hair, while the brown-haired boy just looked away, but a blush was noticeable on his cheeks. But you took the lead, but I won't lose Fufufu, said Akeno with her flirtatious tone. Well, Rias said, resuming her posture. What will we do with her? Rias said while pointing at the nun. Well, I have a plan, said the brown-haired boy and began talking to Ria's group. They were surprised by what the boy proposed. Will it work? Rainer said doubtfully as she was worried for her friend's safety. You'll see, said the brunette seriously. For the moment Asia will come with me to sleep tonight. I have already made the necessary preparations. Tomorrow the plan will be carried out, said the brunette as he prepared to leave. Okay, I'll be under your care, Issei-san, the nun said happily. Okay, Ice, we'll be in touch, Rias said as she took out her cell phone, showing that they would be communicating through that medium. Understood, said the brown-haired boy who left the place with Asia. After 10 minutes they arrived at the Hyoudou residence. The boy's parents were already expecting the girl's visit since they were informed by Hikari. They entered the house where Asia showed up with both of their parents. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Asia said kindly. Don't worry, my son's friends are welcome in this house, she said happily as she looked at the brunette, who only limited himself to looking at their faces while his gaze was fixed on both of them. "Well, I'm going back to my room," said the boy as he stood up from the couch. "Wait, son, you won't be having dinner with us," the boy's father said sadly when he saw him leaving as he had always done for the past year. "Yes, but I have to do some things in my room and food isn't ready yet, right?" "You were busy cleaning the house," Issei said, noticing that everything was clean. This surprised his parents because he noticed that detail. "I'll come down when they tell me to, while I go to my room," said the brown-haired boy and proceeded to go up. In the living room, the inhabitants of the house were surprised except for Asia. "Don't you think he's changed, dear?" Goro said with tears of joy as he watched his son go. "I think so, but we need to work on rebuilding our relationship with him, so we need to support him in every way, my dear," the boy's mother said happily, seeing that there was hope for the resumption of his affection. "Well, let's get everything ready for dinner," Hikari said happily. "Asia, if you want, join us in making dinner so you don't have to be alone," she told the blonde as she saw her look of confusion and sadness. "Sure," the girl answered sadly. After a while everything was ready for dinner. Hikari called her brother at the door to go down to eat but received no answer. She decided to go in and noticed Issei in the lotus position meditating. After a few seconds Issei reacted and went down with his sister. The whole family had a quiet dinner, but for the parents and sister, this was the best moment of their lives after the painful separation that occurred a year ago. The next morning, Issei and Asia were walking through the city while he showed her everything around. They went to the park where they had met until a voice pulled them out of their conversation. "So here you are, Asia," said a man's voice. Upon seeing him, they noticed it was that maniac from yesterday. "Come with me, or else that human will pay the consequences." "I won't let her go with," he didn't finish speaking to the brown-haired boy as Asia stood up from the bench and walked towards the albino. "I'm sorry, Issei-san, but I don't want him to get hurt," commented the girl sadly who stood next to Fried. "Goodbye, boy," said the albino who took Asia's arm and disappeared from the place for a seal. But what he didn't notice is that Asia looked at Issei and gave him a smile, as if something that happened was a success. At that the brown-haired man took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Well, the operation has begun, Rias, you and the others be ready and tell Hikari to take good care of her," said the brunette as he hung up. What must have happened that made the brown-haired boy, instead of worrying about his new friend who had been taken away, become happy? What was the plan they had made the day before and that apparently began with this event? Chapter 7. Fight in the church, the death of an innocent woman. Kuoh Park. We can see Issei who was looking at the place where Asia and the crazy Fred had disappeared, but instead of showing concern he smiled, as if something good had happened. He took out his cell phone and dialed the number he already had saved. "Okay, Rias, the operation has begun, tell the others to get ready, I'll talk to Hikari," said the brown-haired man through the phone and after a few seconds ended the call. "Well, I'll go home to make sure everything is okay," the boy thought as he walked home. Appartamento de Rainer. After a few minutes of walking towards the academy, the boy went straight to some buildings where Ria's new roommate currently lived. When he arrived at the apartment that belonged to his partner Yuma, he knocked on the door and was greeted in the same way he always sees the fallen angel. "Issei-kun, it's good to see you again," said the black-haired girl as she hugged the boy. Issei simply sighed from the heaviness, as it was already customary for her to give him that kind of affection by pressing her breasts against his body. "Yuma, stop doing that and we should get ready," commented the boy who sat in the girl's room. A rather delicate figure came from the kitchen, carrying a cup of tea for the newcomer. "Hey Issei-san, I'm glad you're okay, tell me what you planned, did it work out?" The one who spoke was none other than Asia, who was being cared for by her friend and stayed at her house for protection. "Indeed, Asia, the plan went as expected. I just hope that all this that's coming doesn't get any worse," the boy commented while relaxing in the living room. "Issei, are you sure they won't realize she's not Asia?" said the fallen angel who sat next to the brown-haired boy, worried. "You'll see that's not the case. For now, we have to go to the club and get everything ready," said the brunette as he got up from the living room and finished drinking his tea. On the way to the academy, Issei remembered the conversation from the previous day. Flashback. In the club room everyone had heard Issei's plan which amazed them, but this would have a risk and that was being captured by the enemy. "Tell me Issei, won't all this go wrong, since it implies that one of us is a prisoner of the renegade fallen angels," said a worried Rias having heard the brown-haired man's plan. "Don't worry, I won't expose anyone in your entourage or the girl, the one who will fall with the enemy will be me," said the brunette. Then he gets up from the chair and put his hands in a position that no one knew. "Shadow clone jutsu," Issei said simply. At that a layer of smoke covered him and after a few seconds two brown-haired boys could be seen, one standing next to the other. "With this he can enter the abandoned church and they will believe he is Asia, show them," said the brown-haired man and then spoke to his clone. "Transformation," said the clone that like the previous jutsu a layer of smoke covered it, then disappeared and showed an Asia equal to the original. "Ice, what happened?" asked an incredulous Rias who still hadn't processed what had happened. You see, as Shinobi there are different techniques that unfortunately have almost disappeared, but I have practiced for a long time, and I have mastered several techniques, although this is not my specialty, but that of the idiot, said the brown-haired man who stopped next to his clone in the form of Asia. Then you will use the clone to capture him instead of Asia, right Issei-kun, said the blonde seriously, but without losing that smile that characterizes him. That's right, well I'm leaving with Asia, and tomorrow I'll take her to Rainer's apartment, she'll stay hidden there, and I'll be able to create the clone that will accompany me to the date between her and me, commented the brown-haired man, while making the shadow clone disappear. Wow, that's a great plan, Akeno said, seeing the intelligence the brown-haired boy demonstrated. End of flashback. Once they arrived at the occult club, the entire Gremory entourage was prepared for whatever would happen. Well before we go, Asia I would like to talk to you, said the Redeed with some seriousness. This was noticed by the brown-haired man, since he knew where this conversation was going. Tell me what you need, Gremory-sama, the girl commented with some fear upon hearing the girl's tone of voice. Well, as you can see, the church hasn't sent anyone for you, so I guess you're excommunicated, right? The Redeed said with some tact, not wanting to hurt the girl. That's right, Asia replied with some sadness remembering how she was expelled. Tell me what you think about joining my entourage, the girl said with a smile. I promise that by joining me you will not only gain a new life, but also a family that will take care of you. I don't know, what are you saying Issei-san said the girl with some doubt and then looked at the brown-haired boy who only had a serious but calm look. I don't know, that decision is only yours, the brown-haired man commented. Asia, I say yes. In the short time I've been here, Rias has given me a roof over my head and promised to protect me from any attacks the renegades may make, said Rainer, taking her hands. Besides, we'll be able to be together like the time we met. The only thing missing are the other two girls. It'll be like the first few days. Asia remembered how she met Rainer and truly enjoyed her company before the exorcists arrived and recruited her. Okay, Gremory-sama, I would like to be under your protection and be your servant, said the blonde, who bowed at the request. Thank you for accepting my offer, now you will be part of my family, said the girl taking a bishop piece out of a box. By orders of Rias Gremory, your Asia Argento I order you to be reincarnated as my servant and my family, said the girl in front of the blonde, and that the bishop piece entered the girl's body. When finishing the ritual 2 demon wings came out of Asia's back. Welcome to the family, from now on you can call me One-sama, said the girl happily hugging the blonde. Issei just gave a look of heaviness, while his other pieces smiled in nervousness. I'm sorry Rias-sama, but I couldn't call you that, you are my master and you deserve respect, Asia said all embarrassed. At that Rias went straight to a corner and crouched down with a depressive aura. I couldn't get her to call me sister either, I couldn't with Kaneko or Kiba, she cried in a comical way. Akeno went to pat her on the back, Kaneko and Kiba just looked away, so as not to see their mistress behave like that. Asia and Rainer didn't understand what was happening, while Issei just sighed in heaviness. Well, if you're done with this, we should be ready, said the brunette. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message, receiving a response a few seconds later. Asia, for the moment you will not go with us, remember that you are the target of those useless people, and I do not want to run the risk of something happening to you, that is why I will take you to my house. Hikari is already waiting for you, said the brunette who walked to where the ex-nun was. Understood Issei-san, Asia replied with that smile that characterizes her. Well, from there I'll head to the church. Rias, you and the others will wait for my signal, we might encounter something unpleasant, the brown-haired boy commented. Here, so you can call us at the right time, said the Redeed who recomposed her posture and gave him a summoning paper, after which she kissed him on the cheek. And that said the brown-haired man a little surprised but still with a serious look. It's for good luck, see you Ice, said the Redeed somewhat shyly. Time to go, he said with a slight blush, then left the club with Asia by his side. Hi to residents. It's been 10 minutes since Issei left the club and arrived home with the former nun. They entered the house where Hikari was already waiting for them with a smile that began to characterize her after having obtained Issei's forgiveness. Nai-san, it's good that you're here, said the girl as she served tea to the newcomers. I won't stay, I have to go stop the renegades from the church. The truth is I'm very worried about their presence in the city. He finished drinking his tea and began walking towards the exit when his sister caught up with him. Please be very careful, if you need help don't hesitate to call me, you'll see that I'll come as soon as possible, Hikari commented, worried about what was going to happen in a little while. Issei put on his cape that had characterized him since returning from Sarada's house and looked to where his sister was. Don't worry, I won't be long, saying that he walked towards the door of the house. He thought that his parents were not there so he spoke without any concern, but it was not like that. On the stairs were the boys' parents who heard what each one said, in that they went down to the door of the house and intercepted Issei. Son, wait a moment, we want to talk to you, said the chestnut-haired boy's father who stood in front of him. Issei just looked away so as not to see him with the same cold attitude and stepped aside. "This isn't the right time to talk, I'm in a hurry," the brunette replied in the same cold manner. "Issei, we understand that you are angry with us for having abandoned you during this time, but understand us, we had a reason, and that was." His mother spoke with some crying in her voice. The brown-haired boy heard this and just limited himself to sighing in annoyance. "Look, I don't have time to listen to this, but I'll only tell you this once, and that's it because I hate sharing things," said the brunette who turned to look at his parents. "The relationship I had with you is more than broken. This time I realized that I was not important in your lives, and you showed it to me the day you said that I was just a hindrance," commented the brown-haired man, somewhat angry since those words marked him a lot. His parents began to cry as they remembered that cursed day when annoyance overcame their reason and they said those hurtful words. But Issei continued speaking, "I also heard that you were sorry for that act, so I will only give you one chance to prove it. Just one thing to be clear, I hate that you are bothering me about the reason for my actions. If I needed your help, I will ask you myself, otherwise please do not interfere in my business." The parents had some hope that their relationship with their son would be repaired. "Then I ask you not to worry about what I do anymore. With this I will realize that you have really listened to me, and little by little, I will begin to open up that trust I had with you," said the brown-haired man who was heading to where his parents were. "I'm leaving, I have things to do." Saying this, he gave that characteristic Hitachi trait on his Hyoudou forehead. Upon feeling the brown-haired boy's touch, they swore they had felt some warmth transmitted by the boy's fingers when they touched their forehead. Once this was done, Issei left the house leaving his parents speechless. After a few seconds they began to cry, but out of joy, they knew that the road to the brown-haired boy's forgiveness would be long, but that was not going to stop them both from obtaining it. "Okay, honey, sniff sniff, we must respect our son's decision, and the day he needs our help, we'll be there for him," said the father, who was hugging his wife protectively. "I know, it will hurt a lot, but if I want my son's love back, I must respect his wishes," the brunette commented while she was crying on his chest. At that moment Hikari along with Asia went to the bedrooms on the top floor and noticed that the parents were crying. Asia wanted to know what had happened but was stopped by Issei's twin. "We should leave them alone, if they are like this it means they already spoke to him. Come on Asia, we should prepare dinner, since Nai-san will be hungry as soon as he arrives," said Hikari, who went straight to the kitchen, and behind her was the nun. Abandoned church. On the roof of that church was the chestnut tree watching over the activities of the fallen angels inside. "Wow, this is boring," said an angel who was sitting reading a magazine. "That's true, I don't understand what Fred Sama and Donasik are waiting for to finish off that blonde," said a person in church clothes. "I just hope that when they finish taking away her power they let us play with her body for a while. Taking away the purity of a maiden like that isn't always possible," the angel responded with a bit of madness in his words. "What do you say, let's go to where she is and enjoy the girl's body for a bit before the ritual begins. It'll help show her what she's going to feel after they're done with her," the guy from the church commented. "Yes, let's go," the fallen angel replied with some happiness. "Wow, these guys are crazy, but that will be the right time to make the clone disappear. I don't want to have that kind of experience," the brown-haired man thought with some heaviness and chills in his body. Seeing that those guarding the door were no longer there, he proceeded to enter stealthily. His training with Sasuke to move undetected was bearing fruit. Upon reaching what was the basement of the church, Issei noticed many people gathered in that place, in which the crazy exorcist he fought stood out. Next to him was the fallen angel who supported him, and behind them two girls whose gazes seemed to be empty, a gaze that reminded him of the day he freed Rainer from that mind control. "Okay, bring the nun, it's time to start the show," said Crazy Fred to the two girls behind him. At that the girls moved away from him and went to another room. It took them a few seconds to bring with them the blonde with her clothes all torn and her chest sticking out. Strangely enough Issei just blushed since, even though she wasn't the real one, the clone had copied her exactly. "Okay, let's start with the extraction of the sacred gear from the fool," the fallen one commented. "Put her on the cross and tie her up." The girls obeyed and put the girl in the indicated place. "It's time," thought the brown-haired boy. He cut his finger to bleed it. He put a little blood on the Gremory mark to give notice that it was time. Asia was already tied to the cross and they began the extraction ritual, but the moment they started the clone simply disappeared in front of them. "Damn, it's a trick," Fred shouted since he was the one responsible for bringing the girl. At that moment Issei comes out of his hiding place and begins to kill the renegade angels and exorcists who were in the place, who were no match for the boy as he had his sword, but in an act he did not see a spear of light that was going straight towards the impact on the boy's sword that sent it flying out of his hand. "Good move girl," said Donasik, seeing that the girls under his control helped in the battle. "DSK, I must free them first," thought the brown-haired boy who closed his eyes for a moment. This surprised the others, but it was a good opportunity to finish him off. The others who were guarding the entrance of the church come right now, we must get rid of this pest and go for the real girl, Fred commented madly, but at that moment he was surprised that no one responded. What's happening, damn angels, come help us down here. At that moment one of the exorcists fell down the stairs, completely injured. Fr Fred Sama, we are being attacked by the demons of the city, said the exorcist who fell and then received a kunai to the head from Issei. You talk a lot. Then he turns to see those who were in the room at that moment. Well, let's get this over with. With the Sharingan already active, he ran first with the little blonde loli, who threw several spears of light at him, but he dodged them, and when he was as close as possible to the girl, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Release, the boy shouted as he sent a little chakra into her. Stay here, said the brown-haired boy who leaned her against the wall. What did you do to her? Donasek said angrily when he saw the sleeping girl. I only removed the spell you put on him to control his mind, but with you things will be different, said the boy who removed the cloak that covered him and got into his taijutsu stance. We'll see, you help me with this one, said the fallen angel angrily and called the blue-haired girl who was at his side. Outside the basement of the church we see the Gremory group who were fighting against the lesser angels and rookie exorcists who were there. Damn traitorous bitch, you will die, shouted a fallen angel who went against Rainer, who was fighting against another exorcist. Miserable, how dare you call my family that, disappear, said Rias angrily at how they had addressed her new piece, which launched a ball of energy of destruction against it, eliminating the idiot. Thank you, Rias Sama, Rainer said, grateful for that act. Don't worry, you're my family now, but if you call me One-sama, I'll thank you, said the girl happily as she threw lightning bolts at the other exorcists who were attacking her. I don't think it's possible, you are my leader and you deserve respect, said his new piece. This caused Rias to shed tears of defeat. I couldn't handle her either, he said, crying comically. Damn bitch, put aside your One-sama ways, and Capuig said, an angry fallen angel, but he didn't finish speaking as he was pierced by Kiba's sword. I won't allow them to talk to Butchu like that, the blonde commented angrily at how they spoke to his master. Shorty, stop moving and let me take you to hell, commented a fallen angel who was fighting with little Kaneko. No thanks. With his stoic face he dodged the attacks, then delivered 2 blows that sent him against one of the walls of the place. The Keno finished this, said Rias, who turned to see her queen, who was in the sky with her priestess outfit. At your command, Butchu, Keno replied. At that moment she released a large amount of lightning, which headed towards the enemies, killing them instantly. Well, we're done here, we should go with ice, Rias said with an authoritative voice to her other pieces. Hi Butchu, they all responded and left for the back of the basement. In the basement of the church, Issei's battle was not over yet as he had to dodge the light spears while fighting with a kunai against Fred. I'm bored, said Issei, who at that moment punched the crazy albino in the stomach and went against Donasek and Kalawarn, who stood between them. This is my chance, said the brunette who took the girl by the shoulders, looked her in the eyes and put her in a genjutsu to then disperse it and remove the mental control that the fallen had over her in the same way he did with his partner. At that moment the little blonde who was leaning against the wall was slowly waking up. What happened? Said the girl who was only watching the fight between Issei and the bastards who had captured her. Issei, noticing that the blonde woke up, threw the body of his sleeping friend at her. You take care of this girl, apparently they are important to Rainer, so I won't allow them to die, said the brunette without turning to look at the blonde completely. So that bitch is still alive, I thought the others had killed her, Kakabiel-sama must know this, said Fred, who was angry that a ground corporal was still alive, but it will be fun to see his face when he notices that both girls are dead. Die, said the madman who ran against them. I won't allow it, replied the brown-haired man who kicked Donasek out of the way, at which point he made a handstand from which lightning bolts began to come out. Hidori, said Issei, who went against the albino and was able to eliminate him. At the moment Fred raised his sword to kill Kalawarn, who was unconscious. He didn't see how middle got between them. On the other hand, Issei noticed this and tried to reach the albino and stop him. At the moment that Issei was going to hit the sword, someone was known in the way. It was none other than Donasek, who suddenly received the boy's attack, which pierced his chest, causing Issei's hand to go through it completely, which he took advantage of, and with the strength that remained he hugged the boy so that he would not move. Finish her, the fallen angel shouted, all hurt. Issei could only watch as the albino's sword cut the girl's chest and in a second attack, pierced the blonde's heart. The boy's anger was more than evident as he saw one of his date's friends die. I've already eliminated one, now, the Fred said, but at that moment a spear of light hit him in the hand, releasing his sword. You're a damn guy, said angrily Rainer, who had arrived with the others to the basement. DSK, it's time to retreat, said the albino, already tired from the fight and seeing that the others were arriving. This doesn't end here, I'll come back with reinforcements, he commented and then threw a light bomb, which allowed them to flee the place. Issei, who still had Donasek on his chest, broke free from his embrace and kicked him furiously because he was angry. Middled, please hold on, Rainer said, crying, holding her friend in her arms, but her blood kept flowing. Rainer, it's good that you're okay, said the girl, agonizing over that cut. Everything will be okay, sniff sniff, you'll see, we'll heal you, said Rainer, trying to heal her friend. I don't think so, this sword had holy wah 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 on its blade. I don't think I'll get out of this, please take care of Kakalawarn, said the blonde, who at that moment began to shine and then disappeared into his arms. "No, Middled," screamed the girl, who was comforted by Akeno. "Damn, I failed," said the angry boy. "This is my ass." Issei was going to say this, but received a slap from Rias. "Shut up, Ice, and don't think it was your fault," said the girl, who approached him and hugged him. "I don't want you to think that this is your fault. We are all responsible for this, so I won't let you punish yourself alone, or else you will fall into darkness," commented the girl, crying while hugging the boy. Hearing the word darkness, he remembered Sasuke's advice to find another way to become stronger without falling into darkness and hatred, so he reciprocated Ria's hug and silently cried. After finishing the hug, the boy looked into Ria's eyes and knew that this was the path he had to take to protect his loved ones, and before him was the first one he would defend, then it was Rainer. "Rainer, forgive me for not protecting your friend," said the brunette, who placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, who reciprocated the act by taking his hand. "Issei-kun, I don't want you to think that this is your fault, so for the memory of Middled, let's protect the others from the plans of the damn Gabriel, who is responsible for this madness," said the fallen one while holding a brooch of her friend in her hand. "Okay, let's get out of here, take your friend Rainer and go to the club so she can rest," said Rias, who was sad about what happened that night. All the boys left the church heading to the academy, except for Issei, who was not yet part of the Rias entourage. He said goodbye to his classmates, but before he left, Rias hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. After that act, everyone disappeared from the place, but what they didn't notice was that there was a strange bird watching the events of that night. Elsewhere, we see the silhouette of a person sitting on a sofa, and around it there were 15 female silhouettes surrounding him. You could tell they were girls because of their curves. "Well, my dear, Rias has been having fun, but it's time for me to go get my prize," said the manly silhouette that was sitting. "It's time for me to introduce myself." The fight against the fallen was over, but a new challenge is coming for our boys. Chapter 8. The Phoenix That Didn't Fly. Issei vs Razor. The Cult Club. We started this in the Occult Club at Kuoh Academy, where Issei and company were bringing in an unconscious blue-haired girl after the fight they just had in the abandoned church. At that moment a magic circle appeared in the place, where two figures came out. These were Hikari and Asia, who went to see the newcomers. "Rias-sama, Issei-san, it's good that you've arrived," said the nun happily, but noticed a sad look in the others. "Issei, are you okay?" asked his sister, who saw blood on his clothes and sword, but the brown-haired boy didn't respond. At that, Asia looks to where Rainer and Kalawarn were, but what surprised her was that only the two of them were there. "Rainer-san and Middle-san, where are they?" she asked about their other friend. Hearing that, Issei simply left the place without saying anything. "Issei, wait," said her sister, but was stopped by Rias, who took her by the shoulder. "For now, just leave him alone," Rias said, her voice a bit sad. She turned to look at her pawn. "Rainer, take your friend to your house to rest. Tomorrow I'll talk to her. Let's go home, the rest of us. We've had a very hectic day." "I but you," said her other pieces, while Rainer was sad. "Rias-sama thinks it's a good idea to leave my brother," Hikari commented with concern. "Look at how long I've known him, this will only make him reflect on his actions. It's better for him to be alone and take out his anger on something lifeless than on someone," Rias commented, since she knew that about Issei. "You better go home and rest too." Hikari followed Rias' recommendation and left the place, leaving the club alone. On the other hand, in the Kuoh forest, we see Issei, who was crushing large rocks with Chidori. This is practice. He also did this to get rid of the hatred and frustration of having failed to rescue Rainer's friends. What I didn't notice was that the second cross was present in the left eye. He had to get his discomfort out somehow, so he sought out rogue demons to calm down a bit, where he used ninjutsu as a way to trap them and eliminate them. After an hour of doing all this, he decided to go home. On the other hand, at the Hyoudou house, the twins' parents were waiting for their children to arrive. The first to enter the house was Hikari. She was received by her parents and they asked about Asia since she had left with her. Hikari said that she went home with her friends to sleep with them, then they asked her about her brother, but she said that he wanted to be alone. Apparently something bad had happened. The mother wanted to go look for him because she was worried about the chestnut tree, but was stopped by her husband. "No dear, we must stay here," said her husband as he took her hand. But Mikey was about to speak but was interrupted by her husband. "Remember what he told us, if we want him to be with us we shouldn't bother him, if you want we can wait for him here, so you can be calmer," said Goro, to which she accepted. They stayed in the living room, but the sleep was so great that they fell asleep. The moment Issei arrived home, he just looked at his parents sleeping on the couch. It was obvious that they had waited for him, so he simply took them to his room to rest. "You're a nuisance," Issei said in a low voice, but with a small smile as he placed his mother on her bed. "I go to my room and rest for the next day." The next morning. It was a new day, and that unpleasant event at the church had already passed. Issei went down to the kitchen, had his breakfast and left for school, but before arriving, he went straight to the river to practice chakra control in its entirety, because he noticed that after the third Chidori had lost form. After that he went to school where it was the same every day. He received looks of love and admiration from all the other students at the academy as he passed through the halls. In the afternoon, like every day, he went to Rias' club to hang out. Even though he wasn't a member of her peerage, he liked spending time there. After Kaneko, who was in high school, arrived, Rias started their meeting. "Well guys, with what happened yesterday and after having prayed for Middle to get the rest he deserves, I want to officially introduce you to the newest members of my nobility and family," said the Redeed, somewhat serious but happy. At that moment one of the club doors opened and 3 silhouettes appeared, 2 familiar ones, and one they hadn't recognized because she was passed out. They were Asia, Rainer and Kalwarn. The first 2 were wearing the school uniform, while the blue-haired girl was wearing a formal but somewhat tight suit that made her beautiful figure stand out. "So you also reincarnated her," Issei said when he saw the blue-haired girl. "That's right, she's my second pawn, and I already spoke with Sona to give her a spot as a math teacher," Rias said with a smile. At that, the blue-haired girl approached the brown-haired man who just watched as the girl walked towards him. "Thank you so much for saving us," the girl said, bowing in gratitude. "You don't have to do that, I just kept something. Unfortunately it wasn't a complete promise," said the brunette, but when he said the last thing he looked down. "I know you couldn't save us all, but I know she'll thank you from wherever she is for helping us," said Rainer, who approached her friend and took the brunette's hand. "Issei-san, don't feel guilty about this, please, I don't want you to bear that responsibility," commented Asia, who took the other hand. Issei simply let himself be indulged by this action. "Don't worry, it won't happen, but this just makes it clear to me that I need to be better prepared for whatever comes," the brunette said with his serious expression. After that the boys were drinking the tea that Queen Rias had prepared, but on her desk, a circle appeared where a paper was seen. She read the content and put on a serious and sad look that only the brunette noticed. "Okay guys, it's best if you go rest. There will be no contracts today," Rias said, serious but sad. "Understood Butchu," they all commented and left the place, leaving Rias with Akeno. "It's that damn commitment, right?" Akeno said angrily. "That's right, I was told that he will come tomorrow to confirm the engagement and take me to the underworld," Rias said sadly, wanting to cry. "And what will happen, you won't tell Issei-kun that you love him," Akeno said with some sadness. "I really want to tell him everything I feel for him, but if he doesn't reciprocate and I marry Razor, my life will be a total hell," Rias said, crying. "You know I will always support you in whatever you do as your queen," Akeno commented as she took her hand. "I know, and I'll do whatever it takes to break that engagement so I can be with Ice, the boy who stole my heart," Rias said seriously. What I didn't notice was that the brown-haired boy had heard all that talk and simply left the place. "Wow, I think she really loves me, I'll see what I can do to help her," thought the brown-haired boy, who simply continued walking to the Kuoh forest to continue with his training. House of the Hyoudou. When night came, the brown-haired boy had just taken a bath and was in his shorts and a nightshirt when a circle appeared in his room from which Rias came out with a sad look. "Rias, what are you doing here?" the brunette said, feigning surprise, but she knew something like this could happen. "Issei, I need you to make me yours," said the one who took the brown-haired man's hand and led it directly to her bare chest as she took off her blouse. At that, she began to take off his shirt in desperation, but stopped when she felt a hug from the brunette. "This isn't you, Rias," said the brown-haired boy with a serious but worried voice. "Am I not good enough for you?" the Redeed commented in a sad voice. "It's not that, but if you're going to do this kind of thing, do it with the person you love," the brunette commented as he broke away from the hug. "But, I love you, Issei," the girl replied while crying. The brown-haired boy already knew this and couldn't deny it. She was the only one who, up until now, had been able to keep him away from the darkness that the Uchiha power can cause. He simply took the girl by the chin and kissed her forehead, making the Redeed blush. "Me too, but I don't want your first time to be like this, you understand, besides, we Uchiha are respectful of commitments, so first I'll help you with your problem, and then we'll start with this, okay?" Issei commented while taking Rias by the shoulders. She, even with her breasts bare, settled herself on his chest and snuggled into him. "Thanks Issei, I knew I was right to fall in love with you," commented the girl still on his chest. Suddenly a magic symbol of Lucifer appeared in the room, and the person who came out was a girl with silver hair, a great figure, and a maid outfit. "Rias-sama, how dare you do this kind of thing?" if your family finds out, it would bring shame to the Gremory house by breaking your engagement like this, the woman said with a serious expression. Shut up Grayfia, what I do with my body is my decision, and it's not something my family cares about, Rias commented, besides, this guy is my boyfriend. Boyfriend? The brunette thought with doubt as to when he told her that. Wait Rias, let's solve your problem first, and then we'll see about that issue, Issei said to the redhead, who just pouted cutely. By the way, I haven't introduced myself, my name is Hyoudou Issei, now could you tell me the reason why you're in my room, miss? Excuse me, my name is Grayfia Lucifuge, I am the queen of the Mau Lucifer, servant of the Gremory house, and I come for Rias Sama since she is engaged, and to prevent her from doing something crazy that would shame her family, the silver-haired girl commented seriously. Don't worry, he has shown me that he respects me as a girl, he better I didn't finish speaking since at that moment Hikari along with her parents entered Issei's room upon feeling a powerful but familiar energy. Grayfia-san, it's an honor to have you at home, but what are you doing in our son's room? The father commented with a little doubt upon seeing the Mau's maid. Rias Sama, why are you naked and hugging my brother? Her sister said worriedly, feeling her soul leaving. Sorry for the noise, but I think it's time for everyone to leave my room, don't you think? Issei commented angrily upon seeing so many people in his room. You're right, see you tomorrow at the club, let's go Grayfia Rias said with a smile, but in a quick movement, she gave the brown-haired boy a kiss on the cheek, which he didn't deny. Excuse me, Hyoudou family, said the maid before disappearing from the scene. Sorry for coming into your room like that, Nai-san, said her sister who quickly got her parents out of there. What a pain said Issei and then went to sleep, since he knew that tomorrow would be a long day. The next day. Issei knew that today would be a long day due to the arrival of Ria's fiancé, he wouldn't make a move unless he saw things getting out of control. Class hours passed and all the members of the Gremory clan were in the club room at the request of their king, we see the boy standing, and we're going to ask what was happening. On the other hand, Issei stayed watching the movements inside the building sitting in the tree near the club. PSK, Phoenix was what Kiba said in annoyance upon seeing the Phoenix clan symbol in the room. I haven't been to this horrible human world for a while, but I had to come for you, my dear Rias, said a blonde boy in rebel clothes. What do you want here, Razor? The redhead said, annoyed when she saw him in the living room. Isn't it obvious I'm coming for you to be my hexy fiancé and take you to the underworld for our wedding, the boy said arrogantly. I already told you that I won't marry you, the girl said as she looked into Razor's eyes. That's not for you to decide, my dear. Our parents made this commitment for the benefit of our families, so you should cooperate, or else I'll force you, even if it means eliminating your nobility, Razor said haughtily. I won't allow it, Rias replied angrily. Then that Rias had created a ball with energy of destruction, while Razor also had fire in his hand, ready to attack each other, but they were interrupted by Razor's scream. Ah. He said in pain since his hand where he had his power had a kunai stuck in it, which Rias recognized. Who was the damn guy who did that? Razor shouted angrily as he took her hand. You better not do anything stupid, bastard, a voice was heard in the room. Everyone including Razor was looking for the origin of the voice, at that Raynor turned to look at the ceiling, and her eyes widened when she saw a silhouette there. Everyone turned to see where the fallen angel was looking and they all remained the same. How could she be there without wings? They all wondered. The one on the roof was Issei, but he was standing upside down, while his right hand was extended, as if he had thrown something. Were you miserable? Said Razor angrily, taking out the knife and throwing it at him clumsily, but when he heard the blade hit something he realized it was wood. You better behave, commented Issei who suddenly stood in front of him. Ira the rebel was about to speak but was interrupted by another voice. That's enough, you two, the one who said that was Grayfia who had arrived in the room, Issei-sama, Razor-sama, I'll ask you to behave. If the Mau Queen is present, that means he will intervene in this, right? Razor said angrily when he saw the girl. Quite the contrary, he asked me to come see how this was going, but also to propose to Miss Rias a way to free her from her commitment, the maid commented. And that's it, Rias said hopefully. Well, there are two ways, the first would be a raiding game against Lord Razor Phoenix, and the other would be for someone to fight for his hand, said Grayfia upon seeing Issei, giving him a way to help Rias. Well, if that's the case I choose, Rias was about to speak, but was interrupted by the brunette. If that's the case, Razor Phoenix challenges you to a duel for Rias Gremory's hand, the brown-haired man said decisively with a serious look. And why would I want to fight a simple human that I can defeat immediately? Said the blonde arrogantly. Well, if you win, your wedding will continue and you'll have me as a slave, what do you think? The brown-haired man said seriously. Let's make this more interesting, you're human right, said the blonde with a superior tone, why don't you become a demon and make my miserable fight against you better? Razor had made a mistake by saying this, but Issei better remain silent since he had decided to go with Rias to be part of her entourage, clearly recommended by Sasuke to see the growth of the Uchiha clan. Sounds good to me, and if I win, your engagement is cancelled and Rias will be free to marry whoever she wants, Issei commented, looking straight into Razor's eyes. Let me communicate this to Mao Lucifer and the participating houses if they approve this, said Grayfia, then she withdrew for a few moments, then appeared with a signed paper and with the seals of the Gremory and Phoenix families. The patriarchs of each house accepted this challenge, only young Hyoudou's signature is missing for this to be valid, commented Grayfia, at that Issei simply signed the paper and gave it back to him. Well stupid low class, it's done, Rias, I want to see you in your beautiful wedding dress, but you will only have it on for a short time, since once it's the wedding night you won't leave my room until I say so, Razor said lustfully, making all the girls, even Lucifer's queen, feel disgusted by that statement. As for you, I want you to entertain me in the fight, which will be in 2 days, Razor said before disappearing from the place. Well, young Issei, I'll come for you in 2 days, Grayfia commented before disappearing. The others in the room didn't know what had happened, at any moment Issei would stop being human and fight Razor. Well Rias, let's finish this quickly because I have to go train the new pieces, so I'll reincarnate as a demon, Issei commented seriously looking at the Redeed who also hadn't come out of shock. That's right, said the girl who still hadn't recovered her speech because of what happened. At that she took out several chess pieces, which were her evil pieces, which were 1 rook, 1 knight and 6 pawns, since she had used 2. Are you sure, Issei? After this there will be no turning back, Rias commented with some nerves, hoping that Issei wouldn't retract this. I'm sure, do it, Issei commented decisively. Good, said Rias, then she placed the pawn pieces in front of him to know how many she would use, in the name of the Gremory family, I, Rias Gremory, order you, Hyoudou Issei, to reincarnate as a devil and become part of my entourage and family. Saying this he saw how the 6 pawns were slowly entering Issei's interior, after that a crimson light covered him, Rias approached him and gave the boy a small kiss on his forehead. That was necessary, Issei said a little blushing but looking away. No, the girl replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. Well, I have to go. Please tell Sona that I won't be coming to school for 2 days. I have to train with the pieces inside me. I'll see you later, said the brunette who left the room heading towards his house. While Rias told Sona that Issei wouldn't be coming to school for 2 days, the brunette was at home where he asked his parents to come as soon as possible because he had something to tell them. When they arrived home, the parents thought their son was angry about what had happened yesterday and would leave the house. Okay, this will be quick. I have something to attend to, so I won't be home for 2 days. As I asked, I don't need your help, but I don't want to worry you if I just leave, the brunette said seriously, without opening his eyes. Mrs. Hyoudou was going to say but was interrupted by Issei's father. Okay, thanks for letting us know, and I hope whatever you need to do gets resolved quickly, the father said seriously, but with tears of sadness in his eyes. Thank you, I'll see you in 2 days and give this to Hikari, said the brown-haired man, and then gave them a scroll. Once he gave it to them he left the house in the direction of his training place. Are you sure about this, dear? The chestnut tree's mother said worriedly. Sure, he said to support him and not question him, so this must be the way to go. He also thanked us, he commented seriously but with a smile. That's true, but I wonder what he's gotten himself into. His wife said doubtfully. Thus passed the 2 days where Hikari learned through the scroll that she would have a fight with Razor, but told him not to worry about it, while the brown-haired man practiced 2 jutsu in particular for this fight. The cult club. In the club room we see the Gremory entourage, along with the Sitri entourage along with their kings and Issei's parents. They were invited by the Gremory family to see said event. In front of everyone were Issei and Grayfia. Well young Hyoudou, I hope you are ready, said the queen of Lucifer seriously. Issei just put on his ancestor's cloak, placing the chains on his waist. Let's go, said the boy seriously, as they all disappeared in magic circles. Underworld. In the underworld, to be more exact in the Gremory mansion, all those involved and guests were present. On one side was the Gremory and Sitri family, along with the Hyoudou parents who were worried about the brown-haired boy, while the Gremory and Hikari were not. And on the other side was Razor along with his entourage and family supporting the blonde. In the middle were Mao Lucifer and Mao Seraphil, along with those from the council who would observe the fight. I thought it would be 1 versus 1, Issei said seriously looking at Razor's entire entourage. And so it will be. I just wanted to introduce you to the girls who will make your life hell, while I make Rias mine in front of you, Razor replied with an arrogant and lustful smile when he saw Rias' breasts. At that Issei felt the same energy in one of the girls who were among his entourage, a girl with blonde hair and a drill hairstyle. You are familiar with this, right? Issei said pointing at the girl. More respect, low-class demon. I'm a noble and you have no right to speak to me like that, the girl commented. If you're his sister and they must be his parents, the brunette commented when he saw two blondes approach Razor. Young man, you should give up, my son is superior to you, and he didn't finish speaking since Issei turned around and started walking to where Rias and the others who accompanied him were. Issei, please take care of yourself, Rias said with a worried look as she placed her hands on her chest and looked down so he wouldn't see her tears. Don't worry, said Issei, touching his forehead with his two fingers, I'll be back soon. Saying this, he disappeared in a magic circle that would send him to the center of the battlefield. Pocket dimension. We see Issei and Razor in the middle of the battlefield, which was shaped like a giant chessboard. Issei hadn't taken off Sasuke's cloak, while Razor placed his jacket around his waist so he could fight. Good evening and welcome to the duel between Razor Phoenix and Hyoudou. Issei for the hand of Rias Gremory. This fight will be 1 versus 1, and will end when one of the two cannot continue. Grayfia, the queen of the Mao Lucifer, will be the referee of this match, said the silver-haired girl, while both boys looked at each other head on. Ready to lose, miserable, Razor said arrogantly. Was just the sound Issei made to answer. Start, shouted Lucifer's servant. Razor summoned fire in his hands and threw them directly at where Issei was, in that you can see an object that was hit by the attack. Ahaha, you didn't last me at all, he said arrogantly, but at that moment he flew out of the place. The kick from Issei had hit the blonde in the face, sending him crashing into a tower in the field. But how? Razor said as he stood up, then he saw where the fire had hit, which turned out to be a log already burned by the attack. That fire doesn't compare to mine, Issei commented while making several quick hand positions for everyone watching the battle to see. He placed his hands over his mouth and breathed deeply. Peiton Gakakyu no Jutsu, Issei said. At that moment a large ball of fire came out of his mouth in the direction of the blonde, who barely managed to dodge by summoning his wings of fire. That was you, Razor said as he felt several blades bury themselves in his stomach. With his regeneration he began to heal. It was the first time someone had forced him to use his regeneration technique. In the audience room they watched in amazement the battle between them. Icho is amazing, right? Tsubaki said, seeing the way she hit Razor with a kick. I know, and even more so when summoning fire without using magic circles, Sona commented, surprised to see that fire. It's true, Issei and I erased their memory that day of the attack on Rainer, thought Hikari, seeing the reaction of her mistress and queen. Returning to the Issei ran along the wall while surrounding Razor, who couldn't keep up with his speed. Miserable, Razor said as he threw flames from his hands at the walls in desperation at not being able to hit him. I think I've let you rest, commented Issei, who, boosted by the wall, jumped towards Razor to hit the blonde's face with his fist and then continue with a combination of kicks and punches that didn't let Razor go to Issei's side. Once he finished giving the last blow, he kicked him upwards, took out his sword and threw it quickly through the phoenix's abdomen, causing him to fall on his back with his sword buried. I'd better make sure he doesn't get up, he commented, and again he made a different hand position than the first. While that was happening, Razor's parents couldn't believe that a simple reincarnated person had given that kind of blow to their son. On the other hand, his entourage was worried about their king, seeing the state he was in. While the counselors marveled at the power displayed by a simple reincarnated. If that's what it's like now, imagine when he becomes a high-class demon, one of them commented. Your sister Lucifer Sama obtained a great pawn, another commented while smiling. It will be a great help to the underworld. Back to battle. Well, it's time for you to feel the real power of a bird, Issei commented as he finished making the seals on his hands. Peiton Housenkan no Jutsu, said the brown-haired boy, in that several bird-shaped balls hit Razor, who was still on the floor with Issei's sword buried. Well, I think, said Issei, but jumped to the side when he felt a black fireball from Razor's hands. But what? Razor said tiredly as he removed Issei's sword from his abdomen and began to heal himself with a black-colored fire. In the Phoenix room, the parents were worried about the flames their son was giving off all over his body, so they called the Gremory clan and told them to see them in the room where the Mao were. Already everyone present including Issei and Hikari's parents were with the Mao. Lucifer Sama, you must stop this fight, Razor's father commented with concern. And what is the reason? Asked the Mao Lucifer. My son just broke a Phoenix clan taboo by using those flames, the clan matriarch said. Please explain that. Lord Phoenix, the one who said this, was Ria's father. Vera, those flames have been forbidden in our family since ancient times. These flames change the power of regeneration for one similar to that of the Baal clan, which is that of destruction. If someone dared to summon them, they would be banished from the clan due to the curse they carry, commented Lord Phoenix. What curse? Ria said worriedly. If the boy were to die in those flames, his soul would never find eternal rest and would be condemned to burn for all eternity, Lottie Gremory commented worriedly. No, Issei said his sister worriedly as she tried to go to the battlefield but was held back by her parents. We can't do anything, Goru said with tears in his eyes, while his wife also cried seeing the fate that their son would have. Back to battle. I see that you won't give up, right? At that, Issei closes his eyes and then opens them to show the Sharingan, looking directly at Razor, who in turn, tired and with anger in his gaze, looked the brown-haired man in the eyes. "You can't be those eyes," said Zeoticus impressed when he saw Issei's eyes. "There's no doubt," Ria's mother commented with the same impression. "It's time to end this," Issei said as he got as close to Razor as possible while walking. "I damn you and suffer for all eternity," Razor shouted when he saw that Issei was close enough to avoid his attack. At that moment Razor hit the chestnut tree which sent it straight to the wall of the field. He approached when he saw that the flames had been extinguished, implying that it was already dead. "I told you couldn't win now, Rias. Will it be? No, it can't be," he shouted, seeing the body of the one who had received the impact. "New arrival," he shouted in despair. "Looks like you made a mistake and killed the wrong person," said Issei, who stood next to the blonde while looking at the lifeless body of the blonde. "You're a damn guy, it's your fault that Ravel died," shouted the phoenix as he charged that fire again, and this time he made sure to hit the chestnut, impacting him on the ground. As the flames dissipated, he was horrified to realize he had killed the wrong person again. "New mother," she said in despair as Issei stood in front of his mother's lifeless body. "You failed again," Issei said as he approaches Razor again. In his desperation, he formed a large ball of fire in his hands and threw it at the chestnut tree, impacting against him again. "I finally killed you, that was because new father," Razor shouted again upon seeing his father lifeless while the flames were extinguished. "It's time to end this battle," said Issei as he appeared behind Razor's back, but then he felt an electric shock run through his entire body. Then Issei, who was behind his back, disappeared to appear in front of Razor and had his hand piercing his shoulder. "Tidori" was the only thing he said while keeping his hand on Razor's shoulder. At that the blonde spat out a lot of blood from his mouth and looked into Issei's red eyes. This caused great fear in Razor, who was disappearing thanks to the battlefield system. "The winner is Hyoudou," Issei said, Grayfia in shock, who couldn't believe what had just happened. Issei went for his sword and put it in its sheath before being transported to the observation room where everyone was. "Issei," the Redeed shouted happily as she ran to hug the brown-haired boy, who only opened his cloak and allowed Rias to enter it to receive that affection. "Issei, you're amazing," Cal Warren commented as he watched his new partner's battle. "Wow, you impress me, Issei-kun," said Rias Knight. At that the patriarchs of the Phoenix family went to the chestnut tree somewhat scared. "Tell me with all due respect what you did," Lady Phoenix said, very fearful. "I don't know what you're talking about," the brunette commented as he continued to hug Rias. "Don't play dumb, we all saw them, my son summoned those forbidden flames, but out of nowhere he stopped walking towards you and stood screaming in horror. What did you do?" Lord Phoenix commented angrily and scared. "That was just a simple genjutsu," the brown-haired boy commented unimportantly. "What actually happened in the battle after Razor summoned those black flames?" "Easy, the moment he saw Issei with the Sharingan activated, he fell under his genjutsu. Issei just approached him and did the hand positions to do the Chidori, while Razor screamed in horror, believing he killed his own family." "Well, with this, Razor and Ria's engagement is more than destroyed," said the brown-haired man, looking at the Mayu and the counselors, who nodded at what was said. "Perfect, we better." Issei didn't finish speaking as he felt Ria's warm lips as she offered her first kiss to the boy. He just stood there speechless at this, but didn't deny it and began to reciprocate. "Wow, what a great fiancé our daughter got, don't you think, dear?" Ria's mother commented as she watched that scene. "Pro-fiancé," Issei's parents and sister said in amazement, their hearts breaking at knowing that they would send the boy away. "That's right, the laws of the underworld are clear, if two demons, no matter the class, fight for the hand of an heiress, the winner will become her fiancé and will no longer be able to receive another challenge, unless the person involved wishes it," Zeoticus commented happily, "but I don't think this is the case, you can see a great love that my daughter has for the boy, ha 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 ha." Issei just heard this and saw Rias, who gave him a loving smile. "Thank you, Issei, I promise to love you forever," said the girl while hugging him. "What did I get myself into?" the brown-haired boy thought when he saw his new situation. Issei's mental space. At that moment Sasuke, who returned for a moment without the brown-haired man noticing, looked at this scene. He only had a complicated look and put his hand on his forehead. He turned out just like Naruto, clueless in these types of situations, he said to himself, and then walked back into the depths of Issei's mind until he fully awakened the Sharingan. What is in store for Issei now that he is involved in this world? Chapter 9. A Gift, Love is Born, 18, and Meeting the Bijus. We see our dear and cold brown-haired boy who was in a van with his family and his new fiancée, Rias Gremory. The boy just looked out the window somewhat seriously while observing the landscape of the mountains. Instead, the girl was next to him sleeping on his shoulder and she was being hugged by her boyfriend. You may be wondering, what was their destiny? Well, to find out more about this, it's best if we go back in a couple of weeks. 3 weeks before. The Kuoh members were in the observation room, the match between Issei and Razor had ended, and of course, the engagement between the brown-haired boy and Princess Gremory had already been announced. The brown-haired boy was still in shock over this commitment, while Rias continued to hug him. "Wait a minute, what do you mean I'm Ria's new fiancé?" the brunette commented as he recovered from his shock. "Well, young man, it's simple, you defeated your previous fiancé, and you already have the approval of the council and the Mao Lucifer who is her brother," commented an older Redid. But he was going to reproach the brown-haired boy, but Rias pulled his shoulder. "Issei, don't you like me?" she asked with sadness in her eyes at the thought of being rejected. "It's not that, I really like you a lot, but a commitment is a big deal," said the brunette who was still worried. It was the first time everyone had seen him like that. "I know, from now on we'll be boyfriend and girlfriend, okay," Rias said, more excited to know that the boy did love her. "PFF, okay," the brunette commented, already defeated, "anyway, you're the only one who has brought me out of the darkness." He said this in a low voice, but she heard it, which made her happy, and she hugged and kissed the brunette again. On the other hand, he only accepted the kiss while hugging her by the waist. The others were with different emotions. On one hand, Ria's parents were happy that their daughter found the love of her life and grateful to the brunette for freeing her from the forced engagement that the council had imposed. On the other hand, Sona was still surprised by the boy's fighting style and angry to learn that he was already a member of the Gremory family. Akari simply had a forced smile as she was crying inside, seeing that her brother was leaving her side. Finally, the parents didn't know how to react. Although they were happy about this, they wanted to reproach him for the spontaneous decision, but when they looked at Issei, who only gave them a smile that he rarely showed, they knew that they shouldn't get involved or else they would take him away from him. "Well son, I just have to say congratulations on your engagement, whatever you want to do from now on you know that your mother and I will support you," said the Hyoudou father respectfully to his son. "Thanks, for now I'll continue living in the house," the brunette commented seriously as he looked at his parents. "I understand, this will still be your home no matter what," her mother said with a little joy knowing she wouldn't be leaving, she involuntarily began to cry. "Mother don't worry, I won't leave yet," said the brunette who turned his gaze so that no one would notice that he also wanted to cry from seeing that scene. "Also, I'll come live with you," Rias commented happily, this brought the Hyoudou out of that moment. "Yeah?" Issei's parents and sister shouted while he simply placed his hand on his forehead at her decision. 2 weeks later. Issei's new life began with Rias, who at first had slept in the guest room they had, but after 2 days she began to sneak into the brunette's room and sleep with him. First she wore erotic pajamas, and on the 6th day she was already sleeping naked and hugging her boyfriend. It was the last Friday morning to go to school, and we found ourselves in Issei's room, where he was waking up to go to school. Next to him was Rias sleeping while she hugged him with love. "Thank you for being with me," the brunette said in a low voice as he watched Rias sleep. The boy admitted that if it weren't for her help, he would have already fallen under the Uchiha's curse of hatred. Rias had been the only one since she met him who never left him, even when he chased her while training her jutsus. He only limited himself to kissing her forehead, to which Rias unconsciously smiled when she felt his lips. "Okay Rias, it's time to wake up," the brown-haired boy commented as he touched Rias' cheek. She was slowly waking up and looked where her boyfriend was. When she saw his eyes she just put on a loving smile, took his cheeks and gave him a kiss on the lips. "Good morning my eye," said the Redid happily as she stopped kissing the boy. "Good morning," he didn't finish speaking as she suddenly appeared in his mental space. "Sorry for barging in like that kid, but I need to talk to you quickly," who said this was Harigomo who was behind the boy. "Harigomo-sama, what's wrong?" the boy said upon seeing him. "I was just passing by to give you a mission, do you remember the map of the Bijousa's location?" the wise man commented while the brown-haired man nodded. "Well, I need you to go see that place. At the moment, I can't connect with Ashura's reincarnation, and I felt an energy like the one you have inside you now," the wise man commented seriously. "I understand, maybe a demon has broken into the place," the brunette commented with his characteristic seriousness. "Yes, unfortunately you still haven't awakened the Rinnegan," commented the sage, to which Issei only got a little angry, "which is why I will ask you to go there by any means. It would be easy if Rias had a transportation seal in that place, but I don't think so," the brunette commented while he had his hand on his chin. "I'll have to go like I went to Grandma Sarada's house." "I'll leave it to you, I'll be leaving," said the wise man as he left the place. Already out of Issei's mental space, he began to hear his girlfriend scream. Ice, are you okay?" Rias said as she held the brunette and was on the floor. "What happened?" he asked doubtfully, seeing that he was on her lap and using them as a pillow. "I don't know, you suddenly fell, I managed to catch you so you wouldn't hit your head," the girl commented. "I appreciate it," the brunette said as he stood up and helped Rias stand. Tock tock. It was the sound that was caused by knocking on Issei's room door. Issei, my mom says we should come down for breakfast. The one who said this was her sister, who was on the other side of the door. Let's go, the brunette commented with the seriousness he speaks to his sister after having forgiven her. The boys had dressed in the academy uniform for the last time this semester, as the next day was winter break for Kuoh Academy. Well, guys, as you know, winter break starts tomorrow, and I'd like to know if you all want to take a trip together, the father commented while sipping his tea. I do want to do it, the brunette commented happily while eating her cereal, very excited. On the other hand, the brunette only looked at his sister's expression, but on the other hand he noticed that they didn't pressure him into making the trip. With this he realized that they did listen to him and understood him when he asked for his space. Fine, I'll go too, but I want to choose the place accordingly, the brunette commented with his cold but understandable voice. Okay, son, we'll see each other in the afternoon to find out where you want to go, his father said with a bit of joy in his voice when he saw that his son would go with him. Well, we should go to school. Apparently, Sona wants to tell me something about the group I'm in. In the afternoon, I'll tell you where we'll go, the brunette commented as he got up from his seat to put his dirty dishes in the dishwasher and leave the house. Rias and Hikari caught up with him, and the three of them went straight to school to end the semester. As they walked, Hikari noticed that Issei and Rias were attracting a lot of attention. This was because in the middle of the week the information that they were already a couple had leaked out, which is why the boys from other grades were dying of jealousy for the brunette, while the girls cried that the cold prince already had someone to warm his heart. The classes were light, since it was only the handing out of students' grades, and from there the rest of the afternoon would be free, since there would be no other activities. After receiving his grades, Issei was called to the principal's office to see an issue regarding the group to which Class S belongs. Upon entering the office he saw the principal of the academy, along with Sona, who is the president of the student council. Good afternoon, young Hyoudou, said the director as he stood up from his place and went to greet the brunette. Tell me, sir, am I in trouble? The brunette commented with coldness in his words. No, young man, it's nothing of the sort, but we need to talk to you about a matter that concerns your group, the director told him as he returned to his seat. I hear you, the brunette commented as he sat next to Sona. As you can see, Class S was open to the best results upon entering the academy, but unfortunately you were the only one who managed to obtain the average to leave this group open. Because of this, Class S will be closed, and you will be integrated into normal classes next semester, explained the director the situation of the group to which he belonged. I understand, said the brunette while just crossing his arms, since he didn't care much about this. Okay, the list of new classrooms will be posted when we return from the short break, but don't worry, you'll be in Class A, the principal commented calmly. Okay, anything else? The brunette asked, somewhat annoyed that they only called him for that. No, that's all, the director replied, at which point the brunette just stood up and left the place without saying goodbye. He's very cold, right? No wonder he has that nickname, the director commented to Sona, who just nodded. She knew she had no right to say anything since he wasn't her servant. Issei went straight to the club room, where Rias' nobility, to which he already belonged, was waiting for him. Well guys, as you know winter break is coming up and I have to. Rias was talking to her peerage, but she was interrupted when a circle appeared in the room. In it you can see the symbol of Lucifer, and who came out of there were two people, a herederos and a silver-haired girl. These were Sirzechs and Grayfia who had arrived at the club room. Lucifer saw Maria said as she bowed to him. Mayu-sama said the first pieces as they knelt before him. Sorry Butchu-san, but who is it? Asia asked tenderly while Rainer and Kalwarner also had the doubt. Girls, he is one of the four Mayu who rule the underworld, he is the Mayu Lucifer, Rias said as she stood up and went with the others. Oni-sama, allow me to introduce you to my new pieces and members of my family, they are Asia my bishop, Rainer and Kalwarner, who along with Issei are my pawns, Rias commented while showing her new members. Nice to meet you Mayu-sama, said the three girls as they bowed to the herederos. On the other hand, the chestnut tree simply stood up from its seat, but without bowing. Nice to meet you, please support my sister in everything, the herederos commented while making greeting gestures. Hello Issei-kun, commented the happy herederos who turned to see his brother-in-law and stretched out his hand to greet him. Issei only limited himself to responding and greeting him politely. It's so cold in every sense, well as my sister said, please I'll leave it to you a lot, Sirzechs commented respectfully to him. Excuse me Oni-sama, but what is the reason for your visit? Rias asked upon seeing her brother in the club room. That's true and sorry for the interruption Rias, but I have an announcement to make, her brother commented as he sat in Rias' chair. You see, this year our parents will be busy regarding your engagement with Issei-kun and will not be at home, so they asked me to tell you that this vacation you should not come home and spend it with your dear Issei-kun, Sirzechs explained happily, to which Rias was only happy about that. But I still don't understand why you're here, Rias commented, since her own parents could have told her that. I have to ask Issei-kun something, said the Mayu who turned to look at the brown-haired boy. What do you need? Issei commented seriously. You see, with this engagement and the integration of my sister's new pieces, we wanted to ask you if you could welcome all of my sister's nobility into your home, the Redede commented with a smile. I'll be honest, that house belongs to my parents, and I don't have the right to decide that. If you want to discuss that, discuss it with them today, since we're leaving the city tomorrow, Issei said, looking at the Redede. I understand, so we'll go to your house this afternoon. For now, I'll go to the city and see some things. By the way, Issei-kun, what do you have planned for this vacation? The Redede commented, doubtful of his future brother-in-law's activities. I have to go to the mountains near Fukushima because I have to look for something specific, the brunette commented. This surprised his girlfriend since she thought he would spend his vacation with his family. I thought you would be with your parents, Rias said, intrigued when she saw her boyfriend. That's partly why I'll talk to them about this trip, but that will be in the afternoon, Issei replied as he took out a map he had drawn. I have to do something that belongs to my clan, but I also promise to get closer to them. I've seen that they've listened to me and not interfered in my affairs, and I appreciate it. That's why I decided to travel with them this vacation, Issei commented while pointing something on the map. Well, thanks for telling me this, Issei-kun, see you later at your house, commented the Redede who was leaving the room. Well guys, knowing this the plans will change. My original plan was to take you to the underworld to spend the holidays there, but given this fact, I will give you the freedom to spend the holidays here, commented the Redede a little calmer. Well, if that's the case, I'll spend the holidays with Asia and Kalwarner here, Rainer commented happily. By the way, Issei-kun, can I ask you a favor? Commented the fallen angel. I won't die for you again, the brown-haired man said seriously. This only caused the girl to be in shock, but she didn't remember that since she was under mind control. That's not cool, the black-haired girl said a little angrily, as she didn't want to remember those words that forced her to say, what I want is for us to have a date when you return from your trip, the girl commented bluntly. Oh, I'll think about it, the brown-haired man commented simply. And what will you do? Rias commented to her first pieces. Well, we'll spend it at the club unless they want to have us at Asia's house, Akeno commented with a smile as she looked at the new girls. Of course, Akeno-san, you are more than welcome in our house, said the blonde happily, while the other two were also happy. Well, with this I don't worry anymore, Rias said a little calmer. Wait, what are you going to do? The brunette commented, but he already had an idea of what his girlfriend would answer. It's not obvious, I'll go with you on your trip and it will be our first vacation as a couple, the girl said blushing as she took his hand. Well, if that's all, let's go. I have to talk to my parents to tell them the real plan for this trip, the brunette commented as he stood up. Issei's house. A few hours had passed and after the usual chats at the club, Issei and Rias returned to the chestnut tree's house, where their parents were preparing dinner for the family. We're back, said Rias as she passed by the house. Welcome boys, said the twins' parents. Okasama, I have to tell you something, Rias said as she went with Issei's mother. Tell me, what's wrong? Asked Mikey Hyoudou. Vera, my brother will come to the house tonight since they want to talk to you about some things, Rias commented, hearing that they were surprised that the Mayu came to the house. He is more than welcome in this house, so I must prepare the best banquet for our guest, Issei's mother commented happily. Let me help you with dinner, commented Rias happily who stood next to Issei's mother. Then we'll bring out our best wine for dinner, dear, said the brown-haired father who went for his reserve. I'll be busy in my room then, said Issei who just limited himself to going up to his room. While the family was preparing dinner, Issei took out the map he drew by hand. When he went to Sarada's house and a current map of Japan, he saw what would be the exact location of what the Sage of the Six Paths asked him for. At that, Hikari arrived home happy to know that she would not have to accompany her mistress to the underworld, since she also decided to spend her vacation in the human world. Shortly after, Sirzechs arrived with Grayfia. Dinner was held peacefully at the Hyoudou house, and once dinner was over, Sirzechs explained the same thing he had explained to Issei. The parents listened to this and were happy to accept, but there was just one small problem. Sirzechs-sama, we would gladly accept your request, but as you can see, our house is somewhat small, Issei's father commented. So don't worry, the house of Gremory will take care of the remodeling of your house, and as a thank you we will pay for your vacation, Sirzechs commented with his familiar calm as he placed several brochures on the table. Well, that's kind of you, but we haven't decided where to go, the father said with some hesitation when he saw his son. You asked about my vacation, the brunette said, seeing the brochures on the table. Well, this will make things easier. We'll go to Fukushima for the hot springs. This is for a reason, and it has something to do with me. Could you explain it to us, son? Mai said when he had a doubt. I can't do that because it's a delicate matter. We'll be there for a week, but I'll be gone for 3 days, and then I'll be back, the brunette commented. Well, if it's your decision, we accept it, but which hotel will we go to? The father commented with doubt, knowing that there was more than one hot spring in that place. So don't worry, you'll be going to the Gremory family's hotel, and your stay will be on us as a Christmas gift for you, Sirzechs commented happily as he gave them the brochure for his family's hotel. Great, this will be the best vacation ever, Hikari said, happy to know that her brother would be there with them, not all the time, but he would be there. Thank you very much for accepting our request, and when you return your house will be more than ready, without further ado we leave, commented Ria's brother, who said goodbye to the family and left the place through a magic circle. Present. The Hyoudou family along with Rias had arrived at the hotel where they would spend their winter vacation for a week, while the parents since Issei would go out to fulfill Harigomo's mission. Welcome to our hotel, guests of the masters, said one of the landladies as she welcomed them to the Hot Springs Hotel. Your rooms are more than ready for your arrival. Let me escort you to your rooms, said one of the hotel helpers and guided them to the rooms where they would sleep. The manager guided him through the hotel until he reached what was more than obvious. The section where she took them were the most luxurious rooms in the hotel, and they were already more than distributed. In one room the parents and Hikari would sleep, while in the other room known as Waters of Love was for Issei and Rias. In your room, you'll find a guide to the hot springs at this hotel, but your room already has its own hot spring, so don't worry about using the communal hot springs there, with permission, said a landlady as she left that section of the hotel. Without further ado, they each entered their assigned rooms. The mother would say something, but she remembered that they already sleep together at home, so sleeping alone in the hotel wouldn't be bad, right? The Hyoudou family left their things in the room and agreed on turns to use the hot spring water. Hikari would go in first alone, and then her parents would come in to enjoy a nice bath. On the other hand, Issei only took out some kunai and ninja seals from his travel backpack, since he did not know what he would find in that place where the Sage of the Sixth Path sent him. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a knock at the door, and Rias went to answer it. Excuse me, Rias-sama and young master, what time do you want dinner? Asked a girl who worked at the hotel. Issei, what time do you want dinner? Rias said as she looked at the brown-haired boy. Ask my parents and let us know when it's time for dinner, the brown-haired boy commented as he put his kunai in his bag. Please ask the family next door, we're coming with them, but let's have a good dinner, Rias said calmly. Understood with your permission, Rias-sama, young master, the girl said as she closed the door. Young master? The brown-haired boy asked as he looked at Rias. I'll tell you later, for now I'll sleep a little. The trip left me more than tired, Rias commented as she threw herself onto the bed where she would sleep for the night. So the afternoon passed where Issei prepared everything for his trip, he stored his sword and transformed it into chains as a disguise. Dinner arrived and everyone had dinner in Issei's parents' room. The brunette noticed his parents were more relaxed and his sister was cooler while she was in a summer kimono. Everyone had dinner and enjoyed the food. After that Issei and Rias returned to their room where the brunette began to meditate a little and Rias entered the hot springs to rest her body. Shortly after, they both finished their activities. Issei was heading to the bathroom in the room when suddenly a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. It was Rias who was wearing a yukata after leaving the bath and heading to the room. Issei, are you going to get into the water? Rias asked, but she didn't receive an answer when she saw that Issei just looked blushing at her beautiful body that wasn't well covered by the yukata. Let's go in together, Ice, Rias said as she took his hand and led him into the bathroom. Lemon skipped. The boys were still in the position they had ended in. On one hand, the brunette sat Rias on his legs while he fell on the bed, followed by the girl who fell on him and proceeded to kiss him. Both boys didn't stop kissing until the brunette felt a tear on his face. What's wrong, Rias? Do you regret what we did? The brunette asked while wiping the girl's tears, who wouldn't stop crying, but there was a smile on her face. No Ice, I'm crying because my dream of giving myself over and being one with the person I've been in love with for a year has come true. Ice, I love you with all my heart for seeing me for who I am, your little nuisance, as you told me at the beginning, Rias said as she fell into his chest. Issei just caressed Ria's hair and rested his face on the Retide's head. I love you my little nuisance was what he said as he proceeded to sleep in that room. What they didn't remember was that they weren't alone and the parents just laughed awkwardly while Hikari was already asleep. What surprised them was that the twin didn't hear Ria's tremendous wails. One thing was certain. No matter what happened, they would support their son through everything. The next day Issei and Rias proceeded to change since the brown-haired boy was going to go on his mission and by request or rather plea, Rias asked him to accompany him to which he agreed. Okay Rias, I'll only ask you one thing. You will obey all my orders. If I tell you to be quiet, you won't say anything. If I ask you to run, you run. And if I ask you to let me fight, you'll just do it. Okay, the brown-haired man commented seriously, to which his girlfriend accepted. They both left the room where their parents were still wearing the local yukatas, but their twin was wearing comfortable travel clothes. "So you're leaving now," the father commented, a little worried about his son. "Yes, I'll be back in 3 days, Rias will go with me," the brown-haired boy commented as he put on Sasuke's cloak. "It's okay, just be careful," her mother commented, also worried. "I will." "Well, it's time to," said Issei, who was interrupted by his sister. He already knew what she would say because of the clothes she was wearing. "I'll go with you," Nai-sen said her twin decisively. "BFF, Ria's on the way, tell him what I told you." "Fine, let's go," commented the brown-haired boy, who proceeded to walk to the exit. Behind them were the girls, and even behind them their parents, who stayed at the door of the hotel to watch the boys get lost in the middle of the woods that covered the hotel. The boys began to walk and go deeper into the forest, while Issei took his map and compared it with the current maps so as not to get lost again. Rias and Hikari were talking pleasantly about the next semester, and especially about her brother as her fiancé. Rias told him about how she met him and how she fell in love more and more as she spent time with him. Of course, the brown-haired boy heard this and just gave a small smile, but continued straight ahead. On the way and to eat the chestnut tree, he proceeded to hunt the local animals and arrived at a river to rest and eat something to continue the journey. Hikari watched Issei and Ria's interaction and was truly glad that the brunette had found the person who would never leave him alone. On the other hand, she felt sad for not being that person, but she knew that the path to reaching the brunette's affection would be complicated, and she accepted it. After eating and carrying water for the journey, the boys arrived at a strange cave deep in the forest. "Okay, from here on you'll do what I say, okay," said Issei, who turned to look at the girls. They accepted and proceeded to enter the cave. Issei took a flashlight and activated his Sharingan to detect possible traps or threats along his route. The girls, on the other hand, tried to step where the chestnut tree would pass, since there were many stones around the path, some very sharp, and would cause pain if they fell on them. "Wait," the boy commented, at which his companion stopped walking. At that, Issei took out a kunai and threw it forward. At that, he saw how more kunai came out from different points, causing them to collide with each other. The girls were surprised to see the rain of blades that passed in front of their eyes. Issei took several ninja stars and threw them at different points, which caused the devices that launched said weapons to fall to the ground. "So someone's already come," the brown-haired boy thought as he continued walking ahead, followed by Rias and her twin. They walked for more than 15 minutes, where the chestnut tree removed traps from the place or dodged them so that the girls wouldn't suffer in those places he deactivated, to which at the end of their path and in front of them there was a huge door. "Okay girls, if things get ugly inside, I want you Rias to take Hikari back to the hotel." "Understood," commented the brown-haired boy, who only looked at the door in front of him. He proceeded to make a hand movement and shout release, which caused the door to light up and begin to open. Once they entered, they saw that there was a somewhat enormous room. Even though they were inside the cave, the boys looked closely at the place and noticed that something was not right, since suddenly they began to see shadows between the places. "Ice, what's wrong?" Rias commented when she saw the boy with his Sharingan and just watched the movement of Issei's eyes as if he was chasing something. "Be very careful," said Issei as he drew his sword and got ready to fight with it. Suddenly a voice was heard in the place. "Who are you and what do you want in this place?" was what that voice in that place was saying. "Wait, look at the boy's eyes," commented another voice that was inside that room. "Are you an Uchiha?" a third voice commented. "Let's try it," said another voice from the shadows of the place. Suddenly Issei rushed forward, began to make seals with his hands while looking at a point inside the room. "Peyton, Gakakyu no Jutsu." He threw that jutsu at the wall, and smoke was seen in the room. The brown-haired boy just started looking away and saw a ball of lava head towards him and hit him. Naicha and Hikari shouted as she saw her brother being hit by that attack. Rias just stood in shock at seeing that, and tears began to flow from her eyes as she saw the boy being hit, but both of them just looked in disbelief as there was a burnt wood on the floor. "Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Only the voice of Issei was heard as he came out of the shadows and threw a shuriken. As it went into the air, it simply multiplied and impacted small shadows that were in the room. "Well brat, that's all," another voice was heard in the room. "Understood," said the brunette, who suddenly deactivated his Sharingan and leaned against the wall due to tiredness. "But why is this so easy?" "Well, that's because we wanted to verify that what your eyes show is the real Sharingan, and that's how it was. We noticed it when we saw how close my attack was to hitting you, and just like that you used a substitution jutsu," commented one of the voices from the place. "Also, you never stopped following our movement with your eyes. You still haven't fully activated your Sharingan, but having that reflection is something impressive," exclaimed another voice from there. "Well, with the introductions made, it's best you leave. As you saw, I come in peace and by order of Harigomo. My name is Issei Uchiha, descendant of Sasuke Uchiha and Reincarnation of Indra," the brown-haired man commented seriously as he regained his posture. I understand the old man sent you, it would be best to introduce ourselves. We are the tailed beasts, said a voice he had not heard. Suddenly 8 beasts gathered around him and formed by the number of tails. Issei was worried when he saw that there was not one of them. Omit Kurama in the picture. And the 9-tailed one? Issei said worriedly when he didn't see him among them. Well, a few days ago Kurama left with Ashura's reincarnation, since they needed to be up to date. Like you, he introduced himself as an Uzumaki and said that his ancestor was Naruto's brat, commented the little octopus that was in front of him. Wait, you said one, the brown-haired man commented with a little concern. That's right, it was a girl, commented the little sand raccoon. She, like you, was accompanied by an albino boy and the energy he presented was like that of the girls behind you, commented the blue cat while looking at Rias and Hikari. That surprised the brown-haired boy who tried to think of a person with that characteristic that the cat mentioned. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves. My name is Shukaku, the one-tailed Bijuu, the raccoon commented somewhat stressed. My name is Matatabi, said the little blue cat as he sat down. How about me, tell me Asobu, I speak a kind of turtle with spines on its shell. The wise man of the ways named me Son Goku, so remember that, the little red gorilla proudly told him. My name is Koku, a pleasure, said the white semi-horse. Hello, my name is Seiken, the little slug said in a cheerful voice. Nice to meet you, my name is Jaume, said the small gray and purple larva. And I, as the leader due to the absence of Kurama who is with the Uzumaki, introduce myself. My name is Jayuki, the 8-tailed Bijuu, commented the little octopus. Issei was impressed by the beasts that were in front of him and he remembered in Sasuke's words that seeing them he would be fascinated by their size, but something that seemed strange to him was that they were somewhat small compared to what his grandfather Boruto's book said that described them in another way. I thought they would be bigger, Issei commented. This made the Bijuu a sweat drop. Okay, we'll explain what happened, but first you must be hungry and tired, so it's best if you rest, Jayuki commented. This was the first encounter between Issei and the tailed beasts, but what worried him was knowing who that person who called herself Uzumaki was, especially if she was a girl. Chapter 10. Return home, surprises and a new evil looms. We met the descendant of the Uchiha along with his 2 companions in the cave where the Bijuus lived peacefully. What Issei noticed strange was the size of those beasts. So, why are they that size? I imagined them bigger, said the brown-haired man, seeing that the beasts barely reached an average height. Well, that's because we were literally reborn since we fell into a deep sleep so that our energy wouldn't be detected until the heirs of the Shinobi heroes looked for us, the 8 tails commented seriously. We also know that if we woke up it is because the threat that was the old man's mother is about to return, said Shukaku with a little anger. Sorry, but who are they? The Redid asked, not knowing what they were talking about. I'll explain when we get back to the hotel, said the brunette who looked at her from behind her back. So, you'll stay here, right? Commented Issei, who turned to look at the tailed beasts. Until the time comes for us to appear on the battlefield, it would be best if we did not stay here, Matatabi said in a serious voice. Okay, I understand, I must awaken the Rinnegan before Kagaya awakens again, then we leave, Issei commented seriously. But boy, how would you come here if something bad happens? Asked the 6-tailed beast. Simple, I'll ask my girlfriend to leave a magic transportation seal until I master the Rinnegan, so if I haven't mastered it yet she'll come for you if necessary, the brunette replied, then turned to look at his girlfriend who took his hand. I'm entrusting you with this responsibility. Don't let me down, he said, looking her in the eye. She saw that he was giving her his complete trust, and she nodded. Of course, I swear by the love I have for you that I will not fail you, said the girl, before giving him a kiss on the lips. Well, we'll trust her. By the way, I've noticed that you haven't awakened your full Uchiha power yet, the octopus said again. What do you mean? The brunette asked seriously. You will see in Uchiha, besides having the Sharingan, his hair is black, commented the octopus. This caught his sister's attention. Excuse me, but what does that mean? The brunette asked curiously. And, are you? The 3-tailed one asked him. Sorry, I'm his sister, my name is Hikari Hyoudou, Issei's twin introduced herself politely. Well, generally speaking, he would no longer be your blood brother, since I don't feel the Uchiha lineage in you, the 3 tails replied. Seriously, said the girl, happily knowing that he would not be her blood brother. This surprised everyone and more Issei, who looked at her with doubt. I say, how bad, but I still will not stop loving you, my Oni-chan, he said to go hug the brown-haired boy, who was surprised by said hug because it seemed like more than a couple when he felt that she hugged him by the neck. Rias just smiled, but she knew this meant danger for her. Well, we should go. I just hope to quickly awaken the full Uchiha power to control and activate the Rinnegan, Issei said, separating himself from his sister's embrace. I'll see you later. Rias, set the circle and then take us to the hotel. Understood, dear, the girl said, blushing at how he said it. After that she placed a transportation seal on the cave and then performed the spell to disappear from the place. Things are going to get interesting. Well, Shukaku places a seal on the cave door. No one else should enter here, the Eight Tails commented, to which the others nodded. Hotel. Once they returned to the hotel, her parents weren't in the room, so Hikari went straight to the hot springs and made the most of the afternoon. Instead, Issei and Rias went to their room to rest. Both entered the hot springs, but due to the same tiredness, they only limited themselves to giving each other affection in the hot spring and then ended up in bed asleep. After that day, the last two, Issei left first with his entire family to visit the Fukushima region. Although he was still distant with his parents, they were grateful that the brown-haired boy accompanied them. Knowing this, they knew that the path to his forgiveness would be somewhat complicated, but he was still present. The last day before leaving, he had a date alone with Rias. They toured the entire tourist area near the hotel, eating the district's typical food, enjoying their time alone while watching the sunset set behind the mountains, and ending with a long soak in their private hot spring, where they closed the night making love again. At the end of their vacation, Kuoh returned to spend the new year at home. They had already planned the arrangements for the main living room, since they assumed that it would only be an increase in the number of rooms in their home. Thus the return trip passed, but Issei, seeing the city of Kuoh from the entrance of the mountain, noticed something that caught his attention. "Since when is that huge building in the complex where we live?" he asked in a low voice. This caught the attention of his parents and sister, who saw that building, while Rias already got an idea and just hid behind it. As they advanced, they noticed that the building was in the direction of their house. Already in front of that building was Rias' nobility, along with her parents and brother, with a smile at the entrance. "Wait, this is a mansion," Hikari said in surprise. Getting out of the car, Rias' brother walked in front of them and started talking. "Do you like it? This is the new Hyoudou residence. This is of course a gift from my parents to Issei and Rias for starting their engagement," said the red-haired Mayu with a smile. The brown-haired boy just put on a stoic face when he saw that it was a gift. He was going to comment about the engagement, but he remembered that he had already done it with Rias, so he just sighed in heaviness. "Happy engagement, my love," said the redhead sadly, who simply hid in his chest. "As you can see, the girls in Rias' entourage will also be living with you, except for Kiba-kun. He will live a few blocks away so he can be at your service as quickly as possible," the redhead commented calmly. "Well, family, it's better if we go inside," Issei's father commented with a smile at the gift he had been given. Upon entering, the newcomers were given a tour of the house and how the rooms would be laid out. The house was 6 floors. On the ground floor were the living room, dining room, kitchen, a library and Japanese-style rooms. On the first floor were Issei's and Rias' rooms, which were connected by a door. Next to that was an empty room. My parents' and sisters' rooms were on the second floor. On the third floor were Akeno's and Kaneko's rooms. On the other hand, Rainer, Kalwerner and Asia decided to share a room on that same floor. According to them, they did not feel comfortable sleeping in a large room alone. On the 4th and 5th floors there were empty rooms, this as a precaution in case more people joined Rias' nobility. It is worth mentioning that each room had its own bathroom. Finally, on the roof there was an outdoor garden, being spacious enough to put other things in it. But that wasn't all. The mansion had 3 underground floors. On the first level there is a spacious training room, a movie theater and a large covered bathtub where hot spring water sprang from a dragon head. The second floor had an indoor pool. It was somewhat rare to see it there. Finally, on the third level there were 2 rooms. One was a warehouse and a room that said the word Issei's personal use. This clearly caught the brown-haired man's attention. "Excuse me, Sirzechs-sama, but what's in that room?" the brown-haired man commented with intrigue. "Well, Issei, this room is equipped for your training according to my sister's words," said the serene Mayu and proceeded to open it. Inside, there was a small forest with large rocks and a small pond, as well as many targets placed in different spots. Upon seeing the place, the brown-haired boy was impressed by the gift. He simply held Ria's hand and gave her a small smile. "The truth is that this place is somewhat strange, but at my sister's request we put it there. Also those rocks you see there, once they break they regenerate again. I don't know why you need them, Issei-kun, but well, this room is yours," commented the redhead and then closed the door. The parents were more than impressed by that room, but the question was why their son needed something like that. Once they finished touring the house, they went up to the main floor in the elevator that connects to all the floors of the home to see that in the dining room there was a banquet ready for their welcome. Thus passed a short time where the Hyoudou began their new life with their tenants. 1 week later. It was a new day, and a new semester at Kuoh Academy was about to begin. The residents of the Hyoudou house began to get up. Their parents were already in the kitchen preparing breakfast for everyone, helped by their daughter who got up early because she had to be at the academy first thing in the morning and greet the students as part of the student council. Asia, Rainer already in their uniforms along with a Kalwerner who was wearing a somewhat tight suit to teach her classes, Akeno and Kaneko, she in her high school uniform, were setting the dishes for breakfast and Kiba had already arrived to have breakfast with them. But there were two people who still hadn't gotten up, these were Rias and Issei who were just waking up after a tremendous night they had. "Good morning my eye," said the Redeed who woke up to feel a kiss on her forehead. "Well, you're up my Rias, it's time to go to school," said the brown-haired boy who was still hugging her. "Okay, but we should take a shower first. How about we save the water and take a shower together?" the Redeed commented flirtatiously. "Okay, but it'll be a quick bath, we're already late and we have to get to the academy, remember that we have to see the arrangement of the classrooms because of the disappearance of Group S," said the brown-haired boy as he stood up and removed the thin sheet that covered him in bed. "Okay, we should go," said the Redeed with a pout since she wanted to take advantage of the bathroom, but it wouldn't be possible. Once everyone was at the breakfast table, they proceeded to eat their food calmly, except for the chestnut that she rushed when she saw that she was running late since Sona had called her to see the preparations for the start of classes and to post the notices of how each classroom is set up. The parents ate happily since it had been a long time since they had had breakfast with their son, regardless of the others being there. At that moment Issei's father began to speak. "And tell me, son, what will happen to your classroom?" he asked the brunette, curious if he would still be in class S. "From what I know, my class was eliminated," said the brunette who suddenly finished his breakfast and got up from the table. "I'm sorry, but it's time to go. We have to see which classrooms I'm not playing in, and there will be a lot of people gathered at the blackboards." The others, although surprised by how he got up, followed him because he was right. "I'll see you later, have a nice day," said the brunette before leaving, but what both parents noticed was that his way of saying things was now neutral, not cold or affectionate, but neutral, which gave them one thing to understand. "Darling, it seems we're on the right track," said his mother with a smile and a tear. "I think so, dear, we should continue supporting him," her father commented, so that he wanted to cry, but he held back his tears. The boys on their way to the academy were the center of attention, especially a brunette who was holding hands with a Redeed, the others noticed this. "We can't be Rias-sama," took the ice prince at a girl dramatically. "It's not possible that Redeed took our prince, I thought she already had Sir Hyoudou," said another girl who shared class with the brunette. All the men were burning with jealousy. "Emo took one Sama from school," a bold boy commented angrily. "And that's not all, he's surrounded by all the hotties at school, and that includes the new teacher," the boy with glasses commented. "Shut up you damn pervert, he earned that right by being the prince," said Murayama, who happened to hear what he said. "That's true, I just hope it's my class," commented her friend Caddis with a blush, since everyone at school already knew about the closure of Group S. "You'll see that it will be in our classroom," said another girl who joined the conversation. I don't think so. I'd say he'll be in class A, and only the people with the best GPAs are in that class. Too bad the perverts won't see how great he is in class. It said he helps his less clever classmates," said a girl with glasses who was adjusting hers. Of course, she only said this to annoy the perverts. Upon arriving at the academy, the boys went straight to the board where they looked up their names. They were pleased to find that everyone was in the same class, except for their sister, who was in class B, next to Sona's nobility. This, of course, seemed odd to the brunette, but a girl with glasses, who he knew, approached. "How are you, Hyoudou-san?" said the girl with glasses who was Sona. "Hey Kaicho, tell me what you need," the brown-haired boy commented seriously. "I'd like to have a chat with you this afternoon in the council chamber," the girl said seriously, but calmly. "And I can tell you what he needs from me," the brown-haired man commented. "Well, it's a somewhat delicate subject that can't be discussed in front of the students, you understand," Sona said, just as she began to speak. "Okay, I'll talk to you this afternoon," said the brunette who left and then went with the other girls to his classroom. Upon arriving at classroom A, Issei was simply the center of attention as both the girls shouted with joy that he was in their classroom and the men cursed his name. This of course gave little importance to the boy, who was taken out of his thoughts when he heard two voices. "Hyoudou-sama, I'm glad we're in the same group," Kata said happily as she took his hand. "Sama? Wait, you're Hikari's friends, right?" the brown-haired boy said, intrigued. "That's right Hyoudou-sama, Hikari is our friend, my name is Kaori Murayama, and this is my friend Yui Caddis, we hope to get along with you, just like we did with your sister," said the brunette with pigtails happily. Sure," he said a little uncomfortably. "Come on Issei, we should take a seat," said Rainer, who took him by the hand that was holding the chestnut and led him so that everyone could take places close and together. "Right, let's go Issei-san, it's nice to have classes with you," said the blonde ex-nun, who was holding the other hand happily. Kiba just laughed at his classmates' behavior while asking for forgiveness for seeing that act. Class time passed, and it was easy. Kalwerner introduced herself as Issei's new homeroom teacher, and the other teachers introduced themselves to their new group. Lunch was peaceful at the club, as the kids ate what Issei's parents had prepared for him. However, as strange as it seemed, he began to tear up as he ate his lunch at the taste of familiar food. Once the school day was over, the others went to their clubs or their homes if they didn't have any, but Issei went straight to the student council. "I'll see you in a while, tell Rias that I'm going to see Sona, since she wants to talk to me about something," he said to Rainer, who nodded and without anyone seeing her gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Okay, but remember our date," said the girl happily as she ran off to the club. The brunette was wondering if it was the right thing to do to have more than one girlfriend, but he was going to make this clear either with Herederos or Sasuke. Upon arriving at the hall, he knocked on the door asking for permission to enter, and on the other side of the door, he was granted access since the vice president opened the door for him to enter. "Excuse me," said the brunette who entered to see Sona in front of a chessboard, and in her hand, she had a book she was reading. "Oh, Hyoudou-san, it's good that you came, please have a seat," commented Sona, who got up from her seat to greet him. "Well, tell me, what do you need to know?" said the brown-haired man seriously. "First of all, I apologize for how I treated you previously in your relationship with Rias, but you see, I knew about your relationship with your parents since your sister asked me to look for you a year ago," said Sona, a little calmer, but the sadness in her voice was noticeable. "Also, excuse me for getting into that matter." "Don't worry, Kaicho. At that moment, I didn't want to know anything about my family, and I'd tell you that I didn't care if they came looking for me. But, well, now I'm trying to fix things. Is that all?" the brunette commented seriously. "No, the truth is that since I saw your fight with Razor, I noticed something in your eyes, they were red, and I started to investigate in my family's books," said Sona, who took a cup of tea that a queen brought her. "Where are you going with this?" the brunette asked seriously. "You see, I investigated that my family helped some people who shared your same eyes, and that's why they were punished by the old king Lucifer, but with the reign of Rias' brother, they lifted that punishment to my family. From what I read is that those people were exceptional warriors, and that's why they kind of made an alliance with me," said the girl with glasses seriously. "But you want me to leave Rias and her group?" the brunette commented a little angrily. "No, I just want you to help me if I have any problems," the girl with glasses commented. "Don't take it the wrong way, but you already have Hikari as the Sekiryuutei," commented the brown-haired man who drank the tea that Tsubaki gave him. "I know you think it's a chess match. If I beat you, we'll make that alliance, and if you beat me, I'll leave you alone," said the girl, who took her chess pieces out of a strange box. "Okay, that sounds good to me," the brunette commented seriously. "I'll choose the black ones." As soon as they arranged the pieces they started their game. As time passed on the board, it was seen that Sona had the advantage by having more pieces, but there was something that she did not like, and that is that with each move that forced her to protect her king, she was increasingly cornered. The critical point for the girl was when she noticed that the king was in the corner of the board and two of her pawns prevented her from moving forward. Issei simply took his rook that he never played during the game and took it to the other side of the board, enclosing the king and his pawns, being accomplices to the girl's defeat. "Well, this is checkmate," commented the brown-haired man, as he said that the pieces shone a faint blue color, but he didn't give it importance. "I hope you keep your word of not bothering me with the alliance issue. I will only help in case Hikari can't." Saying this, he left the room leaving Sona with a blush on her cheeks. Tsubaki was with a surprised look to see the defeat of her king in chess, and more because it was the boy. "Sona-sama, will you tell your parents?" her queen said worriedly. "No need, the pieces I used were the ones that gave me the advice for my engagement. I never thought he would defeat me," Sona commented, blushing. "Will you tell Rias-sama?" asked Tsubaki. "It's better to go now before my parents arrive," the girl commented as she stood up from her chair. Suddenly, the council girls arrived and were chatting happily. "Girls, there will be no contracts today. You can go." "We'll go to Rias' club," the girl commented seriously. "Understood, Kaicho," they all commented. Hikari was only worried that something or the topic she would talk about with Rias would be about her brother. At the club Issei had arrived, who was received by Rainer who gave him a hug. This of course made Asia jealous who just pouted, while Rias was sitting in her chair reading some documents from her clan and the contract she had for today. "Well, my dear servants, today the only ones who have contracts are Asia, Rainer and Kiba, the others can go home or stay a while," commented Rias, who stopped looking at the contracts that arrived. "Issei, tomorrow you have to go with your new client." "Understood, well if there's nothing else." He was about to leave, but suddenly he heard a knock on the door and Kiba went to open it, letting Sona in with his queen. "Rias, I need to talk to you about something in private," Sona commented as seriously as possible, but suddenly she looked at the boy who defeated her and just turned her face away with a blush. "Okay everyone, you can go back to fulfill your contract or go home, Ice. Could you wait for me?" Rias commented cheerfully, and more so the last thing. In fact Rias, Hyoudou must be present at this talk, commented the girl, a little calmer but blushing, the girl with glasses. It's okay, he'll stay, Rias said, a little worried about that blush. Already in the room was Rias in her chair, next to her standing Akeno as her queen, on the armchairs was Sona, and behind her Tsubaki standing, and on the other armchair, the brunette with a serious face and his eyes closed. Okay Sona, tell me what you need, Rias commented seriously. You see Rias, what happened is that he didn't finish speaking since a magic circle was formed in the room. When they saw it, they saw that it was Rias' brother, who was accompanied by his mate and 3 other people that the brown-haired man didn't recognize. Sorry for interrupting Rias-tan, but Sona's parents are here looking for their daughter to talk to her and Issei-kun, her brother commented with a bit of seriousness, but inside he was dying of laughter at the situation that would arise at this moment. And, may I know why with Issei? Asked Aridid. That was what I wanted to talk to you about, Rias, and that is that Hyoudou-kun beat me in chess today, the girl said seriously, but blushing. Is it true, Issei? The girl asked doubtfully with crystalline eyes. Please tell us, young man, commented a person with black hair who did not appear to be more than 30 years old. So, who are you? The boy asked seriously when he saw that someone was speaking to him. Excuse my manners, my name is Andrew Sitri, the father of Sona and Seraphil Sitri, and this is my wife Hemlock Sitri. We are the patriarchs of the Sitri clan, commented the black-haired man, whose smile was cold towards the boy. It was a pleasure to meet you, young man, said Sona's mother. Well, as for that, today I played a game with his daughter to establish an alliance with her, but she lost and we agreed to make peace, the brunette commented as he sat down. Ice, you know what you just did, Rias said worriedly. Well, I just beat him at chess so he'd leave me alone, the brown-haired man commented. Well, he just confirmed it. Congratulations, daughter. Your engagement will be to this young man. I'm glad it's him, her mother commented with a sincere smile. Wait a minute, like Sona's fiancé Issei said a little angrily as he got up from his seat. Well, you see, Issei-kun, unlike Rias-tan, who the council promised to raise her, the Sitri clan gave her the opportunity to have her fiancé chosen by a game of chess, in which the man who defeats her will be her fiancé, Sirzechs commented calmly. But how do they know I beat her? Asked a brunette, who began to feel uneasy until he remembered something after the game. Wait, those were the pieces you took out of that box, right? I never really thought you would beat me at chess, and that's why I used them thinking I would win easily, but I see that I was wrong, said Sona, a little blushing. Wait a minute, Ice already has me as her fiancé, what would the council say? They wouldn't be thinking of cancelling my engagement, would they? Rias commented, angry at what was happening and thinking that they would take her away from Ice. Don't worry Rias-chan, in fact, the council approved that Issei-chan have the 2 as fiancés, so I will ask you Issei-chan to take care of my So-tan, said happily the person who came in casual clothes, which was a green dress with formal black. Issei-chan? Who are you to tell me that? The boy commented a little annoyed at what was happening. Well, I am So-tan Seraphil Sitri's sister, nice to meet you Issei-chan. The girl said happily as she took his hand. PFF, there's nothing to do right Sirzechs Issei said annoyed. I'm sorry Issei-kun, but well, I don't think Sona-chan dislikes you, since she's been looking at you with a blush for a while, said the Mayu with a mocking smile. I had already noticed commented the brown-haired boy, this left the Sitri with a bigger blush and Rias with annoyance, because she didn't think she would share Issei with anyone other than Rainer or her nobility. Well one more thing, from today Sona and Tsubaki will live in your house, this is because they live together, commented Rias' brother, this of course bothered the boy, but when he saw that Sona gave him a sincere smile he let it go. Okay, but first I must get to know Sona well to accept her as my fiancé, said the boy who stood up and walked to the center of the room. We must go to the house and inform my parents that there will be new tenants. Following what he said, everyone followed him and disappeared from the place, leaving the club room completely empty. Upon arriving at the chestnut tree's home, he began to talk to his parents about how Sona would be living with them from that moment on, since she was also his fiancé. The parents understood and were happy because they knew Sona's family well when they went to the underworld. On the other hand, the girls in the residence had different reactions. Hikari fainted upon learning that her master would be her new sister-in-law, Rainer, and Asia stiffened at the announcement. Kaneko and Akeno had a complicated smile, and Kalwerner just became serious, but her auras of jealousy could be felt around her. Already at night and after the tremendous day that the chestnut lived, he began to meditate to contact Hiragomo who succeeded. Tell me, boy, what's wrong, said the sage of the 6 paths as he floated in front of him. Just to let you know that I already have a connection with the tailed beasts and that Kurama is already with the descendant of the idiot, commented the brown-haired boy, but his face showed some dissatisfaction. Is something wrong, kid? The old man commented. Well, you see, I just got engaged to someone else and well, as a shinobi, I don't see it well. Tell me what you recommend, the brown-haired boy commented, since he was really inexperienced in that area. Well, if that happens, I'll ask you to take advantage of it to restore your clan, said the wise man as he closed his eyes. Do you think it's the right thing to do? The brunette asked seriously. Well, it will serve to make the knowledge of the Nishu emerge again in these times. Also remember to always have a purpose to fight for. As Naruto did, he fought for his loved ones, and from what I see someone managed to prevent you from falling into the Indra curse, or as you know it, the Uchiha curse of hatred, replied the old man who showed an image of Naruto with his loved ones behind him. Okay, I'll take it into account, but I'll also talk to Sasuke-san when I see him. I'm leaving. Saying this, he began to walk, turning his back on the wise man who disappeared from the place. After that event and the talk he had with Harigomo, Issei and the others began their routine life, going to the academy in the morning, fulfilling their contracts in the afternoon, and at night, Issei practiced Chidori downstairs in his private room and began to activate the Sharingan to perfect his shuriken throws. 1 week later. It was breakfast time at the Hyoudou family's house. Everyone was already sitting at the table enjoying what Issei's mother had prepared. The boys were calm when Rias suddenly spoke. Excuse me, Akasa, but could you let us have the club meeting today in the library? The girl commented with a smile. Sure, remember this is your house too, Issei's mother said. Why is Butchu here today? Asia asked while tilting her head. You see, today is the day for general cleaning of the building, and therefore we won't be able to hold our meeting, the girl commented while sipping her tea. I see that date has arrived, right? Sona commented while spreading jam on a piece of bread. It's a bit tedious, but oh well, thanks for the permission, the redhead commented. Well, it's time to go, commented Issei who finished his breakfast and took his treats to the kitchen. Wait for us Oni-chan, commented Hikari who was putting on her school vest. Upon arriving at school, as always, they looked at the brunette in a bad way since he arrived not only with the beautiful girls of the academy, but it was also rumored that he won the affection of the student council president, something that one boy in particular took badly. Suddenly Issei stood in the middle of the door, turning back. What's wrong Issei-kun, commented Sona, who together with Rias stopped walking. Nothing, I thought someone was watching us, the boy commented as he continued on his way. In the distance, a shadow could be seen looking at the entrance of the academy. That guy is great, I think I'll ask him for help if something bad happens to the idiot, the shadow commented before disappearing. On the other hand. Vatican Airport. In the airport lounge, 2 people in robes and hoods were sitting, one of them carrying something wrapped around his back. Suddenly a warning sounded at the airport. Passengers on flight 345 bound for Kuoh, Japan, please proceed to gate 38H, boarding has begun. We must hurry and fulfill our mission, commented one of the hooded figures. Of course, I want to go back to my homeland, commented the other person next to him. What new evil is coming for our heroes? Only time will tell what lies ahead. Chapter 11. Problem between clans, the arrival of the church's envoys. Kuoh Academy. We find ourselves in the classroom of Group A where we see Rias, Gremory's nobility preparing for lunch. The girls had already taken their things, and Issei's bento, while the brown-haired boy was looking for a scroll from his backpack, he suddenly felt 2 gazes focusing on him. The first one came from the halls of the institution. When he looked up he noticed it was from a boy with dull blonde hair who was looking at him in a bad way, something that didn't worry him one bit. Suddenly he felt another gaze, but this one came from outside. It caught Issei's attention so he peeked out to observe better and so that no one would notice the change in his eyes. The girls noticed this behavior that the brunette had, to which Asia went with him to see what was wrong. Asia. Issei-san, are you okay? Issei noticed the girl behind his back and deactivated the Sharingan to turn to look at her. Issei. Don't worry, I thought there was someone outside. Rainer didn't miss the opportunity and went to Issei to hold his hand. Rainer. Come on Issei-kun, they're waiting for us in the club room for lunch. The 3 of them, followed by Kiba who also looked at that, left the classroom in the direction of the old school building. The others in the classroom just looked with envy at both the girls and the brunette. Of course it wasn't just in that place, but also in the hallways. Girl 1. How envious, they go with the cold prince. Girl 2. I would like to be by his side. Boy 1. How is it possible that that emo guy is with the prettiest girls in the whole school? Boy 2. Not only that, he has Rias-sama as a girlfriend. Boy 3. What I would give to have a night with her. This comment was heard not only by Issei but by the girls, who looked at them with bad eyes. The brunette was about to go, but was stopped by a redhead who also heard that comment, since she was also heading to her club building. Rias. Come on my ice, we must take advantage of lunchtime. Without saying anything else and just giving the boys who made that comment a dirty look, they went to the club room to enjoy their lunch. Already in the afternoon of that day, all the members of the occult club went to the Hyoudou residence. The chestnut-haired boy's mother was preparing the appetizers for Ria's meeting with her peerage, and the library was more than ready to begin. They sat around a circular table in the room. Rias? Well, let's start with the contracts made this month. I'll start with the hierarchy of pieces. At that the girl takes out a sheet of paper, puts on her glasses and begins to speak. Rias? Well, this month, Akeno has made 10 contracts, Kaneko 8, Kiba 6, Asia 4. This surprised the boys who interrupted their king. Kiba? Congratulations, Asia. Akeno? Your effort is impressive. Kaneko? For a rookie it's not bad at all. Rias? Well continued, Rainer 3, Kalwerner 4 and finally Issei 16 contracts. All the boys were impressed by the number of contracts obtained by the boy who was the last to join the nobility. Akeno? Ara, I'm impressed by what my kohai can do. Kaneko? Senpai is awesome. Kiba? Congratulations, Issei-kun. Rias? Remember that the sports competition between clubs will begin soon, so you have to give your all to win the competitions. At that moment they knocked on the door to let us know they were coming. Hikari? Sorry for interrupting, but we came to bring you the snacks mom made. At the door were Hikari and Sona, who were carrying with them the snacks and drinks that Issei's mother made with such care. Rias? Well, with this we have concluded today's meeting. The boys began to eat the snacks that were brought to them, while Asia looked at a book that was lying loose on one of the shelves. The moment I take it I look inside and take it to where the others were. Asia? Look but you, I found this photo album. Hikari only tensed up when she learned that they still had that photo album, since she recognized it immediately, while Issei just limited himself to getting serious, since this brought back bad memories. Asia noticed the seriousness of the brown-haired boy and just became sad. Asia? Sorry Issei-san, I shouldn't have taken that book. Issei? Don't worry, that's all behind us. Rias? Then we can see it. The brown-haired boy reluctantly agreed, as there were some embarrassing photos of Issei. Suddenly the door opened, allowing the twins' mother to enter. Nikki? I have something else for you, guys. She remained silent when she saw that they were looking at that album that had been abandoned due to Hikari's training, and there was never a photo of the boys or the family after that event. The mother didn't know what to say because it was a reminder of the abandonment her son had suffered. On the other hand, the chestnut tree just got up from the table and walked towards the library exit. The others just watched that sad scene when they saw that a wound had been reopened, but they were surprised by what happened at that moment. Issei walked past his mother who just had a look with tears in her eyes, at that the brown-haired man just took her shoulder. Issei? That's behind us now. You better focus on what's coming and not regret what happened. Saying that, he left the room, heading in an unknown direction, although he most likely went to his private training room. The twins' mother just stood at the door, but her tears kept falling, the only difference being that she was smiling at what Issei told her when he passed by her. Hikari seeing this just smiled and looked at the others. Hikari? How about we keep looking at the photos, even if they are few, it is our story. The boys paid attention to what they continued seeing in the photos. Rias, Rainer and Akeno were hemorrhaging from seeing Issei as a boy, especially from a nude photo of him taking something from the kitchen. Rias? Little ice, little ice. Rainer? I know, I feel the same but you. The others looked happily at the photos of Issei and Hikari, especially Sona. Suddenly Kiba went to the twin while holding a photo in his hand. Kiba? Hikari-chan, a question, do you remember this photo? He said as he showed her the photograph he had in his hand. She saw it and saw that it was Issei with his childhood friend. That photo was the first one Hikari had taken since on that occasion she borrowed her father's camera. Hikari? Oh, well, he's a friend of Issei and I who lived next door. Kiba? I mean, what's behind them? She looked closely at the photo, and behind it there was a sword resting on the wall. Hikari? To that sword, well, I don't remember that well, his family was very attached to the church, and sometimes they took us. Why? Kiba? You're welcome, it's very interesting what you find. At that Kiba left the photo in the album where he took it out and walked to the exit. Kiba? I'm leaving for today, excuse me. Saying this he left the place. Rias found her knight's attitude strange, but she let it go, maybe it was something he remembered he had to do. And so they spent the afternoon looking at the photos of the Hyoudou family. Of course they wouldn't ask about the others, since they knew the story of the chestnut. The next day. Everyone who lived in the Hyoudou residence walked in the direction of the academy. Some girls were talking about their homework, while Rias and Issei walked hand in hand. Next to the Redeed walked the smallest of the group who was about to leave high school. When she reached a crossing she separated from the others, since her school was in another direction near the academy. At that point she met a classmate who was passing by. Good morning, Sona-sama. She greeted the girl with glasses who was ahead of the brunette and the Redeed. Sounda. Good morning, Raruko. The girl in front of them was a brunette with long pigtails. Baruko. Tell me Sauna-sama, today at the same time in the council room. Sauna. Yes, since we will have a special meeting today, please be punctual. Rias understood what he was saying and it was true, despite living together in the same house, by protocol as two high-class devils who share the territory, they had to introduce their members so that they could get to know each other and work together. Rias. Kaneko, please be punctual today too. Kaneko. Understood Rias-sama. Rias just had a vein popping out on her forehead from the way she told him her piece. Rias. How many times have I asked you to call me Nisan? Kaneko. I'm sorry, but that would be disrespectful to my king, please don't insist that I call you that anymore. Rias just cried in a comical way and hugged the brunette. Rias. I see, they don't want to call me Nisan. He shouted at them while crying on the brown-haired boy's shoulder. Issei. Calm down now, it's best to go to class, we'll see each other later Kaneko. Kaneko. Yes, Issei-senpai. But that she turned around and walked to her high school, behind her was walking the girl who knew Issei's second fiancé. The others continued their way to the academy to go to their classes, on the way Rias and Sauna began to talk. Sauna. By the way, today we have to meet for the presentation of the entourages. Rias. That's right, I see you have a new piece. Sauna. Well, actually, they are two new pieces. Upon arriving at the entrance, a boy was waiting for a certain person, but upon seeing that she was accompanied by the cold prince, he simply made a face of disgust and entered the academy. This was seen by Sauna, who simply exhaled in heaviness, knowing that this would bring trouble. The classes as such passed quickly, where Issei was the envy of the boys for being with Rias, and even more so when he saw that Sauna joined his circle. On the other hand, the girls only sighed when passing by the room where he was taking class, and those from his room were grateful that they were in the same class, since without him realizing according to the girls, they always took pictures of the brunette, of course he noticed it, but he didn't care. In the afternoon everyone in the club room was gathered to hold their regular meeting. Kaneko, who arrived early from high school, was sitting on the couch eating a sweet with the same stoic look. Asia, Rainer and Kalwerner were talking about things in class and the date the fallen angel would have with the brown-haired boy. Tiba seemed a bit distracted, this was after seeing that photograph at Issei's house. Akeno was preparing tea for the meeting. Issei was in front of Rias playing a little chess, where he clearly showed how he defeated Sona. Suddenly there was a knock on the club's door. Normally, Kiba is the one who opens the door, but he seemed a bit distracted, which the brunette noticed, so he went to open the door. In front of them was Sauna and behind her came different people, among them her sister Hikari. Sauna. Sorry to interrupt Issei-kun, can we go in? Issei stood next to the door giving access to Sauna, along with the boys who followed her. Rias. Come in Sauna, we were waiting for you. Sauna. Thank you, well let's start our meeting. Rias. Well guys, as protocol for two high-class devils who take care of the same city, it is our duty that you introduce yourselves and get to know each other, since we are all equally committed to guarding Kuoh from rogue devils. Sauna. That's right, while Rias watches over the city at night and receives the call to eliminate the renegades during those hours, my duty is to answer the same call during the day, as was the case recently at the dock. Rias. Well Sauna, would you like to start? Sauna. Sure, well the guys who come by my side are part of my family, please introduce yourselves. First came a girl that everyone already knew, especially the brunette. Tsubaki. Nice to meet you, I'm Tsubaki Shinra, I'm the queen of Kaicho. Nice to meet you, my name is Tsubasa Yura, I am Kaicho Tower. Hello, my name is Momo Hanakai, I am a first year and my position is Kaicho's bishop. Hello, I am Kaicho's second bishop, my name is Ryakusaka. How are you? I am Tomo Meguri, knight of Kaicho. Nice to meet you, I'm one of Sauna-sama's pawns, my name is Raruko Nomura. Imagine her without her school uniform. Hikari. Well you know, I am Sauna-chan's first pawn, my name is Hikari Hyoudou. Hello, I'm Kaicho's third pawn, my name is Saji Genshiro. He said it politely, but he looked at Issei in a bad light, who didn't even flinch at seeing him, which caused more annoyance in the boy. Rias. I see, you got two more boys for your parody, well boys please say your names to Sauna's entourage. Akeno. Nice to meet you, my name is Akeno Himejima, queen of the Gremory group. Kaneko. Nice to meet you, I'm Kaneko Taojo, Rias-sama's rook. Hiba was just distracted by what was happening, to which Rias cleared her throat to give him the signal that it was his turn. Kiba. Sorry, Kiba-Hyoudou, Butchu's knight. The others looked at Kiba's state with concern, but Issei noticed that look in the distraction, it was the same look that Sasuke had when he became a shinobi, he recognized it when he saw his memories, the day they were introduced. Asia. Nice to meet you, my name is Asia Argento, I am Butchu's bishop. Rainer. Hello, I'm a pawn of Butchu, my name is Rainer. Kalwerner. You know me as the math teacher, I am Kalawiner, Rias-sama's pawn. Finally, the brunette just calmly opened his eyes, this made Sona's pieces, except for a pawn and the bishop, blush. Issei. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei, Ria's pawn. The girl's eyes lit up, something the others noticed, Saji was still looking at the brunette in a bad way, at that Rias made a move that could make things worse than they already were. Rias. Ice, introduce yourself with all the titles you have, they should know. Issei. PFF, my name is Hyoudou Issei, pawn and fiancé of Rias Gremory and fiancé of Sona Sitri. Saying this the Sitri boy got really angry and grabbed him by the neck. Saji. I don't accept that you, a first-class womanizer, are Kaicho's fiancé. Issei. Tell me you have a problem with that. He said this as he released himself from the boy's grip. Saji. Yeah, I think a womanizer like you should be close to. Sona. Saji, stop, this problem is none of your business, besides Issei being my fiancé is not bad. Saji. What does Kaicho say? He seems to be a first-class womanizer, especially since he has Gremory-sama as his fiancé. Sona. I told you to be quiet, Saji, this only concerns Issei and me. Saji. I don't think he's the right one, and as his pawn I'll defend her at all costs. Hyoudou, I challenge you to a fight, if I win you leave Kaicho alone, and if I lose I'll leave you alone. Issei just looked at Sona and Rias, who regretfully accepted the duel. Issei. Okay, let's make it quick, I have a contract to complete today. Everyone went out to the backyard. On one side, there were the girls from Sona's group who didn't understand their partner's attitude, while on the other side the girls from Ria's group just hoped that their partner wasn't cruel enough with the boy, since they remembered what Razor did and he himself told them what he made the boy see in that ninjutsu. Saji. You'll see what 2 mutated pieces and a normal one can do against you. Issei. Well, let's start. At that Saji took out his purple glove and ran to hit the brunette, but the latter only limited himself to dodging the blow and kneeing him in the stomach to knock the wind out of him. Saji. Cough, damn. Issei. You've had enough. Saji. Now you'll see. From his glove he took out a kind of tongue that took the arm of the brown-haired man, who felt that little by little his energy was draining away. Issei. I see where this is going, I'll just tell you that I didn't force Sona to stay with me, she and the other girls decided it, I know because they are so obvious and more from a certain person whose name I won't say. This made his twin blush, as she already knew that once the Uchiha blood had fully awakened they would no longer be blood siblings, and well, if we don't take into account that she had a secret for both him and his parents. The brown-haired boy took one of the chains hanging from his pants, and then a sword appeared at his waist. He took it and cut off the tongue that had grabbed the boy's arm. He then ran towards the boy and hit him on the back of the head, causing him to faint. Issei. Well, that's all, when he wakes up tell him not to bother you anymore. Then he passed by Rias, who gave him a contract sheet. Rias. Ice, please fulfill this contract, for some reason this person requested you. Issei. Okay, see you later. Saying this he simply disappeared, leaving a trail of dust where he stood. Rias. It's not a charm. Tsubasa. Yes, and especially how he defended Kaicho. Meanwhile, Raruko and Momo went to help their companion, who was lying on the ground after the duel he had with the brunette. At that moment, Sona stood in front of him and made a circle of the Sitri clan appear. Sona. Tell him to be in the council chamber first thing tomorrow morning. This act he committed deserves punishment. Momo. Raruko. Understood. At that Rias stood next to her and took her by the shoulder. Rias. Sorry about today, Sona. Sona. Don't worry, I saw this coming the day I reincarnated Saji, but I only see him as a younger brother, I can never see him as anything else, or the way I see Issei. Rias. Yes, I understand, and not just with you but with the others, right girls? The others either looked away or turned red at that comment. Sona. But what did he mean by a specific person? They only thought about who it could be, but the Hyoudou twin only sweated from nervousness. Rias. Well, it's time to go rest, let's go home. Sona. You're right, the others can withdraw today, there are no contracts. Saying that, they all went home to rest. Airport. We see 2 figures in the reception room waiting for their belongings, but they did not appear. And what's the plan? For today, we'll rest in the first hotel we see, and tomorrow we'll go find the people in charge of the city. Perfect, I hope the luggage arrives and we can go get some sleep, tomorrow will be a long day. After grabbing their things, they left the compound heading towards the city where they would seek shelter to rest today. Kuoh. We see the brown-haired boy who arrived at the place where the contract that Rias asked him to make is. In front of him was a building where you could see that the apartments were somewhat luxurious. The brown-haired man knocked on the door of that housing complex. Yes, I say. Issei. Good evening, I am the demon you contract. At that moment the door opened revealing a tall man with black hair with golden streaks, who was wearing a yukata that seemed to be somewhat expensive. "Wow, I thought you'd show up because of that paper I have in my hand." Issei. "I really don't like to appear like that. If I am not invited to come in through the door by the person who lives in the house, I don't go in." "I understand you are a polite demon, go ahead and come in." Issei entered the room, but something told him that he should be alert. First of all, they went to the living room where they both sat in a good-looking armchair. Issei. "Well, I'm here to fulfill your wish, tell me how I can help you." "Besides being polite, you are also cold to others." Issei. "They told me, tell me what you need." "Well, it's something simple, I just want you to drink with me." Issei. "Is that your wish?" "That's right, can't it be done?" Issei. "Well, I'm a minor and my training doesn't allow me to drink alcohol." "What a pity, I wanted to have a good drink." Issei. "Well, that doesn't mean I won't go with him to drink." "Well, that makes me happy, I only have whiskey and water." Issei. "Water is fine." So a while passed and they began to talk about what there was in the city and its surroundings. The man also liked fishing a lot and often went to the river to do so. "Well, thank you for taking your time. Tell me what you want in return. Will it be my soul?" Issei. "I don't think so, my mistress doesn't believe in that kind of deal." "Well, I can give you the painting behind you." Issei. "It looks expensive." "It's that or my soul." Issei. "Fine, I'll take it." The person who never wanted to know Issei's name gave him the piece of art that hung on the wall, then he accompanied him to the door and watched as the boy came down the stairs. He really is a mysterious boy, but it was noticeable that he was always alert to any movement he made. "Well, if the idiot does something bad in the city I will ask for his help, or what do you say?" Behind him were two shadows hiding so they couldn't be seen. "It's your decision, but remember that idiot Gabriel must stay alive." "This will be fun, Databeo." "Okay, keep watching Gabriel and I'll do the same with the boy." The shadows simply left the place, leaving the man watching through the door window as the chestnut tree went between the roofs of the other houses. This will be interesting. On the other hand, the brown-haired man who was returning home received a call on his cell phone. Issei. "Okay, Rias, tell me what's wrong." Rias. I need you to come to the abandoned warehouse in the center of Kuoh. We received a request to eliminate a rogue demon. Issei. "Understood, I'm going there." After 5 minutes the boy arrived where the others in his group were. Rias. "Well, my dear servants, today we received a request from Duke Aguirre's house to eliminate a rogue demon. From what we know he is hiding inside this warehouse." Everyone. "Understood." Rias. "Well, they will go as follows, Issei, Kaneko and Kiba will enter the warehouse. If you can defeat him, do it, if not, make him leave the place so that the rest of us can kill him in a joint attack. Kalwerner and Rainer will stay at the entrance of the warehouse. Asia, you will be with me and Akeno. Remember that you are the healer of the group, which is why sending you to fight is risky." Kiba. "Understood." Issei. "Okay, let's go in and hurry up, I want to go rest." The three mentioned entered the warehouse, where Issei activated his Sharingan to get a better view of the place. Issei. "I already found it and wow, it's horrible," he said as he pointed to a specific spot. Issei. "Okay, get ready, I'll strike first and you guys finish him off." Issei ran against that thing who transformed into a beast, which implied that it was a rogue demon. The brown-haired man managed to connect a kick and sent it into the air. Issei. "It's your turn, Kiba." The blonde just stared at the floor, his thoughts in his head at the moment failing to warn him of where he was. This allowed the creature to recover from the impact, and with the effect of the fall, he made his way to where the other two were. "Kaneko. Kiba-senpai." The girl screamed when she saw that her enemy threw acid from his mouth and managed to cover himself with his arm, resulting in damage to her. Kiba reacted and drew his sword to try to cut the demon, but it was useless. The brown-haired boy was upset by the action his partner had committed, but later he would talk to him. He performed his handstand position and took a breath. Issei. Kaiten Gakaku no Jutsu. When he launched his attack, he hit the renegade demon directly, sending it flying with the flames all over it. When the fire cleared, he saw the enemy all charred and barely able to breathe. At that, Rias stood in front of him. Rias. "In the name of Duke Gremory, I, Rias Gremory, eliminate you for disobeying your master and following your worldly desires. I create a black and red energy, characteristic of the Bale clan, and then throw it at where the burned demon was, thus eliminating it completely." The others left the warehouse. Issei carried Kaneko in a bridal manner, who was blushing from said action, and took her to Asia to heal her. Issei. "I'll leave it to you." Asia. "Hi." At that, a loud bang was heard, everyone looked where it was and saw that it was Rias who had slapped the blonde. Rias. "I hope this has already woken you up." Kiba. "Sorry, President." Rias. "Hyoudou, I'm worried about you, is everything okay?" Kiba. If you don't mind, I'll leave. As he said this, he was walking away when he suddenly felt someone touch his shoulder. Kiba. What do you need, Issei-kun? Issei. It's alright. Kiba. Don't worry, I just remembered the reason why I'm still alive. Issei. And tell me, which one is it? Is it Rias? The brown-haired boy asked, but he already had an idea of what his partner would say. Kiba. No, I only live for one thing and one thing only, revenge. Saying this he left the place. Issei returned to Rias and asked her to explain what had happened after he left that day when they were looking at the photographs. She explained what photo she looked at, and when her attitude changed, they let that go and went to sleep together since tomorrow they would see what they would do with Kiba. On the other hand, the blonde who was walking alone in the rain with thoughts of revenge in his head noticed a strange aura near him. Please help me. Kiba saw where that voice came from and was surprised to see a priest all hurt. Come on, let's play, or are you bored already? The boy recognized the voice of the person who was arriving. It was that damn exorcist with whom he fought the day they rescued Rainer and Kalwerner. Fred. Look what we have here, it's one of the Crimson Demon dogs. He said this as he plunged his sword into the priest's back. Kiba. That aura, it's an Excalibur, right? Fred. You're right, you filthy demon. Allow me to annihilate you with one of the pieces of the legendary sword Excalibur. Kiba. Finally my revenge will begin. Since that moment nothing was known about Kiba and how he fared in that battle. The next morning. We see Sona with her queen who left Issei's house earlier than usual since they had to have a talk with a certain pawn who commented on something silly the day before. Suddenly they both felt a sacred aura and when they saw the hooded figures standing in front of the academy door. Tsubaki. Kaicho. Sona. Yes, I already felt it. The hooded men who were at the door turned to look at the new arrivals. Sona. Could you tell me what you two people from the church in our territory need? So you know we're from the church. Sona. Yes, I know, what do you need? We come from the Vatican to speak with the demon Gremory, this is of utmost importance. What events are coming up for the Kuoh boys? Chapter 12. The church's envoys, Excalibur, and a cadre arrives. Kuoh Academy. We found ourselves at the entrance of the academy, where Sona Sitri and her queen were standing at the entrance looking at some headed figures, but what caught their attention was that a sacred aura was emitting from her back. Tsubaki. Kaicho. Sona. Yes, I already felt it. At that moment Sitri stood in front of them who did not raise their heads. Sona. Good morning, tell me what you are offering to some of the servants of the church. I see they've detected us, well we've come to talk to the owners of this territory. That's right, we look for the demons in charge of the place, we call a meeting. Sona. Well, we can't do this one. Both my classmate and I are busy today, but if you'd like to come tomorrow after class, we'll help you. Understood, then we'll leave. At that point the hooded men left the place, while Sona watched where they were going. At that moment Issei's group along with all of Ria's nobility, except for Kaneko and Kiba, had arrived behind them. Issei. Did something happen? I asked her as I put my hand on the girl's shoulder. Sona. Don't worry Issei-kun. He replied while taking her hand on his shoulder, which gave him a lot of security. All the boys who passed by were jealous of Issei and Sona's actions, while the girls wished they were them. But this scene was seen by Saji who entered with anger in his eyes. Sona. Well, I'll see you in the afternoon. I have to talk to Saji about yesterday's issue. Issei. Understood, well the rest of us should go. With a commanding voice all the girls followed Issei towards the interior of the academy. Student council room. In the room we see three people, two behind a desk and the other in front of it, these were Sona with Tsubaki, and in front of them was Saji looking at the floor. Sona. Okay Saji, tell me what that attitude was the day before, I need you to explain yourself. Saji. I'm sorry, Kaicho, but as your pawn, it's my responsibility to ensure your safety and happiness. I feel Hyoudou isn't a good match for you. Sona. That's none of your business, I chose him as my fiancé when he was given the right to do what my family established. Saji. What are you saying? It's obvious that he's a first-class womanizer and would only play with you. Tsubaki. Saji, I'll ask you not to talk about Hyoudou like that. You don't know what he's been through. Sona. Well, I'll just tell you not to interfere in the relationship I have with Issei-kun. He didn't force me to do anything. I'm the one who wants to be by his side and you, as my pawn, must respect that decision, understood? Saji. But Kaicho, consider it, there are better people in this world than that emo, I could. Sona. Enough Saji, I understand that I want Issei-kun, and that's it, now leave. Saji reluctantly left Sona's office, who was just rubbing her forehead from the headache that conversation gave her. Sona. Okay Tsubaki, it's time to go to class. Tsubaki. Understood. So they spent the school day normally. During lunchtime, Sona and Tsubaki went to the occult club to eat together and ask Rias for a favor. Sona. Rias, this afternoon we can meet in the bathroom of the house alone, I need to tell you something important. Rias. Okay, Issei will go ahead with her okay. Issei. Okay, I'll go with Rainer anyway on a little date I promised her, right? Rainer. Sure, we'll be leaving the academy in uniform, it'll be like the dates normal kids have. This of course made all the girls jealous, except Rias, since she was already well advanced in her relationship with the brunette. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. Everyone returned to their classrooms to continue with classes. During breaks, Issei watched Rainer happily as she pulled out a teenage girl's magazine, discussing what the ideal after-school date would be like. Unfortunately, on the day of their date, she was being controlled by her former classmates, who didn't enjoy the day. After classes, everyone went their own way. Rias along with Akeno, Sona and Tsubaki immediately went to the Hyoudou house, where they would have their meeting in the bathtub of the house. As protection they placed a barrier so that no one could enter. Asia went with Kalwerner, who accompanied her to go buy materials for her class tomorrow and make copies of some sheets. This of course she kept a secret from Asia because, even though she was her friend, she is still her student. On the other hand, Issei and Rainer had a little date after school. They went to the mall where the girl modeled different clothes from the brown-haired boy, who at that moment admitted it and still liked the fallen one. After that they went to the games where Issei won a stuffed animal. Of course he didn't use his Sharingan to determine the time and location of the stuffed animal to be able to get it out, and they ended their date in the park where the brown-haired boy rescued her from the mental control that the girl suffered. At that moment, Rainer confessed her feelings to the boy and he accepted, since Rias had already given him permission to have more than one girlfriend on the condition that she be the first to have her first time, something she achieved during her first trip with the brown-haired boy. That's when he asked the girl to give him a sweet nickname, like a whim of a girl his age, to which the brunette just closed his eyes and said the first thing that came to mind. Issei. Ray-chan. She simply kissed him on the lips in a loving way because of how she said it. Rainer. I love you my Issei-kun. Issei. Well we should go home for dinner. Rainer. Yes. When everyone returned home they found themselves at the last intersection of the street. Suddenly Issei activated his Sharingan worrying Rainer, Asia and Kalwerner. Asia. Issei-san, what's wrong? Rainer. Is everything okay Issei-kun? Issei. Stay behind me. The girls didn't understand what was happening until they arrived at the house and detected a sacred energy coming out of that place. At that moment, Issei thought of the worst case scenario, since inside there were people who were enemies of the demons, so the brown-haired boy was only preparing for a battle in his own house. As he entered, laughter could be heard coming from the living room, which made the brunette serious, as he didn't know what he might find. When he entered the living room, he saw his mother and his sister sitting on an armchair. Hikari only had a complicated smile on her face. On the other side, there were two young ladies in white robes, but the brunette noticed a sacred aura emanating from them. Nikki. Hello son, how nice that you're here, look we have visitors and you'll be surprised who it is. Hikari. If nice and you won't believe who arrived. Issei just stared seriously at the visitors who were in his home, but something seemed familiar to him about a girl. Hello Issei-kun, don't you remember me, I'm Arina your childhood friend. The brown-haired boy just raised his eyebrow in doubt. Issei. So you were a woman, it already seemed strange to me that my best friend kissed me while I was sleeping when we were children. This statement stunned everyone present. His mother, for her part, was unaware that her son hadn't recognized the boy he was playing with as a girl. The others, including his companion, had already shared their first kiss, especially Hikari. Irina, on the other hand, simply pouted tenderly upon learning that Issei hadn't recognized him as a girl. Irina. How bad you are Issei-kun. Irina, you should behave, you're not a little girl. Irina. Sorry, let me introduce you to my partner, her name is Zenobia. Zenobia. Nice to meet you. The girl only gave a cold look, but the moment she looked into Issei's eyes, they both gave each other a challenging look. Irina. Well, we must go. It was a pleasure to see you again, especially with the remodeling of the house. Now that I can't live next door to you, I can't say enough good things about it. He said the latter while sticking out his tongue in a funny way. Zenobia. Well we're leaving, have a good night. So both girls left the house, but what they noticed was that Issei didn't stop having that calculating look. Issei. No, it wasn't them, I'm sure the ones who have been watching me are other people. Asia. Issei-san, are you okay? Mikey. Something's wrong, son. Issei just turned around and walked to the house elevator. Issei. Don't worry, but I have to talk to some people, excuse me. Minutes before. In the main bathroom of the Hyoudou house we see the four girls who were still talking about a specific topic. Sona. So tomorrow at your club we will receive the church's envoys. Rias. Okay. Sona. Well now what we have to do is. He didn't finish speaking as he felt sacred auras coming from inside the house. Rias. Sona, this is bad. Sona. I know, we should go upstairs immediately. Tsubaki, be prepared for the worst case scenario. Rias. You too Akeno, we must defend Issei's family. At that moment the girls dressed quickly and ran to the elevator. On his way to the next floor, he only felt those auras moving away. Rias. I just hope Issei hasn't arrived, because if he had, he'd get mad at us. Current time. The brunette had arrived at the elevator where he found Rias and the others who were in the bathroom, with a complicated look. Issei. Come, follow me. Without leaving the elevator, they all followed the brunette who was heading towards his private room where he practices his jutsus. Upon arriving, the brunette entered the room followed by the girls, and they closed the door of that place. The brunette just stood there watching the girls, who only had one look at the floor. Rias. Issei, I'm sorry, we just found out about the sacred presences that were in the house. Akeno. Sorry Kohai-kun, we should have paid more attention. Sona. Issei-kun, this is all my fault for not paying enough attention. Tsubaki just stared at the floor in shame. Issei. PFF, well what can you do? The good thing is that they didn't detect your presence, especially yours Rias and Sona, but well next time pay more attention, remember that not only do you live here, but also your pieces Rias and my family. We must make sure that anyone who is not part of our group does not easily enter the house. The girls thought they would get a harsher lecture, but this was dispelled when they felt Issei's fingers on their foreheads, Itachi's sign of forgiveness and apology, except for Tsubaki. Issei. Well, it's best that you go to dinner, except for you Rias, I must talk to you about two things. Taking heed, the girls, except for Rias, left Issei's training room, leaving the couple alone. Rias walked to stand in front of the brunette and hugged him, receiving the same affection she gave from her boyfriend. Rias. Tell me, what had to happen, happened. Issei. That's right, I understood the trainer also has the same feelings of love that you have, that's why I accepted that she was my girlfriend, well you had also already given me permission, I also spoke with one of my teachers, and they didn't look badly on this thing of having a harem. Rias. Just promise me that you'll never stop loving me, and that I'll be the first in your heart. Issei. There's no doubt about that, but well, it would be best to go with the others and have dinner. Rias just gave him a tender kiss while hugging the brown-haired boy by his neck. Rias. Okay now let's go to dinner. As they left the room and entered the elevator, Issei made a comment to Rias. Issei. You know, I think I won't be able to sleep well in bed today. Rias. Why do you say that? Issei. You'll see tonight, I have to tell you something else about Kiba, in case you noticed he didn't go to school today. Rias. I know and that worries me a lot. Issei. Well, I'll tell you what I perceived after I looked at that photograph you told me about. And so Issei began to tell her what he noticed in Kiba after that fight in the warehouse, to which Rias asked him that, if he helped her with that issue, more than anything she would tell him about Kiba's past, so he would have a solution, which the brown-haired boy accepted. After that talk everyone in the Hyoudou residence had dinner in the most peaceful way. At bedtime, Issei's feeling came true, in the room there was not only Rias, Rainer and Issei, but also Sona, who claimed that they wanted to sleep with their boyfriend-fiancé like Rias did. That if the fight over this did not last long since Issei wanted to sleep as early as possible, since in the morning he had to do his morning exercises, which got to the point where the three would sleep with him from now on, because she was his girlfriend-fiancé. The brown-haired boy just let that go and went to sleep, where Rias took Issei's right arm, Sona his other arm, and Rainer slept on the brown-haired boy's chest. The next day. Class hours had already passed at the academy, where all the students, except those participating in a club, had already gone home. In the old academy building where the occult club holds its meetings, we see the Gremory and Sitri clans gathered, in front of them were the church's envoys, who were the two people who were at the Hyoudou residence yesterday. Rias. Well since we are here so let's introduce ourselves, let me introduce myself, my name is Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory house. Sona. Sona Sitri, heir to House Sitri. Zenobia. Nice to meet you, sister of the current one, my name is Zenobia Quarta. Irina. Irina Shido is a pleasure. Rias. Well, with the introductions made, I need you to answer the following. Why are two members of the church in demon territory? Zenobia. Recently the holy swords Excalibur that were kept in the headquarters of the Catholic Church, the Protestant Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, were stolen. Issei who heard this was left with doubt because he knew that Excalibur had disappeared. This reminds him of when his mother told him fantasy stories when he was a child. Issei. How is it possible that there is more than one Excalibur? Irina. What happens is that the sword broke into several fragments, for example, now they look like this. On Irina's arm she wore a bracelet which began to transform into a sword. Irina. This is the Excalibur mimic. Zenobia on the other hand unsheathed the sword she had on her back, which was covered by a blanket. Zenobia. And this is the Excalibur destruction. Rias. And you can know the reason why he is really here. Zenobia. Our sources informed us that those responsible are in this city. Sona. Well, it seems our territory is involved in issues that are not our fault. Do you know who stole them? Zenobia. That's right, the ones responsible are from Gorgori. Rias. The fallen angel faction. Irina. Indeed, we also know the culprit of this event, Gabriel, a fallen cadre level, is responsible for all of this. Sona. One of the survivors in the fight against God, they have it tough. Zenobia. Our request or rather, our order is that we don't want you to interfere in the battle we're having with the fallen angels for the Excalibur. In other words, we've come to tell you not to interfere in this matter. The way the blue-haired girl said it to the others, both Rias and Sona made a face of disgust. Rias. From the way you say it, I would think that they believe that we are with them in their plan to steal those swords. Irina. At headquarters they are thinking about that possibility. This comment really angered both the redhead and the black-haired girl with glasses. Zenobia. Our superiors don't trust the devils or the fallen angels. It was ordered that if the holy swords are far from God's grace, then the devils would be happy, right? Of course, the fallen angels would also take advantage of this. For those reasons, it wouldn't be strange for you to form an alliance with the fallen. That's why we're here to give you a warning. If you form an alliance with Cadre Gabriel, we will eliminate you, and we don't care that you are the sister of the current Mao. Rias. Well, you know I'm the current Mao's sister. That means you must have a lot of connections with the church's high command. Then I'll tell you simply. We will not form an alliance with said cadre. In the name of the House of Gremory, I would never do anything that would tarnish the name of our Mao. Zenobia. Well, I'm glad to hear that, if so we'll retire. Both girls got up from the sofa and headed towards the door. Suddenly Zenobia stopped when she saw a blonde girl standing there. Zenobia. When I saw you at Hyoudou Issei's house I didn't think it was you are the witch Asia Argento, right? The way Zenobia said it to Asia made her start to tremble in fear. Irina. It's true, you are the one they called the ancient holy maiden, it was said that you could heal demons and fallen angels. Asia this eye. As they looked at the girl who was trembling in fear, the brunette just put his hand inside his trench coat and grabbed one of the chains. Zenobia. Tell me, do you still believe in our God? Asia. This me. Irina. But what are you saying, Zenobia, she is already a demon. Zenobia. I ask you because on many occasions sinners and heretics still believe in God. Asia. I can't deny it, even though I'm a demon, I still believe in the Lord. Zenobia. I understand, then let me kill you so your sins will be forgiven. At that moment Zenobia had drawn her sword with the purpose of eliminating the girl, but from one moment to the next. Crash. It was heard as some metals had collided against each other. Everyone looked and saw the brown-haired boy in a serious manner while he covered the little girl on his back. Issei. I'll ask you to end your joke here, I don't want to see my precious companions hurt. The blonde was just blushing from that act. Zenobia. Raising your weapon at a member of the church can be considered a declaration of war. Irina. Calm down, Zenobia. Issei. You're right, but the act that caused it was that member who doesn't think things through clearly, and I can also sense a great immaturity on your part, but I'd like to check it out. Zenobia. How? Issei. Simple, a friendly duel between us. Zenobia. What do you say, owners of this territory? Rias. As long as it's not an official duel, it's fine by me. Sona. Just don't make a mess of this school. Issei. Fine, it'll be me against you. At that moment, a blond man with a serious look had entered the room, who had not appeared in recent days. Kiba. I'll fight too. Zenobia. And tell me, who are you? Kiba. I'm your senpai, but for those damn old people I was just a mistake. Issei. It will be fine 2 versus 2. Everyone in the clubroom went out to the backyard. Sona and Rias looked at Issei with concern, as did a certain Sitri queen who looked at Kiba with eyes full of anger. On the other hand, Rainer was hugging Asia who told herself that this was her fault while comforting them. The brown-haired man only kept his sword and took out a kunai from his shinobi leg. Rias. It seems like he just wants to see her potential. Sona. What do you mean? Rias. You see, when she uses her kunai it is only to know the power of the enemy, if she really wanted to kill her, she would use her black katana. Returning to the battle we see that everyone already had their weapons ready. Issei. Well, it will just be a practice fight, Kiba you go against Irina, I want to know the strength of the envoy chosen by God. At that moment and because of that comment that made the blue-haired girl angry, she launched herself at the brown-haired man, slashing with the intention of killing, But out of nowhere, she felt all her strength go to one side because the brown-haired man had deflected that attack simply by making his kunai repel the sword to another side. Zenobia. Let me cut you off and get out of here already. She continued with a barrage of cuts towards the boy who simply deflected them with the kunai. On the other hand, with Kiba, he had a sword duel against Arena who matched your technique. While she covered herself, she returned her attack with greater force, causing Kiba's sword to break in one of those movements. Arena. Well, it looks like you lost. Kiba. I don't think so, sword birth. At that moment, several swords appeared around him. The blonde man took the first one he saw and launched himself at Arena again, who continued fighting in the same way. This was clearly seen by the brown-haired boy as he continued to dodge Zenobia's attacks. Issei. In another scenario Kiba would have already beaten him, but he is so blinded by anger and revenge that he doesn't think things through. At that he returned to see his opponent and without the need of his Sharingan, he found a point to end the battle. In one of the attacks that Zenobia launched at a rival, he reacted when he saw that the defense left her free, making his arms that were holding the sword push them upwards, leaving his stomach free, and hit her, simulating that he had the Chidori. The impact was strong that left the girl without air, causing her to fall to the ground. Issei. I think that's all. Arena. And if we leave it in a tie? I call the girl's attention as she looks at her companion lying on the ground. He, like Zenobia, was finished off with the purpose of leaving them without any air and unable to continue fighting. Issei. I think it's best, but I must tell you one thing. With your partner's level and yours, I doubt Arena will succeed in her mission. Arena just grimaced at what the brunette said. Arena. You know, with God's power and blessing, we can finish off that cadre. Issei. Well, it's a warning, but be careful, I don't want one of the few good memories of my past to die because of the ideals of others. Arena only thought about that last thing and took her partner. Arena. See you later, Issei-kun. The brown-haired boy only kept the kunai he had used for the battle and went to where Kiba was lying on the floor. Issei. I hope this makes you reconsider your thinking. Kiba. How would you know my sorrow? You've always had everything, while I. The blonde began to reform and stood in front of the brunette. Kiba. I have suffered from the loneliness of not being loved, the loss of my friends and above all from not being valued. Issei. You who know about being in darkness, fear, hatred, you will never know that. Kiba. And tell me your yes. The girls and especially Rias and Hikari were worried about the mental state of both Issei and Kiba, but especially the brunette, seeing that he clenched his hands because of the last thing the blonde said. Issei. So you want to know what darkness is? Well, I'll show it to you. Rias. Wait, Issei, don't do it. Issei. Sharingan. At that moment the brown-haired boy activated his Sharingan, causing the prince to fall into it, causing him to fall to the floor. Rias. Tell me why you did it. Issei. I'm sorry, but it was necessary. If he continued down that path of revenge, it wouldn't bring anything good to the group. At that moment Issei turned to see Tsubaki. Issei. I'm sorry I did this to your boyfriend. Tsubaki. No saw. Issei. It would be best to enter the building and let Kiba recover. After he wakes up it is necessary to talk to him. Rias. Okay, let's go everyone. Sona. Well, the rest of you please go home. Saji. And what will you do, Kaicho? Sona. I'll go with Issei-kun, I'll wait for him to go home. He said as he walked over to her side. Issei. Fine, whatever you want. But that I grab Kiba and carry him like he was a sack of potatoes. Issei. Walking. All the occult girls, Sona and Tsubaki followed the brunette, leaving Saji with a sharp look directed at Issei. Saji. Damn Hyoudou. He just turned around and walked towards the academy exit. What no one noticed was that a shadow appeared behind the trees. Look, that guy is the one. I say the same, but it is not the time to act, let's hope this problem calms down. Saying this, they both disappeared from the place. The cult club. Everyone was in the building, some looking at the blonde who they left on the big couch to rest. Asia gave him first aid with her sacred gear. Issei, Sona and Rias were sitting next to the brown-haired boy who were looking at their partner. Kaneko was just eating a chocolate while Akeno and Hikari were preparing tea and snacks for the others. But Rainer and Kalwerner just looked worriedly out the window, as if they felt that something bad was coming. This of course was noticed by the brown-haired boy. Issei. Kalwerner, Ray-chan are fine. Kalwerner. Not much, I'm worried what will happen is Kakebiel's curse. Rainer. That's right, last time he almost got me killed. Issei. Don't worry while I'm here, I won't let my comrades and girlfriends fall. The latter was said with a discreet smile, making the girls blush except for Tsubaki who looked worriedly at Kiba. At that, the blonde woke up with sweat on his forehead while his breathing was more than agitated. Kiba. Ah. Issei. Well, the genjutsu is over. Kiba. What was all that Issei-kun? Issei. Everything you saw in that illusion where Kiba caught you were my negative thoughts when my parents and sister had rejected me. Kiba. But that's impossible, so much darkness and hatred, how could you overcome them? Issei. Well, I'll tell you, there were two things that brought me forward. I tried to make the good times I lived with my family not disappear and give me strength, plus Rias helped me with the part of not feeling alone for a year, although of course I saw her as a nuisance for wanting to be by my side, but I am grateful that she did not give up. Rias. What are you saying? From the moment I saw you, I knew I wanted to be by your side. Issei. You know why I showed you this? The blonde shook his head. Issei. Because that world of hatred and revenge will never bring anything good. I learned that from my teacher who lived most of his life in darkness until he was stopped by his best friend. That's what I did for you. I already found out about your life and the experiment of the sacred sword, but I only have to tell you one thing. Don't live for revenge on Excalibur, but do it for the memory of your friends who gave their lives for you. But if you think that in order for them to rest in peace, you have to defeat the person responsible for all this, you understand? Kiba just stood there frozen by those words, and tears began to form in his eyes. Issei alone headed to the exit of the room while giving a short goodbye kiss to his girlfriends. Issei. Think about what I told you, girls, I'm leaving. I have a contract to make with the same client as a few days ago. Rias. Please be careful. Issei. I'll have it, see you tonight. Saying this he left that place. Rias. Well, it's best to go home, Kiba, you stay here at the club and think about what Issei told you. They all left the place, leaving the blonde still on the couch who lay back down on it. Kiba. I misjudged Issei-kun, he has suffered more since his childhood joy was taken away, but it is true I want my friends to rest in peace, what should I do? But these thoughts the blonde fell asleep in that armchair. Elsewhere in Kuoh. It is an abandoned place where we see three silhouettes, one was sitting on a kind of throne, while the other two were kneeling in front of him. So how are we doing with the plan, Fred, Valpier? Fred. Well, we've tested the power of these swords and it's better than I expected. Valpier. I have also been informed that the Vatican has sent 2 exorcists who have the remaining Excalibur in their possession. Excellent, we must have those swords as quickly as possible and begin the second phase of our plan. Fred. I already want a new war and kill disgusting demons. Valpier. As you command, Gabriel-sama. The figure who was sitting on the throne just took a sip of wine that was at his side and gave an evil laugh of satisfaction. Gabriel. Soon this world will be ours, as it should have been in the previous war. What kind of danger will come to Kuoh? But especially who will be that person who watched Issei's fight? Chapter 13. Encounter with the Excalibur. How Academy. Classes had started and we saw a bored brown-haired boy who was just looking at the window while the teacher was giving the explanation to the class. The teacher noticed this and wanted to call his attention. Teacher. Mr. Hyoudou, since I see that you are interested in history class, tell me, why did World War II start? Issei. Do you want me to tell you that the movement that Adolf Hitler promoted gained great momentum and with it led to the invasion of Poland, or that it was the bad results that the Treaty of Versailles gave, which left many dissatisfied with how the First World War turned out? Teacher. That's fine, well, I'll continue with the class. The brown-haired boy only looked back at the window, but something caught his attention. One of his strands of hair was beginning to turn black, something that didn't surprise him, since it meant that the power and Uchiha blood were beginning to dominate over his Hyoudou blood. At that, the brunette asked permission to go to the bathroom and check those strands. When he arrived and looked in the mirror, he noticed that some roots were already black and half brown, others were completely black, and the same with his brown hair. He only breathed heavily, as a new look for the other girls would only bring him trouble, as they would consider him more handsome than he already is. On his way back he decided to take another route to his classroom and saw something that calmed him down a bit. This was Kiba, who had returned to class after he talked to him yesterday and put him in a ninjutsu to bring him back. During the break between classes, the semi-brown boy took out his cell phone and sent 2 text messages, one to Rias and the other to Kiba. Not even 2 minutes passed when he received a reply from both parties. He read the messages and closed his cell phone. Issei. Today is going to be a tough day. Lunchtime arrived and as usual the girls went to the occult club to eat together. Issei, who was with Kiba, told them that they would join them in a moment and that both the semi-brown and the blonde saw each other head on. Issei. And you made a good decision. Kiba. I will listen to you. I will seek peace for my companions by making the bastard who killed them pay, not as revenge for me, but justice for them, and may they rest in peace. Issei. Just remember that there is a fine line between revenge and justice. If what you do satisfies you, then it was revenge, but if you come to empathize with that miserable person even knowing that it was the right thing to do, it is justice for your friends, you understand? Kiba. But how can you be sure of that? Issei. I'll know in due time, by the way, I'll help you. Kiba. It's safe Issei-kun. Issei. Yes, I already sent Rias a message, you and I will go in the afternoon to Arena and the blue-haired girl to search at night for any sign of those bastards who did that experiment. Just don't ask if you can join us, Kaneko-chan. At that moment the little albino girl who was wearing her high school uniform had arrived. Issei. Tell me what you're doing here. Kaneko. I'm sorry Issei-senpai, but I wanted to know if Kiba-senpai had returned to normal. Issei. Well, not as such, but it will be soon. The little albino just nodded with that answer, then looked at the brown-haired boy with determination. Issei. Don't tell me, you want to come with us, PFFOK. Kiba. Well, what shall we do? Issei. We'll see each other at the exit, okay, your Kaneko returns to your school and we go to lunch. The three nodded and went where they had to go, in this case the brunette who already had a reserved place between Rias and Rainer, while Luceno was already returning with the tea for dessert after the meal, the brunette just sat in his place and opened the bento, which had a heart in the rice. Rias. I hope you like it, Rainer and I made it with all the love we have for you. The brunette only gave a small smile, but one that meant he was grateful for those details. He began to eat and then praised and thanked this food, the girls only blushed at what he said and each gave him a kiss on the cheek. This was seen by everyone, Kiba just smiled calmly seeing that, but Akeno, Asia and someone that nobody expected, Kalwarner, made a pout of jealousy for that reaction. Of course this was noticed by the honey-eyed man who just sighed, knowing that it was possible that more girls would join those who were already there. Time skip. Classes had ended and as usual everyone went to their clubs except for two boys, both Issei and Kiba were heading towards the city center. At a pedestrian crossing Kaneko caught up with both of them to continue walking, but what they didn't notice or well only Issei's classmates was that another boy was looking at them from afar. Saji. What will Hyoudou and the others do? I must see more and expose him in front of Kaicho. As he followed them, Issei began to speak. Issei. Well, let's start looking for the girls. Kiba. But how are we going to do it, this place is somewhat large. Issei. It's best if we split up. At that Kaneko spoke. Kaneko. I don't think it's necessary. Kiba. Why do you say that? She just pointed to a place, the others looked and saw a scene that made the three demons feel sorry for her. Zenobia. A help for these dear of God. Arena. Help our Lord's cause. They were the two messengers of the church who were on a corner begging for alms. The semi-brown-haired man just sighed at seeing this scene and went to them so they could talk. Issei. But what are they doing? Arena. We beg for alms so we can eat. Issei. Doesn't the church give money to its followers for the missions it assigns them? Zenobia. Yes, but someone spent all our money on a fake painting. Arena. It's not fake. At that the girl took out a painting of a gray-haired old man. Arena. It's obviously the painting of Saint Peter. Issei just looked at the painting and it clearly looked fake. Issei. Hey Arena, you're still naive. Issei. Well, let me help you. Zenobia. We don't need help from. At that, both girls' stomachs growled at the same time and out of embarrassment they just lowered their heads. Issei. Sigam. The brunette commented as they walked toward the center of the city. Both girls saw each other and began walking behind him. As for Kiba and Kaneko, they caught up with Issei. Finally, Saji followed the boy's steps, curiosity getting the better of him, and that way he would show Sona what a womanizer he is. Restaurant. We see that inside the restaurant a table caught the attention of all the diners there. Well, in it you could see the two exorcists eating desperately. Zenobia. This food is delicious, I can't believe this is what you were eating before Arena. Arena. The food from my home country has always been the best, but tell me Zenobia, isn't it a sin to accept food from a demon? Zenobia. It's a sin to waste it, but unfortunately we sold our souls to it. Arena. Lord, oh please bless these demons who have helped us in this time of crisis. At that moment, the three people in front of them grabbed their heads because of the pain that the blessing caused them. Issei. Please keep your blessing, but since we've found you, I need to talk to you. At that Zenobia stopped eating and looked directly at the honey-eyed man. Zenobia. Tell me what you need. Issei. You see, my friend here wants to help you in the case of the sacred swords. Zenobia. You know very well that we can't give them to you to destroy them, right? Kiba. I know, but I will help you on the condition that you help me find the wretch who killed my friends when they were experimenting with those swords. Arena. You mean the Sacred Sword Project, right? The blonde nodded at that answer. Arena. The only thing we know is that he was a member of the church, his name is Valper Galilei, but currently nothing is known about his whereabouts. Kiba. So Valper, well with it I can continue my search for justice for my friends. Issei. Fine, but first we will help them with this, only it will be under my command. Zenobia. And why is that? At that the brown-haired boy raised 2 fingers in front of the girl. Issei. First, I already showed you that I am a good warrior and that I have the makings of a leader. At that point I put 1 finger down, leaving the other up. Issei. Second, you owe me the food so I'll guide you, I just hope you don't do something stupid and follow my instructions. At that the brown-haired boy lowered his other finger and crossed his arms. Issei. And they decide well. The others nodded although Zenobia reluctantly accepted the deal. Issei. Well, it's decided, now tell me what you will do, Saji. At that, Issei's friends turned to see where the brunette was looking seriously. It was an empty place, but you could see some hair sticking out of a seat. Looking across they saw Saji, who hid in the most clumsy way possible. Saji. I'll go, but to show Kaicho that you're not the material to be his fiancé. Issei. Just try not to do anything stupid and don't get involved where you're not wanted. Well, we'll see each other tonight at the old church in town. Kiba and Kaneko, we have to go get some things. The demons, except for Saji, left the restaurant after paying for the girl's meal. Once the brown-haired boy got home, he just changed his clothes. Of course this was seen by his sister, who was left wondering what was going to happen. On the other hand, Rias, along with Rainer and Sona, saw him with some concern. Issei. Okay, I'll be back tonight. Rias. Please take care of yourself, I don't like you getting involved in this matter. Rainer. I think the same. Issei. I know, but it's necessary so Kiba doesn't do anything stupid. At that moment, Kaneko and Kiba arrived at the brown-haired boy's room, who had already finished putting on his fighting suit. Issei. Okay, I'm leaving. The girls just ran to give him a deep kiss to comfort them from this worry. After that they watched through the window as the boy they loved walked off towards the church. This caught Hikari's attention, but Sona told her not to worry too much, that he would come back. Kuoh church. It was already night and we saw the boys who had gathered. They began to put on some church robes. Kiba. It is necessary to wear these clothes. Issei. It will serve to deceive the enemy. At that Zenobia approached the brown-haired boy. Zenobia. Thank you very much for the help, so I will tell you one thing as a reward, although it is more of a warning for your sister who is the Sekiryuutei. Issei. What is it? Zenobia. The White One has already awakened, the Red Emperor will know what it means. For some reason, the brown-haired boy knew that this would bring problems for his sister in the future. Kiba. And well, how are we going to do it? Issei. Well, it will be as follows. You, Zenobia and Irina will be a group, while I will go with Kaneko and Saji. We will search this area for any sign of fallen or rogue exorcists. The boys nodded at that plan. Issei. One more thing, you will heed my instructions. If I tell you to attack, you will attack. If I tell you to hide, you will hide. If I tell you to stop, you will. I do not want your imprudence or your anger to cause the separation of this group. If you do not do it, I will see the need to stop it, even if it is by force. Do you understand? The others just nodded but were a little afraid of how he spoke to them. Issei. Okay, let's go. Saying this, the boys left in a team of 3, in search of any clue about the sacred swords. The while passed in search of that object. Kaneko talked calmly with the brown-haired boy, who only responded respectfully to the doubts that the little girl had for her senpai. On the other hand, Saji just remained silent watching that reaction. Suddenly, as he passed through a park, the chestnut tree stopped dead. Kaneko. What's up, Issei senpai? At that moment they felt a heaviness in the air. Issei. Alistance. In front of them there was a somewhat strange building, but the door was closed, so they began to look for the source of that heaviness. Kaneko. Come on, senpai. The other 2 looked at where the albino commented. But look what I found, the bastard who hit me and took the useless nun. Issei. So it was you, well I'll finish you off once and for all. Fred. I might as well get revenge, die. Shouting that he jumped against the chestnut who had already taken his sword, but without him seeing him, but at that moment. Kiba. I won't allow it. He clashed his sword against Fred. Fred. You again, you don't learn right. Kiba. This time it was because I was more than angry, but now that I feel calm I can defeat you. Fred. I don't think so. At that moment, 2 silhouettes are arriving at the place. Zenobia. But it's the maniacal exorcist Fred. Issei. Where were they? Irina. Some fallen intercepted us, but it was fast. Fred. Damn, I'm at a disadvantage with my energy. Then I saw that there was a black line on his arm. Saji. Well, I have you now and when I defeat you, I will show Kaicho that I am just as strong as Hyoudou. Fred. I think I'm in a bind. Fred, what's going on? You can handle them, remember that you have one of the Excalibur in your hands. Fred. I know, old Valpa, but this is difficult, especially with this line holding me back. At that Kiba went to where that father was and recognized him immediately. Valper. Just concentrate and you'll see that you can eliminate that cumbersome rope. At that Fred concentrated his power on that sword and suddenly. Saji. Ah. It was the scream he gave when he saw that the rope he had taken out of his sacred gear had been cut and it fell to the ground. Fred. Much better now. Suddenly he attacked Kiba, who managed to defend himself with his sword, but the gray-haired man accumulated so much energy that he suddenly broke the sword that Kiba had. Fred. It's time for you to die. At that moment the chestnut arrived to defend his companion with his own sword. Issei. I see you haven't learned your lesson, right? Saying this, with the attack of his sword he sent his enemy flying. Alper. Not yet complete, withdrawn. At that the exorcist simply threw a beam of light at the ground, which caused everyone in the place to go blind. Kiba. We should walk for. Issei. Stay still, don't move. At that the two exorcists just stood there while Kiba went straight to Issei, who didn't like that order. Kiba. We should go after them, most likely. Issei. It's most likely a trap by the enemy, remember that this is already their territory and an ambush may await us if we follow them. Kiba reacted to that comment and it was true, there might be more enemies if they follow him. Arena. But what can we do? They have the swords in their power. At that moment the brown-haired man performed a hand position that surprised the two church envoys, but which Kiba knew. Issei. Kage Bunshi no Jutsu. Saying this, 5 Issei clones appeared who suddenly made other hand positions. See Issei. Transformation. Suddenly, in front of them were clones of Kiba, Zenobia and Arena, in their hands, they had the Excaliburs that belonged to them. Issei. You know what to do. But that they withdrew, leaving the originals in doubt. Kiba. Issei-kun, what was that? Issei. They will tell us what happens, don't worry, it's best to go home, don't you think Rias and Sona? Suddenly a magic circle appeared where Rias, Akeno, Sona and Tsubaki had arrived, of course only Sona had an annoyed look. Rias. Well, I'd like to say yes, but. Sona. Saji, could you explain to me why you did this without consulting me? Saji. But I wasn't the only one who moved without permission, Hyoudou and Gremory Sama's pieces did it. Sona. You're wrong about that. They announced those movements to their mother. Saji. But when, I've been following them all day. Issei. That was before lunch, don't tell me you did all this just to show Sona that you could do the same. Saji. Shut up, you miserable person. I should have known that all this was planned by you, to look bad with Kaicho. Sona. Enough, Saji, at this moment you will be punished for insubordination for not reporting this. At that moment Saji turned pale upon hearing Sona speak to him. Saji. Keihara. Sona. It will be 1,000 lashes on your bottom with magic. Suddenly the boy was placed on all fours and then began to receive Sona's punishment. Rias. Well, this would also be the same for you, but since you told me all this, I'll let it go, well, not for everyone. Issei. What do you mean? At that, the Redeed approached in a somewhat sensual manner and hugged the brunette by the neck. Rias. You'll have to make up for this, worrying about this fight. Issei. You mean? Rias just kissed him on the lips, while the brunette began to think that he wouldn't sleep today. Suddenly Issei blushed extremely as he saw a transportation circle at his feet. Rias. Okay, everyone else go home, Issei and I will talk all night. Sona. No Rias, wait. Suddenly and without saying anything he disappeared from the place with a red-faced Issei, because he already knew what this meant. Sona. Damn, I'll apply it. Akeno. Ara, it seems the Kaicho will sleep alone in her room today, you fufu. Saji was just left in shock upon hearing that statement. Akeno. The bad thing is that they will put restrictions on being able to see, and I wanted to know what Issei is like. This comment made Sona blush as she continued spanking her pawn. Kiba. Well, let's go rest and trust Issei-kun, tell me what you will do. Zenobia. We'll sleep in the church. Akeno. I don't think it's best, remember that you are still targets of the fallen, it's best that you come to Issei's house, there you can rest. The two girls looked at each other and nodded to Akeno's suggestion. Sona. I'll catch up with you in a moment. Akeno. Okay, but I won't leave them alone. Kiba-kun, can you stay with them please? Kiba. No problem. The girls only followed Akeno and Kaneko who were going in the direction of Issei's house, while Kiba stayed talking with Tsubaki, but as strange as it seemed she no longer felt the same as before when she was with him, suddenly a person passed through her mind and she blushed unintentionally. On the other hand, Sona had just finished punishing her pawn who was just crying in silence after having received such a tremendous reprimand. Saji. My ass is dead. More than an hour had passed and once the punishment was over, Sona and Tsubaki returned to their new home which was the Hyoudou residence, where the black-haired girl with glasses ran to Issei's room, but was surprised to see all the girls out of that room, including the brunette sister. Hikari. It's not fair, I can't enter my Oni-san's room. Asia. But what could have happened? Sona. It's not obvious, who's inside are Rias and Issei. Rainer. And how do you know? Sona. She took him when we went to see what happened with the exorcists. The Keno. It was applied by Sona-san, Yufufu. Miki. Well, we'd better go to dinner, I don't think they'll leave that room. Hikari. This has just happened, Akasa. Miki. You have no idea where it went, okay girls let's go down. Rainer. It's not fair, I also want my time alone with Ice-kun. Sona. You'll be the third, it's my turn as the second girlfriend. The Keno. Ara, I wouldn't mind being the fourth. Miki. Girls please watch that later, it's time to go to dinner. Suddenly the two exorcists who didn't know what was happening went to where the others were, to which a Keno looked at them and smiled. The Keno. By the way Miki-sama, they will stay tonight for protection, I hope it is not improper of me to have done this. Miki. Don't worry, they are also friends of my son, Zenobia and Irina, let's go down to dinner. The two nodded, but one of them was curious about what was happening, especially since she didn't see Issei. Irina. And Issei. The Keno. He won't come, they're talking with Rias. After that comment, all the girls went down to dinner as they were told, leaving a certain couple alone in that room, where on the other side there were only moans and flesh impacts caused by two people absent from dinner. Kuoh buildings. We can see Issei's client who had a cup in his hand while he was playing a video game. That boy is a mystery, look at him sending shadow clones to follow Gabriel, he's quite a shinobi. Yes, but the difference with you is that the boy only makes 5 clones, it must be because he is weak. Don't say that, remember that he is a student of the good Uchiha, which is why he is powerful. Well whatever, I need Gabriel alive so I can interrogate him about this act he committed. So what do you want us to do? Simple, if they see that boy or one of his companions is about to kill the miserable Gabriel, they stop him, living in Kasido is a worse punishment than death itself. You're in charge, fine, let's go. Trust us, Dadabeo. The next morning. The girls had gone ahead to school, leaving a brunette and a redite asleep in the latter's room because they had been telling the truth all night. Issei. I think we went too far this time. She said as she looked at her entire room in pieces, especially a chest of drawers that the brown-haired man had. Suddenly the girl woke up while hugging her beloved. Rias. Good morning my ice. She said this as she threw the brunette back onto the bed and showered him with kisses, which he of course reciprocated. Issei. Hey what time is it? Suddenly they both saw the clock striking 10 a.m. Rias. I think we won't be going to school today. Issei. I say the same and we are right, we can't stay in the house all day. Rias. How about we go for a walk in the city? Suddenly Issei had a memory of the shadow clones, this one was Irina's, and then he just sharpened his gaze. Issei. Good thing he sent the clones. Rias. What happened? Issei. I'll tell you when the time comes, let's go to the city. I think I'll find something fun today. The girl didn't understand but followed her boyfriend, they had finished bathing and changed their street clothes to leave the house, while they passed by the living room they only saw Issei's mother, who was saying goodbye to them and his father drinking coffee, but giving a look of confidence. Once outside, they decided to go to a restaurant for breakfast, at the chestnut tree's suggestion. Upon arriving at the place, Rias wondered why they were having breakfast outside, but Issei didn't answer her. Suddenly, a silhouette of the same height and wearing a hat walked past them, dropping a piece of paper near Issei, and then standing for a moment beside him. So you can see who you're messing with, my boss is expecting you and your mistress at the academy tonight. That was all he said to continue on his way. Rias was perplexed by what had just happened because she didn't understand anything, then the brown-haired boy lifted up that paper, which turned out to be a photograph. Issei looked at it and took his phone and called his sister. Issei. Hikari, Zenobia and Irina are still with you, right? Hikari. Yes, they are here in the council, at Sona's suggestion it is better to have them close, why? Issei. You're welcome, thanks Hikari, I'll see you all at the club later. Rias, who could no longer bear not knowing what was happening, looked at the brown-haired boy. Rias. Tell Issei what's next. At that moment, the brunette gave her that photograph, and when Rias saw it, she was shocked because in it, Irina was hanging from a rope with her hands tied, while her body was bleeding. Rias. It can't be, I'll kill Irina. Issei. Calm down Ria, they're in the past. Rias. What are you saying? It looks like it's Irina. Issei. Don't worry, she's fine, what you see here is my shadow clone, and from what I see she endured that punishment as I asked her. Rias. And what will happen then? Issei. What will happen is that that bastard will learn not to mess with my loved ones, for that we must plan things well. Rias. And when will that be? Issei. Hey. Apparently the enemy made 2 mistakes. The first to mess with someone close to an Uchiha. But the second and most important thing is not making sure that the person you just killed is real. Chapter 14. Segura, 18, fight at the academy and the loser arrives. The cult club. It was lunchtime and the boys were waiting for their king and his boyfriend to arrive at the club, the reason being that both of them did not go to school that day because the night before, Rias had kidnapped Issei from his room and they ended up making love late at night. Rainer. How much longer can it take? Kiba. Don't worry, you'll see that they'll come soon. The Keno. It's true, the message he sent us is something serious. At that moment there was a knock on the club's door. Kiba, who was already looking better, went to open the door so the newcomers could enter, which were the student council along with the two exorcists. Sona. They haven't arrived yet, they really should prioritize school and not do that kind of thing during the school week. Tsubaki. You'll know why they wanted to see us all here. Hikari. I don't know, but the funny thing is that they asked for us all to be here. Suddenly the doors of the club opened again, and the two missing boys had arrived holding hands and wearing civilian clothes. Issei. Sorry, but on the way here a black cat crossed the road so we had to go around it. Rias. That is a lie. Issei just apologized Kakashi style and sat on the sofa, next to him was Rainer who hugged his arm, while Rias went to her president's seat, where Akeno left her a cup of tea. Sona. Well, tell us what the urgency is for having us here, Anata. Issei. Anata. Sona. Yes, from this moment on I will call you that with the affection I have for you. Issei. I see, I like So-chan. The girl just blushed and was happy about how she was called, something that a certain pawn didn't like. Issei. Well, the reason I called you was because today there will be an event that could change the course of our lives. Everyone in the room was in shock at what the semi-brown man said. Zenovia. What do you mean? Issei. Please look at this photograph. At that moment Rias passed the photograph to her queen, who was impressed by the image she had in it. After that she passed it to the next person, until she arrived with Issei, where Rainer was the last to see that photograph. Everyone in the room was impressed by what that photo contained, and more two girls who were Irina and Rainer, the latter had a look of extreme concern which was noticed by the brunette. Irina. Issei-kun, what kind of trick or joke is that? Issei. It's no joke, what you see there is my shadow clone, which had transformed into you yesterday. You see, I was right, if you three had gone this is what would have happened to you. Zenovia, Irina and Kiba just lowered their heads in a sign of being scolded because they almost followed their impulsive actions. Kiba, Zenovia, Irina. We are so sorry. Issei. The good thing is that nothing happened to you. I can't say anything about the shadow clone because I know he suffered a lot, but oh well. At that Issei took Rainer's arm. Issei. You know who Gabriel is, right? When Issei said that name, Rias and Sona tensed up upon hearing that character being named. On the other hand, Rainer and Kalawiner only had a look of terror. Rainer. Yeah, that was the bastard who captured me and hypnotized me to kill you. Unconsciously she began to cry. Rainer. The bastard almost abused me like Kalawiner, he's also a sadistic person, and I know it because you saw him torture one of his followers for insubordination and hang him the same way as your clone in the photo. Sona. And tell me what he plans. Issei. What one of his followers told me is that he will attack the academy tonight. Rias. And tell me what we will do, Issei. Issei. That will be the next step, since we don't want another war between factions, we will take care of this, but we must warn your brother in case something bad happens in this fight. Then he took out a scroll and placed it on the table, then took out a pencil and began to draw. Issei. The fight will be at the academy, so we must prevent this idiot from escaping. Sona. What do you suggest? At that the brown-haired boy looked at her and gave her a small smile. Issei. I need you and your entourage, with the exception of Hikari, to create a barrier to protect and prevent that wretched Gabriel from passing beyond the barrier. The rest of us will stay inside the barrier to fight him so that everything stays within the school. Rias. Sounds perfect to me. Hikari can be the reinforcement with the energy boost. Issei. In part, we don't know what enemies he will bring, but one thing is certain, and I will ask him sternly, if I start fighting against him, no one will get involved in the battle. Everyone nodded because they trusted their partner, although their concern was evident. Sona. Sure, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Rias. Me neither, I wouldn't know what my life would be like without you. Issei. Don't worry, I wouldn't do this if I hadn't seen your strength when my clone was captured, and I have no intention of dying. The girls just looked at each other and nodded. Sona. Okay, we'll carry out your plan, Anata. Rias. As your companions, we will support you as reinforcements. Issei. Well then, prepare yourselves mentally because today we will fight against a powerful enemy and his allies. I recommend that you better prepare for the fight at home and skip the rest of the classes. That also goes for you, Sona. Even if you put up the barrier, you must be prepared for anything. Sona. Understood, well my nobility and I are leaving, we must check some things to strengthen the barrier. Rias. My lovely servants, we must prepare for the battle at night. Issei. By the way, one more thing Arena, you will not be going to this battle. Arena. But why? It is my duty as a warrior of the church to bring the Excalibur back. Issei. In case you don't remember, you are already dead, and it is better that the enemy thinks that, if they discover that everything was a lie it could complicate things, besides it is necessary that they do not see you by your Excalibur, as far as I understand they believe they already possess your sword. Arena. But where will I stay? Issei. In my house. Then he put the parchment in one of his pockets. Issei. Well, it's best to go. Everyone in the room nodded and started to leave, but one girl stayed on the couch. This was Rainer, who started to cry silently. Issei noticed this and told Rias to go ahead to the house. Issei. Ray-chan, what's wrong with you? Rainer. I'm sorry Ice-kun, but I'm really afraid to participate in this fight. Issei. Because you say so. Rainer. It's just that I'm afraid that that bastard will control me again and force me to fight you. If I hurt you I would never forgive myself. The brown-haired boy for some reason understood the girl and just hugged her protectively. Issei. Look into my eyes, Ray-chan. She listened to what he said and looked into those honey-colored eyes that had captivated her. Issei. I promise you that I will protect you in this fight, my honor as an Uchiha I put on you. She didn't think twice and launched into a loving kiss. The brunette simply kissed back while hugging her waist. After the kiss ended, they looked at each other and she smiled at him. Rainer. Thank you Ice-kun for protecting me and loving me. Issei. Well, you were my first date so it's my duty to take care of you. They kissed again, which at first was tender, but as the minutes passed, the kisses began to become more lustful, with neither giving in to the other. What they didn't notice was that Rias was on the other side of the door and saw where all this was going to lead. Rias. TFF, what can I say, it's your turn Black Dove, but only this time, next time you'll have to ask my permission. She was aware that more women would join her fiancé, like Sona. He simply walked out of the club and put up a do not disturb sign to leave the building. Lemon skipped. Time skip. It was already night and Hikari had already taken Arena to her house so that she would be hidden from the fallen who were gathering around the academy. The Sitri and Gremory entourage were more than ready for the coming battle, but two people were missing. Sona. Where the hell is he? This was his plan. Rias. Calm down Sona, I know he will arrive, although I don't know if he will arrive tired or refreshed. Sona. What do you mean? Suddenly Issei appeared next to Rainer, who gave off an unparalleled shine, but when she started walking she began to limp a little. Everyone noticed this, which worried Asia. Asia. Rainer-san, are you okay? Rainer. If you did, don't worry, I'm better than ever. Sona. What's wrong with you? It seems like. Issei. There's no time for this, let's go with the designated teams. Kibayu and Zenovia take another path and wait there until it's time. The two nodded and went behind the building. Issei. Hikari, you will go with Rias and the others. Hikari. Yes brother. Rias. And you Ice. Issei. I'll watch from the shadows and attack at the right time. I also sent several fallen angels in the area. Okay, without further ado, take care of each other. Saying this, the semi-chestnut just disappeared from the place leaving a layer of smoke where he stood. Sona. Okay, let's make the barrier. Rias. I'll leave it to you. Akeno. I also called his brother Butchu, he told me that they will be ready in case things get too ugly. Rias. Okay, let's go get that crow. Saying this the boys went to the place where they felt a powerful presence. Wow, I never thought that little Mayu's sister would come before me. Everyone turned to see where that voice was coming from. Nice to meet you, let me introduce myself, my name is Gabriel, little sister of the Crimson Satan. It's true what they say, your beauty and hair are just like him, that disgusts me. Rias. Cadre Gabriel, on behalf of our leader I have come to arrest you. Gabriel. I'd like to see that, but we must first finish our creation, isn't it Valper? Valper, who was near the place, in a courtyard, had several swords around while drawing a circle on the ground. Valper. Yes my lord, we will soon bring Excalibur back to life. Gabriel. Well, how about we play for a while we wait? I want to see what that tomato sister is capable of. Saying this, Gabriel snapped his fingers where several copies of a being appeared from a magic circle. Rias. Cerberus, Akeno, Yukaneko and I will take care of them, Kalawiner, Hikari and Rainer take care of Asia. All. Understood. Following Ria's instructions, the boys began to attack the dog's copy as a group. Akeno, who had already changed into her priestess outfit, prepared to launch her lightning bolts. Kaneko began to throw punches while Rias unleashed her power of destruction. After finishing off those beasts, Akeno and Rias began to fight with Gabriel, while Hikari was the support in recharging their energy. The Gabriel was only limited to dodging those blows until he received Akeno's lightning, but he didn't even flinch from cleaning up the blow he received. The Gabriel. Those rays, it's true that you look a lot like your father, not for nothing are you Barakwil's daughter. Akeno just got angry at that comment and launched a powerful lightning bolt. Akeno. Don't compare me to that person. The Gabriel. Interesting, but they should pay attention to their surroundings. Saying this, the girls who were distracted fighting didn't notice that a Cerberus went straight to an indecent Asia. Subject. Kai. Suddenly the dog's head fell to the ground, revealing a figure in front of it. Asia. Kiba-san. Kiba. Sorry, but we encountered more fallen angels around. Zenobia. That boy was right. On the other hand, we see Valper who watched as the swords merged. Valper. The holy sword is almost complete, I just need your sword. Suddenly he saw that in Zenobia's hands was the Excalibur of destruction. Valper. What a joke this is, I'm supposed to have Destroyer in my hands. At that the sword simply disappeared, leaving the exorcist in doubt as to what had happened, only to see that the sword he was fusing also lost strength. Valper. But how? Zenobia. That's something you don't need. Valper. It doesn't matter as long as I have this and the Excalibur parts already fused we can win. At that Valper took out a blue crystal and looked at Kiba with arrogance. Valper. You're the kid who ran away from me that night, right? Kiba. Today I can make my companions rest in peace. Valper. Ha 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 ha, that will never happen and you know why. That's what that crystal shows. Valper. Because your companions lie here, their souls are the best catalysts for the handling of Excalibur. At that moment an old acquaintance of the Gremorys arrived. Fred. I don't think I need it, man. He said taking the sword without any problem. Fred. I'm more than enough to carry it and be useful to me. Valper. You're right, those miserable brats could never bear to wield a holy sword, this is just garbage now. Valper just threw the stone at Kiba who looked at him with empty eyes, suddenly all the memories of his friends in that place came to him, from the mistreatment to the elimination of the evidence, that the experiment was carried out under the excuse that it was in the name of God. Kiba. Damned, for your ambition to destroy evil, you killed innocent beings. The blonde began to cry in that glass, but their surprise was that silhouettes of people began to appear from the glass surrounding Kiba. This was seen by everyone in the place, but especially by a semi-brown who was looking from a certain place. At another point there were two shadows watching the fight unfold. Not yet, right? No, until we see that bastard kill them we won't do anything. You know this is boring, I'd rather go get some ramen. Yeah, I'll take you later, but remember we're just friends. Yes, whatever you say. Returning to the battle we see how the figures surrounded the boy. Kiba. Forgive me guys, I deserve to die with you, but I was a vile coward to leave you there. Don't say that, this was our decision. It's true we're glad we met you, please don't complain anymore. Kiba. Friends. Yes, we always will be and now you have new friends, but remember that we will always be in your heart. Kiba. I swear, for you I will live the life we always dreamed of. The boy stopped crying and looked where the blue lights were. Go ahead and move on. Saying this the lights disappeared, suddenly in front of him a new sword came out of the place. Rias. It can't be. Akeno. That energy is. Zenobia. Holy and demonic aura combined, but like. At that Hikari's glove began to glow. Greg. Partner, let me tell you that that boy has reached the balance break of his sacred gear. Hikari. It's something like what we do when we access the armor, right? Greg. That's right. At that Kiba took that sword and began to walk. Kiba. I'm sorry, President, but I'd like to get this over with so my friends can get a proper rest. At that Zenobia walked next to Kiba. Zenobia. Let me help you. Kiba. Be sure, no, your duty was to retrieve the holy sword Excalibur. Zenobia. That is the mission, but that is no longer a holy sword, but a corrupted sword. At that Zenobia left her sword on the floor and stretched her hand to the side. Zenobia. Petra, Basilius, Dionysius and Mary the Holy Mother, listen to my voice. From one moment to another a sword with chains began to appear, the girl took that weapon, leaving a certain person impressed. Valper. I can't believe it, that's Durandal, but how do you have it? Zenobia. That's because I'm her new carrier, but I understand that you don't understand it as a heretic since you left the church when that happened. Fred. But it doesn't compare to the mighty Excalibur. Saying this they began their fight, Fred quickly attacked his two rivals who dodged those blows. It was a high-speed fight, which Zenobia couldn't keep up with, she just watched as Fred and Kiba fought waiting for the opportunity to. Zenobia. Now. With a single blow he attacked Fred, who covered himself with Excalibur, but what he didn't expect was. Fred. No, damn it. He said this as he watched the sword shatter into pieces. Fred. Damn defeated by. He didn't finish speaking as he fell to the floor unconscious while having a wound on his back that was made by Kiba. Kiba. Now it's your turn, Valper. The old man just backed away in fear. Valper. Now I understand everything, this sword is the product of that. Just as he was about to say more things, a spear of light pierced his stomach. Gabriel. Don't talk too much. He said this as he looked at the scene he had created alone inside the barrier. Gabriel. What a wonderful sight, here are the traitors, tell me Rainer, you didn't like killing your boyfriend. Rainer. Shut up. Gabriel. Don't be like that, come with me and you'll see how much fun you'll have. Saying this he moved his hand, to which the girl began to float towards Gabriel. Rainer. No, damn it, leave me. Gabriel. Don't worry, when I kill them all I'll teach you to be a woman worthy of me. Rainer. No Issei. At that moment, a fireball was seen that went into the forest and hit Gabriel, leaving his clothes burned. Everyone looked at where the ball was coming from, suddenly they heard someone walking and behind him something was dragging, when they finally saw who it was everyone was happy that it had arrived. Issei. Crow, I warn you that I don't like my loved ones being touched. Gabriel was only surprised to see that boy alive, he was supposed to be dead, at that moment he was horrified to see what he was carrying behind him, since he had a rope in his hand. Gabriel. It's not possible, like. Issei. It was simple, these dogs of yours don't even come close to me. The others were impressed because behind him there was a bag of strings and inside it were several fallen angels dying. Issei. I'm not the one who should judge them, but in your case. Suddenly he appeared behind Gabriel, who only managed to react by covering the kick Issei had given him with his arms. Issei. I'll be the one to judge you for wanting to kill my girlfriends. Gabriel. But how did you know? At that moment, another Kiba and Zenobia came out of the shadows, who stood next to the brown-haired boy, to later reveal that they were only clones. At that moment one of them disappeared, and the other made a handstand position, where the girl that he claimed he had killed, Irina, appeared. Issei. That's because I'm always one step ahead, it's better for you to die here and not cause more problems, in the name of who your father is I will take you to him. Gabriel just started laughing madly. Gabriel. You're taking me to a dead person, so good luck with that. Rias. Wait, what do you mean? Gabriel. It's simple, in the last war we had the 3 factions, not only the 4 original Satans died, but also God, all 5 of them died in that war. Everyone in the place except the brown-haired boy was in shock, Asia fainted from the shock, while Zenobia was barely holding on, and that was thanks to her sword. Zenobia. It's not possible. Rias. God died. The brown-haired boy just remained silent as he did a handstand position. Gabriel. We had already won that war, but if it weren't for that damn Azazel, who gave up at that moment he said it was no longer worth fighting, how can he ask me to lower my hand once I already raise it? Zenobia. If that's true, who is in charge of the prayers we give to our Lord? Gabriel. Michael has done a good job as God's successor, but I see that he is not doing well when I see how many devotees have left his church. Issei. That doesn't matter anymore, it's time for you to die. Gabriel. Tell me boy, why don't you join me, I'll give you everything you want, power, girls, everything within my reach will be yours. The brown-haired man just smiled sinisterly, shocking most people who thought he would accept that proposal. Issei. Nothing you offer me will save you. And that he sees Irina, who transformed back into him and took out his sword, activated the Sharingan clone, and jumped towards Gabriel, who had prepared a spear of light to fight him. The clone and Gabriel began to fight with their weapons, but the fallen one was no match for him, since he had a great advantage, the Sharingan. Gabriel. Those damn eyes, you are an Uchiha, your damn relative gave me a lot of trouble when I wanted to conquer the land of whirlpools. Issei. Why would I do that? Gabriel. In that place there are secrets of the Shinobi that we wanted to use in case of a war that happened, but we couldn't win it, the last thing I knew is that the damn old woman hid that information well. Gabriel continued fighting with the clone, but suddenly he heard Issei's voice. Issei. Kaiten. Musenka no Jutsu. Suddenly several fireballs went straight to Gabriel, who could barely dodge or avoid with his spear of light, which stopped him from concentrating on the clone, who from one moment to another disappeared, to appear behind his back, which gave him a kick to send him up. After that he appeared behind him giving a combination of blows and then finishing with a kick in his stomach. Issei. Lion Rush. The fallen one only fell on the ground while looking in horror at Issei, seeing his Sharingan and the Chidori in his hand, reminded him of those people he had to face, Issei's relatives. Issei. Are you finished? From one moment to the next a brown-haired man launched himself at Gabriel with his power in hand. Issei. Chidori. The jutsu grew to such an extent that it would be the end of Gabriel, but what no one expected was Rasengan. Issei watched as his attack hit another, it was of the same power and difficulty range, at that the semi-brown looked to see who it was. In front of him was a blonde girl with long hair and what looked like Zoro's whiskers. "Sorry Sasuke-kun, but we need this crow live." Issei. "So you're here, loser. Don't call me that, my name is Lavinia, Databeo." Suddenly the protective barrier fell, allowing a white armor to enter. "Don't take it personally, but they asked us to take this guy alive." Issei. "Yes, that's what I see." At that the wings of the white armor began to flicker. "I see you're already awake, Red." The Kari's glove also activated. "Greg. Same here, White." Rias. "I can't believe it, the dragons are talking. We'll see each other another time, rival. Lavinia, it's time to go." Lavinia. "Yes, just wait." Suddenly the brunette saw the girl standing next to him and gave her a kiss on her cheek. Lavinia. "See you later." At that the girl's eyes changed shape to orange. "See you later, Uchiha." Issei. "See you, Kurama." Saying this, Lavinia carried Gabriel, while the white-armored guy took the priest Fred who was unconscious, along with the other fallen angels that Issei had captured, and then disappeared from the place. Everything was silent in the place until the girl spoke. "Kari. What was all that?" Issei. "All I can tell you is that things will be interesting." He said this when he saw that his hand had been damaged by the clash that had caused the Chidori and the Rasengan. Sona and her pair had reached a moment when they felt like the barrier had fallen. The girl with glasses was worried when she saw the brunette take his left hand and saw that it had a little blood. Sona. "Issei is fine." The brown-haired man nodded. She was happy until jealousy invaded her when she saw Rainer arrive with the brunette, knocking him to the floor. Rainer. "Thank you Ice-kun for protecting me from that bastard." Issei. "It's the least I can do to defend one of my girlfriends." Rias and Sona arrived in front of him. Rias. Sona. "And what about us?" The brunette just opened his arms so they could fall to the floor and hug her boyfriend happily, all three of them. This moment was uncomfortable to watch for Sitri's pawn, who just walked away from the place and went with her companions, while giving Issei a look of hatred. Rias. "Well, it's time to clean up here." Sona. "Don't worry, the student council will take care of this job." Issei. "But we won't leave you alone, well not you, so until you finish we won't leave." Everything was joy for the boys, except for two, Saji who looked with jealousy at the union of his unrequited love with his fiancée, on the other hand, Zenobia who had a somewhat empty look as she looked at where Issei and his girl were hugging. The next day. We see the semi-brown-haired boy in the clubroom with a blonde girl who was giving him snacks thinking about what Gabriel told him about the Whirlpool Islands, when a voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Hyoudou." Issei. He turned to look at the person who spoke to him. Issei. "It seems that you were reincarnated, right Zenobia, why?" Zenobia. "The truth is that after learning of God's death, my sense of struggle in life was gone, so I asked your girlfriend and mistress to reincarnate me." Issei. "I understand, let's hope we get along." At that the blue-haired girl looks at Asia who was still next to Issei. Zenobia. "By the way, I apologize Asia for behaving like that with you." Asia. "Don't worry Zenobia-san, I just hope we get along." Zenobia. "I can assure you of that." By this time the other members of Ria's family had arrived at the scene. Rias. "Well I see that she introduced herself to you, for the rest of you let me introduce my new knight Zenobia, I hope you get along with her." At that Rias took a document from the table and read it. Rias. "Issei, your client requests you today." Issei. "The rich guy, right?" Rias. "That's right." Issei. "Well I'm going, knowing him he'll want to talk so I'll be a little late." Iridid and Rainer just went to give her a goodbye kiss and then left the place. Time skip. We see a television screen on in the living room of Issei's client's house, showing a virtual fight. It was Issei and his client playing a video game. Issei. "Wow, man, I really got him addicted to video games. What can I say, when I like something I become obsessed with having it." At that moment, the screen showed Issei's client as the winner, while the semi-brown-haired boy put the controller aside. "What do you say, another round, young demon, or should I say Uchiha?" At that moment Issei activated the Sharingan and jumped back, taking out a kunai to defend himself. "Nice to meet you, young shinobi, my name is Azazel, leader of the fallen angels." But this new discovery, what consequences will it have on Issei's life? Chapter 15. Pool Day, the talk with Sirzechs. Kuoh. We find ourselves in a tense moment since Issei, who had been called by his client, a rich guy with the habit of acquiring the most valuable things in the world, or so it was demonstrated by the valuables in his house, was in front of a chestnut tree, who had a kunya in his hand ready to attack. Issei. "I should have assumed that you were the one watching me, no wonder it seems strange to me that you called me all the time, now tell me what the leader of the fallen angels wants." Azazel. "Calm down, kid. I'm here because I was keeping an eye on that idiot Gabriel's movements, but as you know, I couldn't intervene directly in the city or I'd risk starting another war. I assure you, kid, that was the same thought Sirzechs had. The brown-haired man just nodded as he continued watching Azazel's movements. Issei. Tell me the reason why you are here. Azazel. It's easy, the first thing was Gabriel and the second point why he hasn't seen me yet is that I'm interested in you. The brown-haired man looked at the fallen man strangely when he said that. Azazel. By the way, nice eyes. Issei. You dirty old man, don't look at me like that. The fallen one just put on a poker face at what the Uchiha said. Azazel. Don't get me wrong, I'm referring to your Sharingan. After so many years I see it again. I hope you surpass your predecessor in the use of those eyes, but what I see is that it only has 2 blades. You still have a long way to go. The chestnut just joked about what he said. Issei. I don't know how you know Grandma Sarada, but believe me, if I put my mind to it, I can defeat you. Azazel. Haha, you're still far from that, but it can be fixed with training. Now just tell the heiress of the Gremory house that I'll be in the city, soon, an event that will mark the course of this world as we know it will change. Issei. Don't worry, I'll tell him. At that moment the chestnut tree just threw a smoke bomb to the ground and disappeared from the place. Azazel. What a rude boy, he didn't say goodbye and left my house full of this black fog, my furniture is going to be ruined. The cult club. Rias. It seems that the leader of the fallen angels is here and is more than interested in my cute Issei. Bekeno. I see that the relationship between the fallen angels and the demons has changed now with the event that Gabriel did. Rias. Yeah, I can't imagine if the leaders had met in the city, what else did he tell you? Issei. That's what that guy told me, but it seems there's going to be a very important event in the city. Rias. Yes, my brother sent me a message and asked me and Sona to keep an eye on everything and prepare for security issues. Asia. But you, what will happen? Rias. He hasn't told me anything else yet, but I'll see about that next week. Tomorrow we have to clean the pool, by the way, Issei. At that moment she turned to see her boyfriend, but noticed that where he was standing there was a log with a painted face and a wig. Rias. He did it to me again, well my dear it's better to go home, Kiba will wait for you tomorrow here at school to clean the pool. Kiba. Understood but you. At that moment the blonde disappeared from the place, leaving Rias and his other pieces in the club. Bekeno. Ara, what will happen to Issei-kun? Rias. I'll tell him later, well it's time to go home. As everyone was leaving the place, they didn't notice a small toad standing in the window watching the activity inside the club and then disappearing. Hyoudou mansion. It was already a little late and we see the brown-haired man who was in his private room where he was practicing the most dangerous jutsus he had in his arsenal. In front of him were several rocks already shattered by several impacts of Chitterus they had received, but the fourth one, when equipped by the same demon king, the rocks regenerated again. The brown-haired boy continued with his training when he suddenly fell to the floor. Mental space. When he woke up he noticed that he was in his mental space, where he first met the person who was now in front of him, Sasuke Uchiha. Issei. Sasuke-san. Sasuke. Issei. Issei. I'm surprised to see you here, what happened? Sasuke. Rikudo told me that you had doubts about a subject, I imagine it's about a certain jutsu. The brown-haired boy was surprised by that comment, but he remembered what the conversation was about. Issei. No, in fact, it's another topic. Sasuke. Well tell me, what is it? The brunette began to tell him what he experienced since they stopped speaking, how his heart felt a little warmer, but above all the commitments and the relationship he had with a certain fallen angel, in addition to the suspicions that his sister wanted him. The more he told him about his love life and his uncertainties, the more Issei failed to notice the face Sasuke was making. Issei. Then I don't know what to do, Rikudo told me to take advantage of this to reborn the Uchiha clan, but as a shinobi, I don't see it as right. Tell me Sasuke-san, what do you recommend I do? The black-haired man just sighed and looked at the boy. Sasuke. I thought it would be something serious. Knowing how you are, I recommend you take note and take advantage of it so the Uchiha clan can be reborn. By the way, how are you doing with the Sharingan? Issei activated it to show him that it was still incomplete. Issei. Unfortunately, I've come this far and I wouldn't like to fall into the curse of hatred to have the complete one, that's why I'm meditating and practicing to be able to reach the complete phase. Sasuke. Well, on that note, I recommend the following. The words of your enemies can also help you. It's not necessary to fall into hatred alone. Your rivals themselves can also provoke that hatred. Issei. What do you mean? Sasuke. Simple, if someone threatens your family and you think of a world without them, you will come to hate them, the Sharingan will awaken. Issei remained silent at that, but it could be a possibility. Issei. I'll try. Sasuke. Well, I'm leaving, when you awaken the complete Sharingan I'll see you. The brown-haired boy only bowed to say goodbye to Sasuke. This is because the black-haired boy is one of the few people he respects. Hyoudou Mansion. The semi-brown was waking up, suddenly he felt a softness on his head which he began to touch. Issei. What is this? The boy continued to tempt with his eyes half closed, but soon he reached the back and squeezed said softness and heard a moan. Hiya. That sound made the brunette open his eyes completely, only to look up at a girl with glasses who was moving her hair. Issei. Sona. Sona. Hello, Issei-kun. Noticing where his hand was, the brunette just sighed, because what he had squeezed was not the girl's backside. Issei. All I can say is that you have a huge butt. The girl just blushed, but she didn't get up from there, and she didn't let the brunette get up from her thigh pillow. Issei. Well, now tell me, what's wrong? Sona. I'm sorry for coming into your training room, but I noticed you were here when I heard a rock explode. I wanted to say hello, but when I came in I noticed you were on the floor. Issei. I see, it worried you, right? Sona. I thought you hurt yourself on one of those flying rocks. Issei. Don't worry, it wouldn't hurt me. Sona. I'm glad, by the way, dinner will be ready soon. Issei. Okay, I'll go right away, just one thing, why did you ask Rias to clean the pool? Sona. For nothing in particular, just that this year I was too lazy to wash it, so I took advantage of Gabriel's time. Issei. You know I'll go too, right? Sona. I know, the bad thing is I have things to attend to back home. I wanted to go with you, but I can't. But you know what I can do right now. The brunette shook his head while continuing to stare at the brunette, who suddenly bent down and gave him a loving kiss while caressing his cheek. Issei reciprocated the kiss and also cupped her cheek while enjoying her thigh pillow. It's not fair, Ice, that's why you came early. The one who shouted was Rias, who was carrying with her that doll that impersonated Issei in the afternoon. Sona. Damn, I'm here early. Issei. Calm down, Rias, I'm just enjoying the moment and getting to know Sona better. Rias. Yes, but. Issei. Anyway, I'll go with you tomorrow to wash the pool. Rias. Okay, by the way, Okasama told me that dinner is more than ready, let's go up because it's getting cold, and Issei, use something better as a replacement. Iridi just threw the doll aside as its head came off and left the room. Issei, who was still enjoying his thigh pillow, looked at Sona, who had a worried look. Issei. Will you tell me what's wrong with you? Sona. I see you noticed, it's Saji. The brown-haired boy just cupped the girl's cheek as she took the hand that was caressing her. Issei. What's wrong? Sona. Since Gabriel's case, he stopped being on the student council, he stopped staying to make his contracts, he just leaves without saying anything. Issei. Don't worry, you'll see that it's just a tantrum because of our engagement, but I'll help you with whatever you need. The girl blushed at that and kissed the boy again. Rias. It has been said that we have dinner. The Redeed only re-entered with a jealous pout while Lee spoke to the two who were in the semi-brown-haired boy's training room before leaving the door again. The brunette and the black-haired girl looked at each other and smiled, then both stood up from the grass and, holding hands, went up to dinner. Dinner itself was as quiet as it had been in recent days. The parents were happy to be all at the table, her sister was jealous seeing that her king was closer to her brother, the girls helped with everything that involved setting the table or preparing the food, while the brown-haired boy, in addition to helping, chatted calmly with Ria's group pet. He didn't show it, but he really enjoyed the dinners these last few days, especially when he was talking with his parents. The next day. In front of some white buildings was the occult club waiting for a certain person. Zenobia. Sorry for the delay, but I couldn't find my sports uniform. Rias. Don't worry, but you better not unpack, we'll soon finish furnishing your room so you can live in the Hyoudou residence. Zenobia. Seriously, there will be no problem. Looking at the brown-haired man, he asked a question, to which Issei just nodded. Zenobia. Thank you very much, Hyoudou-san. Rias. Okay, time to go, let's go, Mai. She turned to look at the brunette, only to notice that a fallen angel was already leading the brunette by the hand in the direction of the school. Rainer. Come on, Ice-kun, it's time to clean up and enjoy the pool, today is a nice day. The brunette just sighed while being carried like that by one of his girlfriends. As for the Redeed, she started to pout with jealousy again, and if that weren't enough, another person came along to add fuel to the fire. The Keno. Ara, our dear Rainer came ahead of us. Rias. Let's go, girls, it's time to go clean the pool. The others followed the Redeed, who looked a little jealous of the circumstance. Once they arrived at the academy, they changed clothes in the locker room. On one side, the girls were talking about homework or how to get to Issei's heart. Zenobia. And tell me, Asia, have you already mastered Japanese? Asia. Almost, but there are certain kanjis that are difficult for me. Zenobia. Let's ask the Lord to help us with this. Asia Zenobia. We ask you Lord, amen oh. The Keno and Rias just gave a small laugh when they saw the result of praying to God. On the other hand, Issei was putting on his sports shirt until he was interrupted by Kiba. Kiba. Thank you very much for your help Issei. Issei. What are you talking about? Kiba. For helping me not fall into the darkness of revenge. Issei. I didn't do anything, that was thanks to you, now think about what you're going to do from now on. Kiba. I promise you that I will be the sword that Rias-sama will need in future battles. Issei. Well said, now let's go clean that pool. They both quickly left to start preparing the cleaning supplies, while the girls were already emptying the pool. After spending 3 minutes thoroughly cleaning the pool, everyone returned to their swimsuits to enjoy the day. Rias. Well my dear servants, it's time to enjoy this day. Issei. Yes. Rias. By the way, Issei, tell me what you think of my swimsuit. Issei. You look good. The Keno. Ara, my Kohai-kun will be able to enjoy my beauty. The brown-haired boy just looked at her and turned his face away as he blushed. Issei. And that swimsuit. The Keno. Well, it's just to spend the day, it might appeal to you a lot. The brown-haired boy just looked at her with a blush but with a serious look. Asia. What do you think of my Issei-san? Issei. You look good. Kaneko. Senpai, please don't look at me too much. Rainer. Look at me Ice-kun, I don't look well. Issei. Like every fallen angel, you attract with your beauty. Halwerner. Just remember to be alert and for those who don't know how to swim, don't go into the deep end, we don't want any trouble. Issei. Don't worry, also remember that I'm here in case anything happens. Rias. That's right, you can walk on water. By the way, Ice, I have a favor to ask. Issei. What's wrong? 30 minutes later we see a brown-haired man holding an albino woman by the arms while she was kicking in the pool. Issei. 1, 2, 1, 2. Kaneko. Thank you senpai for helping me learn to swim. Issei. No problem. Kaneko. A question senpai. Issei. Let's see, tell me. Kaneko. At first he was cold to us, why is he more open now? Issei. Well, you have gained my trust as the days have passed and we have talked and I am aware of something about you, but it is better if it is natural. The albino blushed upon hearing that and continued kicking, averting her gaze. The brunette didn't notice that they had already reached the edge of the pool, which caused the brunette to collide with a wall and in turn Kaneko to collide with Issei's chest. Feeling his large muscles the girl blushed even more. Issei. Sorry Kaneko, it's okay. Kaneko. Perfect, it's perfect sorry senpai. Asia. Moo that's not fair, now it's my turn. After a few minutes we see Asia with a smile while holding Issei's hands and he helped her swim. Asia. Thank you Issei-san. After helping the girls, they both thanked the Uchiha for his noble gesture and each took a towel to enjoy the sun. Rias. Ice could you put sunscreen on me? The brown-haired boy went to where his girlfriend was and took the bottle of sunscreen to spread it on the girl's back. Issei. Are you sure? Rias. Sure, and once you finish the back you could put me on the breasts. The brown-haired boy blushed at that fact. Issei. Sure, Kiba is here and I don't want him to see you. Rias. Don't worry about him, I would never see myself as anything other than his mistress, besides we must protect these breasts that you touch so much, and like or do you think I haven't noticed when we make love? The brunette put on a blushing expression while hiding that fetish. Suddenly a brunette girl came up behind him and grabbed the boy by the back. The Keno. Ara Kohai-kun, could you put my blocker on me? At that moment someone took Issei's right arm and put it between her breasts possessively. Rainer. No, he'll put the sunscreen on me. Rias. Wait, let me put on sunscreen first, as your fiancé it's my right. The Keno. I don't think it's fair but you have him all the time, let him take care of us. Rainer. Sane, plus he's my boyfriend too, and I want him to explore the body that only belongs to him. He said as he straddled his pelvis, which was a quick maneuver. Crash. A loud explosion occurred, only to see one of the swimming competition mounts explode due to Ria's power. Rias. Don't you think you're taking this to a point where it's not your place? The Keno. Don't be like that but you, besides you once told me that the boys look the same to you. Rias. That was before I met Ice, since he is unique, and you also told me that all men seemed the same to you. The Keno. But as you say, my Kohai is different from all of them. The girls already had both powers in their hands, both destruction by Rias and lightning by a Keno. The brown-haired boy just sighed and did a handstand position. Issei. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Few shadow clones appeared in front of the girls and took the hand where their power was to make it disappear. Issei. Well with this I think no one will fight right? The girls looked at each other and smiled, mentally thanking Issei for this gesture. During that time, the brunette applied sunscreen to the three of them, where Akeno tried to play with it and began to moan in satisfaction, leaving the brunette blushing, his gaze serious and averted. Issei. By the way, where is Zenovia? Rias. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her. Could you go find her? She might be in the locker room. The brown-haired boy left the girl relaxed on the towel and looked for Zenovia where the girls went to get dressed, to which he knocked on the door of the place, and as soon as it opened he was pulled inside. Issei. What's wrong with you? Zenovia. Sorry for being so abrupt, but I need your advice. Do I look more feminine with this on? The brown-haired boy was only surprised by the swimsuit he was wearing. Issei. Why are you asking me that? Zenovia. It's just that I have a new goal in life. Issei. New target. Zenovia. As you may remember, my life was only to serve the Lord, but when I found out that he had died, my sense of living had disappeared until recently when I spoke with the president. Issei. And what did he say to you? Suddenly the blue-haired girl took off the top of her swimsuit while throwing Issei to the floor, who only remained with doubt, but he already had an idea. Zenovia. That I was selfish, as a demon I can let myself be carried away by my greatest desires, and I already have one. Hyoudou Issei, I want to be the mother of your children. I know that with you, I will have strong children. The brunette didn't know what to do, because from one moment to the next he had the girl on top of him, who sat on his pelvis while she threw him completely to the floor and began to kiss his neck. Zenovia. I know you have experience in this since we've all heard how you and the president do it on some nights, so please teach me how to make love. I swear you'll be the only one I'll do this with. The girl, saying that, began to lower Issei's swimsuit, but they were soon taken out of the room as someone opened the door to where they were. Rias. Ice, have you found Zenovia yet? The Rede just watched as her fiancé lay on the floor with a complicated look while the blue-haired girl looked at her mistress. Zenovia. Sorry but it's my turn to make babies with Issei. The Rede just screamed into the air, saying both of their names and with a scream at the end that left everyone baffled. Rias. Don't do indecent things at school. The others came to see what was happening, but a fallen angel who was there blushed upon hearing the last scream, since she had done that with the brunette at the club. Time skip. Rias. I seriously don't know what to do with you Ice, I didn't think you were perverted. The boys were at the club after an afternoon at the pool. Rias was pacing back and forth with her hands behind her back while scolding an Issei who was on his knees. Issei. I already told you that she was the one who did all this. Wow, everything is lively right now. The person who said that was a person walking out of a magic circle, accompanied by another person. It was Sirzechs and Grayfia who had arrived at the academy building. Rias. Oni-sama. All Issei and Zenovia. Lucifer-sama. Except for Zenovia and Issei they bowed because in front of them was the leader of the demons. Zenovia. So you are the leader of the demons, it is a pleasure to meet you, my name is Zenovia Quarta. Sirzechs. It's a pleasure to meet you. When I heard that the owner of the Durandal sword had joined my sister's peerage, I was quite surprised. I ask you to please support her from now on. Zenovia. If Mao Lucifer asks me, I see no objection in refusing. Sirzechs. I'm glad. By the way, hello Issei-kun. Issei. Mao-sama. Sirzechs. Don't call me that, you can call me Oni-sama too. Issei. I'm sorry, but it's not the time to tell him like that yet. The Rede just got depressed and went to a corner in the club room. Sirzechs. Issei-kun doesn't like me. The silver-haired girl who accompanied the brunette just sighed and went to where her king was to pull his ears. Grayfia. Sirzechs-sama, don't forget what we came here for today. Rias. That's true, Lucifer-sama, what's the reason for your visit? Sirzechs. Well, as you may remember, I asked you to reinforce surveillance in the city. Rias. Yes, I remember. Sirzechs. Well, I have come to corroborate this, since in a few days here at Kuoh Academy, a meeting will be held between the biblical factions, and we will discuss a new coexistence treaty after Gabriel's attack. Issei. Wow, that guy left some havoc. Sirzechs. Well, let's not forget that you also left it worse, but well, we'll see that day. Today I will rest in the human world, and tomorrow I will check the city with Rias in case of possible attacks. Issei. Don't worry about that, I'm inviting you to my parents' house, anyway, you don't give them away, so you're welcome. Rias. Wait Issei, I don't think. Sirzechs. Thank you very much for your offer, I will accept it. Time skip. After a while, the guests had arrived at the Hyoudou house, where the parents welcomed Sirzechs warmly and prepared a large banquet to welcome him. The brunette, on the other hand, was just as serious as ever. Later, Hikari arrived and was surprised to see the Mao in her house. Dinner went smoothly until bedtime, when Rede started complaining about something. Rias. It's not fair, Oni-sama, I always sleep with my ice. Sirzechs. I'm sorry, but I'll take your ice tonight. Rias. Ice, you will be fine without me, because I am not, since I have a syndrome that if I don't sleep with my ice, I will die. Issei. Don't worry, Rias, it will only be tonight, but I think it's best to sleep in another room and have Rias stay here. The Redhead blushed but nodded, getting her brother's attention. Sirzechs. And the reason may be known. He said this in a playful and mischievous way. Issei. It's best not to know, well, let's go upstairs where we have empty rooms. The Redhead gave in and just kissed him goodnight on the lips, then entered the room with her brother's queen. She wasn't going to ask what her sister-in-law meant, but she already had an idea of what they were doing in that bed. At night, the brown-haired boy and the Mayu slept in a bunk bed in that room. Issei. I'm sorry I don't give you more luxuries than this, especially since it's a bunk bed where my sister and I slept when I was a child. Sirzechs. Don't worry, I prefer this to being surrounded by so much luxury, this is more comfortable. Issei. Well, tell me what you want to talk about. At that moment the Redhead became serious. Sirzechs. We have received reports of dead rogue demons, as well as fallen angels and exorcists from the church, but these have the characteristic of having died from weapons like yours, but these were also different. Issei. What do you mean? Sirzechs. They were double-edged, unlike yours, which is only single-edged. The brown-haired boy was surprised by this, and the conversation he had with one of his fiancées came to mind. Issei. Well, I'll be watching, I won't let the Shinobi name be tarnished by a guy who just wants to kill for the hell of it. Sirzechs. Thank you very much, I'll also entrust my sister to you, I know they've done that and you'll be responsible if something happens, right? Issei just broke into a cold sweat at that, but he didn't deny it. Issei. Yes, I will take full responsibility. Sirzechs. I trust you, have a good night. Saying that, the Redhead began to fall asleep but left a brunette thinking about the new information. Issei. I hope you're not so stupid as to have committed those acts, Saji. The next day. We see the entire occult club outside the house with Issei's sister, in front of them was Rias, Sirzechs and Grayfia. Rias. I'll take my brother around the city, I'll see them later. The Redhead just ran quickly to kiss the brunette and returned with her brother to go somewhere else. Issei. Well, it's time to go. The brown-haired boy, followed by everyone and holding hands with his girlfriend Rainer, walked calmly toward school. When they arrived almost in front of the academy there were two people waiting for them. Look what the wind brought to us. That's right, Virginia-kun. The semi-brown just stood up and activated his Sharingan to see them standing in front of him while his sister stood next to him. Issei. Look what we have here, Hikari ni, if they are our predestined rivals. Hikari. It's a great coincidence to see you here, don't you think, Nai-san? Let me introduce myself, my name is Hikari Hyoudou, the current Sekiryuutei, it's a pleasure to meet you, Hakuryuku. Same here, my name is Bali. I finally introduce myself properly, I am the heir to Naruto's power and the last reincarnation of Ashura, my name is Lavinia Rinai. Issei. So the loser is in front of me, my name is Issei Uchiha, the reincarnation of Indra and heir of Sasuke-san. Lavinia. Don't call me a loser. It was an unprecedented event. Two rivals from different eras and destinies were standing face to face. It seems the next meeting will be more eventful than some imagined. Chapter 16. The Parents Visit, the Vampire and Akeno's Feelings. Academia de Kuoh. We are at the point where four beings with enormous power have unexpectedly met. On the side of the demons was the heir of the Uchiha, and next to him the Sekiryuutei who came from their house in school clothes. On the other hand, the White Emperor Dragon looked at them with defiance, who had the heiress of the Uzumaki clan and bearer of the Kyuubi at his side. Issei. Well, what is the reason for your visit, White and loser? Lavinia. Moo, I already told you not to call me a loser. Issei. As you wish, Dobe, tell us what they want here. The Alvino just pointed at the chestnut, but as soon as he raised his hand, some swords were at his neck. Hiba. Are you here to provoke the Sekiryuutei? You'd better calm down. Zenobia. We won't let you start a fight with my future sister-in-law, especially in the city. Ali. Please, you who couldn't stand up to Gabriel, you have no chance against me, it's better if you step aside. Both gentlemen became frustrated by what the albino said and backed away from the albino, who never lowered his hand and continued pointing at the brunette. Ali. Hikari Hyoudou, I finally meet my destined rival, but I'm disappointed that she's just a weak human. The chestnut just clicked her tongue, as they were underestimating her from the start. Hikari. What do you want? Ali. We only came to see our rivals, sooner or later we will both fight as it has been for centuries. Issei. Wow, someone is tied to their destiny, it's clear that you have no ambition whatsoever and you just let yourself be carried away by what was imposed on you before you were born. This comment clearly angered the albino, who confronted the brown-haired boy, who without hesitation looked at him seriously with a Sharingan. "Ali. So you've already awakened those cursed eyes. Don't tell me someone special to you died or you were abandoned as a child and fell into loneliness." Saying this, the albino Hikari just lowered his head, as it was to remind the brunette of the time they abandoned her brother and the reason why he had awakened those eyes, but what he did not expect was the latter's response. Issei. "Heh, if what you want is for me to feel miserable and just try harder. Whether my family abandoned me is a matter of no concern, but if what you want is to see the power of the Uchiha clan in all its splendor, continue to provoke me." He just gave him a challenging smile, causing the albino to move away from the brown-haired man a little. "Ali. Wow, you guys have some rare gems on your teams, Rias Gremory and Sona Sitri." The girls in Ria's entourage turned to look back, only to see their king next to the student council president, who was also looking seriously at the boys. "Sona. Hikari, what's going on here? This isn't how someone on the student council should act." "Rias. Tell us, what is the reason for your visit?" "Lavinia. I just came to see the depressed emo, but I see he's in good company." "Ali. This is a topic between dragons that does not concern you." I look again at the brunette who showed a serious expression. "Ali. Tell me Red, in terms of digits, what do you think your position of power in the world is? I think you must have 3 digits, it's a shame." Lavinia. "Well, it's time to retire and don't forget Uchiha, you and I will be together in the end, whether in a fight or something else." He said the latter while winking at her, which annoyed the girls. Without looking back, the unwanted guests left the place, leaving the boys very tense, especially a certain brunette who worriedly took her brother's hand. Issei. "Okay, time to go to class, being here won't solve anything about this meeting." Saying this I walked towards the school, followed by the other girls. A little further behind them, a person just looked seriously at our protagonist, but this look was hateful. Time skip. Classes at the academy had already started and the first few hours were spent preparing classrooms to welcome parents. Meanwhile, the aforementioned parents were outside their children's classrooms, waiting to enter to watch their children's in-person classes. But 2 parents had a big doubt, these were the parents of the Hyoudou. "Boru. So who will go with whom?" "Nikki. I say you go with Hikari and I have to go with Issei." "Boru. And that?" "Nikki. I'll go take care of our son, I want to start on my path to correcting our mistake, since I was the one who said that damn phrase that still won't let me sleep in peace." "Boru. Honey." "Nikki. I'm sorry my love, but I still feel that damn pain, a mother's love shouldn't be conditional, and that was my damn mistake." "Boru. Okay, then I'll go with Hikari, it's a shame they're not in the same classroom, otherwise we'd be watching both of them at the same time." "Nikki. Okay, see you guys on the way out." Saying this, both parents went to the room that was assigned to their children. Once in-person classes started, Goru, upon entering Hikari's classroom, was surprised to see his daughter surrounded by Sona's pieces, the happy way she spoke to them, and the fact that she was the center of attention of the rest of the children in her class. As for Mickey, upon entering Issei's classroom, she was surprised to see how her son, in addition to being next to Ria's pieces, was surrounded by all the girls in his class. The brunette, upon seeing his mother in the living room, greeted her calmly, to which he responded with a glance, indicating that he had noticed her presence, and even more so by putting on a smile that was not easily seen. Some girls standing a little far away from Issei and near his mother were surprised to see the greeting between the two, since it was the first time they had met his mother. Girl 1. Wow, she's Issei-sen's mother. Girl 2. She is very beautiful. Girl 3. We already know where the Ice Prince got his beauty from. Girl 5. What will her mother think if she finds out that she is the Crimson Princess's girlfriend? Girl 4. I don't know, but if he finds out, hopefully he'll disagree. Girl 1. With that the prince will be free and we can go for him. The mother only listened to this, and a drop of water trickled down her neck, even more so when she saw that her son was one of the most sought-after boys, if not the most sought-after by the girls in school. All the talk in the hall stopped when they heard the hall door open and Calawarn came in. Calawarn. Okay, guys, go to your seats and let's start the special class. Without wasting any time, all the parents took out their cameras to start recording this moment. In Mickey's case, she looked like a professional camerawoman as she not only focused on her son, but also on Asia and the rest of Ria's pieces that were in the living room. Calawarn. Okay guys, today we're going to make sculptures with the materials you have on your seats. Please try not to make a mess. You have class time to finish it. Without further ado, the students began with their works, some seemed to have no concrete form, others were simple little animals like dogs or cats, but a certain chestnut tree just stared at the clay in front of him. Issei. I can't think of anything and the others have already started, think about what you can do. Calawarn. Remember, you can do anything, something you like, a memory from your childhood. Hearing that, the brunette closed his eyes and began to imagine something he liked. Suddenly, a Ferris wheel appeared in his mind, the same one he had ridden with his parents and sister before the attack of the renegade demon, before his life took that unexpected turn. The boy was thinking about that moment but was pulled out of his mind when he heard his companion's voice. Palawan. Hyoudou-san, I'm impressed by that sculpture. The brown-haired boy didn't know what his teacher was saying, but when he turned to see what he had in his hand he got a big surprise. It was that same Ferris wheel, and in one of the seats he could make out 4 figures. Their faces couldn't be seen, but the simulated height of the 4 members could be seen. Seeing this, the mother felt guilty, a feeling of having left her son alone, which she couldn't bear any longer, and left the room for a moment. The brown-haired boy, noticing this, just sat back down in his seat, waiting for the time for the class to end. Hearing the bell, Issei left the classroom to look for his mother with the sculpture in his hand, and looked for his mother. Although he still had not earned her total forgiveness, he watched her efforts to compensate for her mistake. Seeing this, he imagined it was a reminder of the mistake she made by abandoning him. Several minutes passed only to find Mickey sitting on the stairs crying silently. Just by looking at this, the boy approached silently and touched his mother's shoulder. She turned around and looked at the brunette while she stretched out her hand, where she held the Ferris wheel. Issei. I already told you, leave the past behind and start living in the now. He gave her the Ferris wheel and returned to his living room. The mother just looked at that wheel with tenderness, but she noticed that on one leg of the game, it said her initials, and next to it a small star. Mickey cried again, but with joy, and stayed there until her sobbing calmed down. Time skip. Classes had ended and everyone was ready to go home. Issei and the others from Rias club were on their way home, but they saw a mob of boys, all of them with cameras in their hands. Boy 2. A magical girl is parading in the auditorium. Boy 3. Let's go see her. Boy 1. Yes, run. The brown-haired boy just sighed at what he heard in the group and walked in the same direction. Gibba. What's going on? Rias. I don't know, but let's go see. The others nodded and followed the brown-haired boy. Along the way Sona came to his side and they looked at each other. Issei. It's true. Sona. I'm afraid so. Issei. Well, let's go see her. They both went to where the commotion was, only to see a girl in a magical witch costume posing in front of the academy students. Serafal. Take your photos, for I, Levi Tan, have come to eradicate evil. As she finished that sentence she struck another pose, which made her breasts move rapidly and amazed the others. Alumnos. Woo. The brown-haired man and the black-haired woman couldn't stand this spectacle any longer and went to the girl. Issei. Well, it's time for you to go home. Student 3. And if we don't want to, you're nobody to tell us that. Without finishing speaking, he was thrown to the ground with an arm lock that the brunette performed when the fool pointed at him with his finger. Issei. Anyone else? Without a second thought, everyone ran out of the place, leaving the boys alone with the magical girl on stage. Serafal. Moo, it's not fair, Ice-chan, you scared me into doing those things. The sister just pouted cutely, causing the others to just laugh. Boy, they're having fun, aren't they, dear? Yes, this is what I really wanted to see, my daughter happy and with the person my friend Andrew loves or doesn't love. Andrew? Yes, Theodicus, seeing this boy make my daughters happy, I can't ask for more. What do you think, your heaven? Hemlock. That our daughter is lucky to have a fiancé like Issei-san. Those who spoke as they approached were Rias and Sona's parents. Next to them came Hikari and both of their parents, but the happiest was Mickey, who was still holding the clay figure her son had made. Boru. It's good that we're all here, why don't we go to the mansion and enjoy some good wine? Theodicus. I like that idea. Andrew. I think the same, let's go to my future son-in-law's house for dinner. For some reason, both heiresses' expressions changed to a somber one. Rias. Sona. Let nothing embarrassing happen. Issei. Calm down, what could happen? The dusk. In the mansion living room, where there was a large plasma screen and a CD player, were all the members of the families, both the Sitri and the Gremory and the Hyoudou, which was the host of said dinner. In the place, the only thing that was watched was the television that was on, and it showed Sona, who, embarrassed at being recorded by her parents, answered what her teacher told her. Sona. You had to tell the truth, Anada. Rias. This is worse than any punishment in the underworld. The other pieces just felt sorry and put on a nervous smile when they saw their kings acting this way. On the other hand, the chestnut tree only drank juice and ate the snacks on the table. Theodicus. Wow, Sona looks good on screen and she seems smart, but my Rias is even better. Taking the video out of his bag, he placed it in the player, then clicked the button to start the video playing on the screen. Theodicus. Look here, she answers quickly and correctly to what the teacher asked. Sirzechs. That's true, Rias Tan is very smart. Serafal. But no more than my dear Sotan, she answered his question faster. Rias. Moo, I can't stand it anymore, you're all idiots. Sona. You too, sister. Both girls ran to the elevator and went to the floor where the brunette had his special room. Of course, Issei deduced this, since he had given them permission to enter whenever they wanted to meditate. The brunette just got up from his seat and went to check on them. When I arrived at the room, I noticed that they were both sitting near the pond and throwing stones into it. Rias. They're fools, how could they possibly embarrass us like this? Sona. I know, Aini-sama goes too far, especially with today's attitude. Issei. But keep in mind that your parents and siblings love you. They both turned to see the brown-haired man who had spoken and stood near them. Rias. I know, but his love is more than healthy, it reaches you. Sona. To cloy and embarrass. Issei. I know, but that's how they are, and they both know that they love them more than anything, just like I do. Rias. Yes, but you don't do that kind of thing because. Issei. Because that's my style, I don't really like showing my love in public, but when I'm alone with both of you, I show you my true feelings, so don't worry about your family's attitude, and remember that despite doing this, they love you. Both girls just looked at each other and smiled, because it was true, but what the brunette didn't anticipate was that both of them would throw him to the floor and hug him. Rias. Sona. Thank you for your words of encouragement, Isanada. Issei. Don't worry, I'll be there as your shadow, protecting you and supporting you in everything. Without thinking twice, they began placing small kisses on the brunette's cheeks and neck, while mentally thanking each other for having found a great guy. But every good moment must come to an end. Serafal. Wow, I never thought I'd see my Sotan behave like a girl her age. Sirzechs. I'm glad my brother-in-law makes my little sister happy. Indeed, at the entrance of the room were both older brothers watching these demonstrations of love. Rias. Oni-sama, is something wrong? Sirzechs. No, I just came to check on you and also to tell you something. Rias. What's up? Sirzechs. The council has seen the growth of your retinue's power and how you have handled it, so they have authorized me to release your other bishop. Issei. Another bishop. Serafal. Also, with the summit of the three factions approaching, a person has asked to speak with the Hyoudou brothers in person, so Sona, I ask you to tell Hikari-chan. Rias. If my brother doesn't, or rather, if the Mayu asks me to do this, I will gladly do it. Sona. Me too, I will follow the instructions in the same way. Sirzechs. Okay, we'll be leaving. Serafal. Rias-chan, I already told your queen and she will do us the favor of setting up this meeting. Rias. Understood. Both brothers left the room, leaving the boys in that room, where the girls continued to give love to their fiancé. The next day. In the old building, we see the members of the occult club standing in front of a door, which was guarded by several seals and a chain with a padlock. Issei. So here's your missing bishop. Rias. That's right. Issei. Well, let's not dwell on this matter any further. Saying this, Rias released the seal, allowing access to that room. Rias. Gaspar, good afternoon. Upon entering the room, Issei noticed that in the middle of the room there was a unique object. Issei. So a vampire. Without thinking twice, the brown-haired man activated the Sharingan and began searching for the aforementioned man, since he was nowhere in sight. No, get out of here. Rias. Calm down, Gaspar, come on, it's us. Gaspar. No, there are new people and that scares me. Kaneko. What a scary vampire. Rias. Come on, don't worry, they won't hurt you. At that moment the sarcophagus opens, revealing a beautiful girl inside. Issei. Well, what another girl I have, nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei. The boy only bowed slightly to greet her, but he saw how his new companion was trembling. Issei. She's very shy. Rias. This Issei Gaspar is a boy. The brown-haired boy, upon hearing that, made the same face as his master when he found out about his next harem. Issei. And why do you wear those clothes? Gaspar. Because it makes me look cute. The brunette left the room in silence, being the center of attention due to his fiancée's gender. Asia. What happened to him? Kiba. Something tells me he just got shown something. Rainer. That nothing in this world is what it seems. The others just had a drop of sweat running down their heads, but nodding at what the girl said. Time skip. In the courtyard behind the building we see the boy standing in front of a Gaspar, or rather in front of a cardboard box where the boy was hiding. Issei. Come on Gaspar, get out of there and let's start your training. Gaspar. I don't want to, the outside world is scary, I prefer to stay here. The others, except for Rias, Akeno and Kiba, who were not there, watched the pathetic performance of the boy who was inside the box while it moved. At that moment, footsteps were heard and were heading in the direction of where the boys were, only to see Issei's twin arrive at the place. Hikari. hello little brother. Issei. Hikari, what's wrong? Hikari. Nothing, I just came to say hi and see Rias-san's new piece. Is it the one in the box? The brunette just nodded, to which his sister's curiosity won out and she went to open it, but as soon as she opened it, she noticed it was empty. When she turned to look at her brother and saw that he had the power of his eyes active, she directed her gaze to where Issei was also looking, only to notice a girl behind a tree. Hikari. Oh, I didn't see when it moved, hello my name is Hikari Hyoudou. Asper. Ho ho holla. Hikari. Wow, this girl is so shy. Issei. Chico. Hikari. Huh? Issei. What you see in front of you is a boy. Upon hearing this, the brunette fell to the floor with a depressive aura. Hikari. Nothing in this world makes sense anymore, nothing in this world makes sense anymore, nothing. Even on the floor the girl only mumbled that phrase. This was seen by Issei, but in a way that alarmed everyone in the place since without thinking he threw a kunai in the direction of a tree, only to see a silhouette fall backwards to the ground. Issei. Well Azazel, tell us what you're doing here. Azazel. What my informant said is true, you are always on your guard. Issei. That doesn't answer my question. Azazel. Relax boy, I just came to observe the power that the heiresses of this place have. From what I see the vampire boy has a unique power, a sacred gear, that if you don't know how to manipulate it would be a danger to everyone. Except for Issei and Hikari, what he said alarmed the rest of his classmates. Hikari. What power does he have? Azazel. From what I see, he can stop time and not fall victim to it, it's very interesting. At that I looked at the girl who, upon noticing it, stood behind Issei. Azazel. The Sekiryuutei and the Uchiha in the same place, the power that the heiresses have acquired is impressive, by the way, where is the boy with the sacred demonic sword? Issei. He's not here at the moment, so I suggest you go your way. Azazel. How cold, well it's better to go and prepare everything for the summit, just one thing, if you want that boy to master his power, I suggest that your friend behind you give him some of her blood. Hearing this, Gasper put on a look of disgust. The mixed-haired boy just gave a small smile and said goodbye to everyone in the place, leaving the boys in the courtyard. Issei. Okay Zenobia, you and the others will be in charge of Gasper's care and training, Hikari, and I have to go where Akeno is waiting for us, let's go. The girls nodded, staying in place next to Gasper. But behind them, two shadows were staring at the girls. Once the brunette left, the shadows did the same, leaving the place. What they didn't notice was that there was a snake nearby. Seeing them leave, it reached the brunette and climbed up his back, whispering to him. Snake. Issei-sama, the information is here. Issei. Okay, rest. Saying that, the snake disappeared leaving a small smoke on his shoulder, which Hikari noticed. Hikari. Everything's fine, brother. Issei. Yes, well let's go to Akeno's. Saying this the boys continued walking to what appeared to be a hill. Kuoh Temple. After a walk the brothers had reached their destination, the city temple, where at the entrance of the place was Akeno waiting for them with a smile, the girl was wearing her priestess outfit. Akeno. Welcome. Hikari. Thank you Akeno-san. Akeno. Come in, they're waiting for us. Issei. Sure, we won't get hurt when we get in. Akeno. Don't worry, this temple is under the Gremory cloak, that's why no one visits it, well let's go in and not keep our guest waiting. The boys entered the place, where it could be seen that in the absence of visitors it was well preserved. The girl led them into the main room where there were 4 cushions to sit on, 2 cushions separated from each other by a small tea table. Akeno sat halfway down the table, the brunette sat on one, and his sister sat next to him. Issei. Akeno-san I don't see anyone. Akeno. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Hikari. Who arrived? At that moment a light covered the room in the shape of a cross, and from the middle a voice was heard. Sorry for the delay, but I'm here now. In front of them was a boy with long blonde hair, a beautiful face and a calm aura. Nice to meet the Sekiryuutei of this era, my name is Michael and I am the leader of heaven. The boys were amazed to see the leader of the angels in that place, without thinking the brown-haired boy just put his hand on one of the chains that normally hung from his pants. Hikari. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Hikari and he is my brother. Issei. Soy Issei Hyoudou, heredero de los Uchiha. The 3 of them only bowed as a greeting when the chestnut finished. The chestnut and his sister just sat down. Michael. Well Hyoudou Hikari, I have asked to speak with you, as you know tomorrow the summit of the nations will be held and as a gift from the angels to the demons, I discussed it with Sirzechs and it was decided to give you this. At that the blonde stretched his arms forward to show a small eye and a sword could be seen in its hands. Michael. This is Ascalon, it's a dragon slayer sword and we want you to have this sword under your power. Hikari felt a chill run through her body as she felt the sword. Meanwhile, the brunette watched the angel's movements carefully in case he did something wrong. Of course, Michael noticed this and felt a little uncomfortable. Greg. Calm down, partner, nothing will happen to you, take it and keep it in the sacred gear. The girl followed what was indicated and took the sword and then put it in her glove. Hikari. Thank you very much. Michael. Well, my work here is done, I must go. The blonde stood up, but at the same time Issei just stood in front of him. Issei. Wait, I need to talk to you about something. Michael. Unfortunately I don't have time, it will be for another time. Saying this he disappeared from the place, leaving a beam of light in the place. Hikari. Boy, I was in a hurry. Well, it's best if we go, brother. The brown-haired boy was about to walk, but he noticed the look of loneliness that Akeno conveyed. Issei. Go ahead, I need something to talk to her about. Hikari. Okay, I'll see you at the house. Saying this, the girl left the place, leaving both young men inside the temple. Issei. Tell me, Akeno-san, how is it that this temple is in good condition despite being abandoned? Akeno. Well, as I told you, the Gremory took control, all for a good reason. As she said that, a feeling came to her that crystallized her eyes with the threat of wanting to cry, something that the brunette noticed. Issei. Well, tell me what you have. Akeno. I don't know what you're talking about, Issei-kun. The girl just looked away, but she felt Issei's hand touch her chin so that she could look into her eyes, which did not have the Sharingan. Issei. There's something you're hiding, right, Akeno-san? I know because you felt uncomfortable at the meeting. Akeno. As suspicious as ever, you'll see this temple once my mother takes care of it. Issei. So I see this is your old home, but there's something that doesn't fit. Akeno. And what is it? Issei. Your fallen angel aura. The girl just tensed up upon hearing that and put on a look of hatred and sadness, then she took off the top of her suit showing her chest, only to then take out her wings. Akeno. I am the product of the union of a human priestess and a cadre-level fallen angel. Seeing these fallen angel wings makes me sicken with my own blood, and it's all their fault. Issei just stayed silent watching as the girl opened up to him. Akeno. When I met Rias, I asked her to reincarnate me so that these wings would disappear, but my mistake was big, since when I reincarnated I was left with one demon wing and another fallen wing. I am an abomination. The brunette began to shed tears instead. Akeno. I know you must hate the fallen angels, they hurt Asia and Rainer, that's why I feel like you hate me, I don't want to. Suddenly she was shocked to see how her kohai had hugged her very tenderly and caressed her wing. Issei. You may be right that I have, but like my beautiful Rainer, I don't hate you either, you are my precious senpai, you are not an abomination, you are Akeno, one of the girls who have already told me that she wants to be by my side and proven it, that's enough to start loving you and taking care of you, so stop. Without warning, the brunette stole a kiss from the brunette, who, although surprised, reciprocated by cupping her cheek. As they separated, a trail of saliva connected their lips. Akeno. Ara, it seems you already have me on your feet, Issei-kun. Issei. Akeno-san. Akeno. Just call me by my name please. Issei. Akeno-yo. Ahem. The two turned to see who had arrived, and it was none other than Rias, who was standing at the door of the temple. Issei. Rias, what time did you arrive? Rias just walked to where the brown-haired boy was and picked him up, taking him from the temple, but not before seeing her friend. Rias. Akeno, so you've made up your mind, I won't give you an advantage. The brunette just laughed calmly. Akeno. I see you more often at the mansion. Rias just nodded and pulled Issei by the hand. The brown-haired girl understood what happened, which caught the Retide's attention. Issei. This Rias, Todopien. Rias. Tell me one thing, Akeno is Akeno, right? Issei. That's right. Rias. And what am I to you? The brown-haired boy understood what was going through the girl's mind. Upon hearing that, a sign of insecurity was what Rias was transmitting, to which he took her by the waist, forcing her to look into his eyes. Issei. You are Rias Gremory, the girl who saved me from falling into the darkness that comes with having the power of the Uchiha, my first friend and my first love, with whom I have made love and been one myself. Rias. Lo si, te amo mi Issei. Issei. And I love you, my little princess. Both boys, without thinking about it, kissed for a moment, and after separating from that kiss, they held hands and continued on their way home. Elsewhere. We see two shadows talking to a little girl who was just looking towards the city. So we'll make an appearance tomorrow. Yes, we will attack that meeting and prove that a threat from the past has returned, we count on your support. The little girl just nodded. I will give my power to you and my brigade so that you can fulfill my objective, see you later. Saying this, the girl left through a portal, leaving the shadows in that place. Tomorrow the resurgence of our shadow will become visible with the death of the Uchiha. Leave it to me, I have a score to settle with that idiot. The shadows just left the place, leaving a small mark on the wall of a red cloud. The next night. It was night, the students were no longer on the school grounds. In the sky, 3 armies could be seen in the sky. They were groups of different factions who looked at each other with determination. The 3 factions surrounded the academy, where guests and leaders of each faction were present inside. On Michael's side was his sister, a full-bodied angel with beautiful eyes. Behind them both was Irina in her white robe. On the fallen angel's side, Azazel stood with his arms crossed. Next to him were the albino and blonde who had participated in Gabriel's arrest. And on the side of the demons were Sirzechs and Seraphol, behind them the Gremory and Sitri entourage. Michael? Okay, we're all here. Sirzechs? Indeed, it is time. Azazel? That the meeting of the 3 factions begins. With these words, a great event began to unfold at Kuoh Academy. Chapter 17. Attack on the meeting, a betrayal occurs. Kuoh Academy. Minutes before. At one of the most famous schools in the entire city of Kuoh, where young people are normally taught, a high standard of education is expected of them due to the level of rigor it offers. Today, an unprecedented event in human history would be taking place. The 3 biblical factions were face to face, which, unlike their last meeting, was the central event of the entire meeting, where the lifeless bodies of the participants and the multiple attacks they exchanged between them. Now we see the 3 faction armies, which were looking at each other seriously, waiting for their leaders to give the order to attack or withdraw from the place. The members of the occult club had said goodbye to their companions Gaspar and Kaneko, who stayed in the club room to wait for them to finish and return safely. Issei. Well, Kaneko-chan, we'll entrust this Gaspar to you. Gaspar? I'm scared, please don't take long. At that, the brown-haired man took a portable video game device out of one of his pockets and gave it to him. Issei. Here, with this you can entertain yourself while we are in the meeting. The damper just took the console and started playing. With this his desires went down a bit, to which he just said goodbye to everyone as a group. Rias. Okay, it's time to go. Saying this, the boys joined her and, through a magic circle, were transported to the room where the meeting would begin. Current time. In the student council room, we see the leaders of the biblical faction sitting at a rather large table. Behind them were the companions of each of them. The Hyoudou brothers, upon arriving at the place, looked behind Issei's recurring client, where Vali and Lavinia were, who only greeted the brunette with a wave of her hand. Sirzechs. Well, let's welcome this meeting between the biblical factions. The topic we'll be discussing is the latest attack by a member of the fallen angels against the demons using sacred weapons. That's why all 3 factions were involved. Seraphol. For this, the members of the Gremory family, under the command of Princess Rias, will give us the report of what happened, since she was the one who stopped that attack along with her peers. Rias. Thank you Leviathan Sama, well I will start giving my testimony. Rias began to recount everything that had happened, from the arrival of the church members to the city of Kuoh, as well as the attack they suffered from the renegade church members, as well as the fallen angels under the command of Gabriel. Finally, the fight of Issei against the latter mentioned, and the intervention of the hacker Hyoudou, along with his partner to take Gabriel from the place. Sona. I, Sona Sitri, attest to what the high-class devil, Rias Gremory, said, based on what was reported in the attack that Cadre Gabriel gave. Seraphol. Thank you for your report, Rias and Sona. Sirzechs. Well, something to say Azazel. Azazel. I can only say that I have nothing to do with that. Gabriel was being watched since he attacked Grigory's facilities and left several people injured in order to flee the place. Michael. You mean he wasn't part of your faction anymore? Azazel. Indeed, he had become a renegade and that's why I asked Vali for support in hunting him down as quickly as possible. Seraphol. But this happened because he didn't like being under your rules, or am I wrong? Azazel. Part of him was really angry that we had withdrawn from the last war, but for me there was no point in continuing to fight. That frustrated him and he wanted to provoke another war between the factions. This surprised everyone, especially the angel Gabriel, because she remembered her brother in a different way when he still belonged to the heavenly faction. Azazel. But enough of this, we are here to make a peace alliance between the 3 factions, that's what we came for, or am I wrong? Sirzechs. You are correct. Seraphol. On behalf of the demon faction, we request a peace alliance with the fallen angel and angel factions. Michael. For our part, we accept the alliance and in the same way we ask for an alliance from the fallen angels. Azazel. For our part, we accept both alliances, but first I would like to hear the opinion of the most powerful existences in the hall, the celestial dragons. Ali. I don't care, I just want to fight powerful people. Azazel. Even in times of peace you can do it and your Sekiryuutei. Hikari. I just want to make up for lost time with my brother and family, so peace is what I wish for. Michael. Sounds good to me, but it's up to you, Hyoudou Issei. Issei. Why are you asking me? Michael. Since you were the one who stopped Gabriel, your strength cannot be questioned. Issei. I just wish for a quiet life with the people around me. The brunette's heart fluttered upon hearing that, as it was her way of saying that she wanted them in her life. Sirzechs. Well, if that's all we can. At that moment the atmosphere changed radically, where most of those present, except for the leaders Bali, Kiba, Zenobia, Irina and Hikari, froze. The girl, noticing her brother, went to where he was to wake him up. Hikari. Ani-chan, please wake up. When he moved it, he made it fall, but before it hit the ground it simply vanished. Hikari. Shadow clone. Issei. Indeed. Out of nowhere he appeared in the middle of the leaders with his Sharingan activated and looking towards the window. Sirzechs. Ice-kun, what does this mean? Issei. I'm sorry Sirzechs-sama if I appear like this, but I had to keep an eye on the movements of the hooded figures outside. Gabriel. Hooded. At that moment, everyone looked out the window and noticed how a large number of circles appeared in the sky and attacked the frozen armies. Serafal. We must stop these attacks. Azazel. Vali, likes to go and help. Vali. Well then. Serafal. Please Hikari-chan, can you help him with what we see to do here? Hikari. Understood Serafal-sama. Both the girl and the albino flew towards the hooded men who, upon noticing their presence, began to rain down attacks on them. Azazel. This won't stop until we free the vampire boy under their control. Kiba. But they're in the occult club, how do we get there? At that moment Issei performed the handstand position, which was easily recognized by the blonde who was near him. Lavinia. Tell me, have you learned a transportation jutsu? The brown-haired boy just looked away in disgust, something that the girl who only gave the original Issei a kunai noticed. Issei. And this? Lavinia. Take this and I'll go with your clone, and as soon as I have your companions I'll transport here. Issei. So you already know the fourth jutsu. Lavinia. As such, I haven't mastered it yet, but I need to practice. The brunette nodded and looked at his clone, who ran off towards the occult club room followed by the blonde, both like great shinobis ran quickly to get there. Issei. Well we wait, we must protect the others who are here. Kiba, you and Zenobia please cover the girls and Irina please cover Sona and the others. The girls nodded along with the blonde, who took their position of protecting their companions, but a certain boy noticed something that alarmed the brunette. Kiba. Hey, what about Saji? Saying this, the brown-haired man automatically activated the Sharingan to start looking for him, but out of nowhere, he began to see that in one part of the room, a demonic circle began to form. Issei. Attention everyone. The others turned to see where the brown-haired man was looking, to feel the demonic presence that was beginning to emerge. Good evening leaders, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, but I'm afraid your conversations end here. Both Sirzechs and Serafal looked at the person who came out of that magic circle. Serafal. Kateria-chan, what does this mean? Kateria. Shut up fake Mayu, I come for what belongs to me, and that is my title as Leviathan. The girl quickly and unhindered launched her power towards our pigtailed girl, who tried to make a protective circle, but only noticed how a rock wall had risen in front of her. Issei. I'm sorry for interrupting your attack, but you were going to hurt my fiance's sister, and that, I can't accept. Kateria. What are you getting into, damn reincarnated? This is a matter of pure demons and someone like you shouldn't. Quickly and simply, the brown-haired man sent the girl flying with a kick to the stomach, which caused her to fly out the window and fall into the schoolyard. Kateria. Miserable, you will pay for it. The girl without thinking and from her hand, launched her power towards the boy, who continued to quickly dodge the attacks, and from his leg, he took out stars and kunes that hit his opponent's body. The brown-haired man watched the girl's movements in detail, as she clumsily threw her rays out of anger and helplessness. Issei. I hope those two have already arrived. Elsewhere in the academy, Issei's clone as Lavinia had arrived at the room where Gasper and Kaneko were. Issei. Do you want to do the honors? He said to the girl next to him, who had a ball of energy in the palm of her right hand. Lavinia. With pleasure. He quickly ran to the door and stretched out his hand where his power had it, impacted the object. Lavinia. Rasengan. Upon making contact, the door flew inward, causing pieces of it to become projectiles that hit the hooded individuals inside. Lavinia. But look what we have here, they are our hooded magicians. The brunette entered the room quickly, only to see a rather unpleasant sight. Kaneko's school uniform was torn and was in a corner, while Gasper appeared to be tied to a table in the air, upside down, his eyes showing that his power was being activated. Gasper. Senpai. On the other hand, the magicians on the ground slowly got back up, looking at those responsible for injuring them. Wizard 1. Miserable girl, you'll see how. Without further ado, he was silenced as he felt something go through his chest, and when he looked at the place, there was only a hole. He turned to see his companions and the others were on the ground, only to see that the last one, who was at his side, was held by Issei, who had pierced his chest with his hand. Issei see. Damn miserable wretches, that's what happens to you for harming my companions. The last magician standing there simply fell to the ground without saying anything else. The brown-haired boy let go of the other boy who was still hugging him to go to Gasper. Gasper? Senpai, please help me, I don't want to do this. Issei see. I understand, but for that you'll have to do something you don't like. From one of his pants pockets, Issei took out a small blood sample, which when Gasper saw it, he only made a face of disgust. Issei see. I don't want any complaints and take this. The boy only threw a small drop of blood, which when it fell on the damper's tongue, its power reacted and he managed to control it. Gasper? Senpai, whose blood was it? Issei see. From my sister, the blood of the Sekiryuutei is powerful, with that I knew you would be able to stabilize your power. Lavinia. Well, it's time to go, we should see what the original does, since I can see there's a battle. The girl who was holding an injured Kaneko in her arms looked out the window at the schoolyard. Issei see. Okay, take us to the other dope. Lavinia. Don't call me that, you emo clone beggar. The blonde gave the clone to Kaneko to carry and asking to be touched by her shoulder, they simply disappeared to reach where the other leaders were watching. Moments before. The three leaders watched from the window of the council room the fight that was taking place outside. On one hand, they watched as the two dragons in their respective armor hit the magicians who were concentrating all their attacks on both boys. While they watched a brown-haired boy throw fireballs at a Kateria, which he quickly dodged or some of which hit his body. Suddenly they saw that the other armies began to move and take shelter upon noticing the fight, only to see the Redeed direct his gaze to where his frozen sister was. Rias. What happened? Sona. I don't know, but why is my window destroyed? Sirzechs. I see you did it, you've finally gotten Gasper under control. Rias. Gasper. Time just stopped. Azazel. Indeed girl, but the most worrying thing is that you were frozen and as their king that is not acceptable. Rias had been angered by that comment, so she looked angrily at the leader of the fallen. Rias. What do you mean by that? Azazel. You lack training and it seems very strenuous. Issei see. So don't worry, I'll take care of it. Everyone turned to see where Issei had spoken, only to see that on the wall was the kunai that Lavinia had given him and was on the coffee table. Serafal. How did they get here so fast? Lavinia. That's the least of it, for now we have to take care of the girl who's in that idiot's arms. The brown-haired boy simply accommodated Kaneko in one of the living room armchairs and then disappeared from the place. Rias. Asia, please heal Kaneko. Asia. Understood, but you. The girl quickly began to care for her companion, to heal her. Rias instead went to her brother and saw what was going on. Rias. What's going on outside? Sirzechs. My brother-in-law is fighting outside with Kateria, from what I see he's not doing well. Rias. Issei. Sirzechs, no Kateria. She said it when she saw how the brunette quickly approached her and hit her twice in a row in the stomach to jump and kick her in the chest, but before she flew away from that blow, he grabbed her by the shirt and looked her directly in the eyes, only to let her fall to the ground. Issei. Well, that was easy, now. At that the boy looked at the forest that was near the academy and quickly raised a stone wall in front of him. But at that moment he noticed how his sister plummeted to the ground and he ran to where she was. The others went out to the courtyard to see what had happened, only to notice Vali in the sky looking defiantly at everyone. Azazel. So you betray us, Vali. Lavinia. Vali Nai-chan, what does this mean? Vali. Sorry Azazel and Lavinia, but this side is more fun. The girl was perplexed. The boy she considered a brother had betrayed the very person who had helped them. Suddenly a shadow emerged from between the trees near them, only to see hazel eyes with an angry look. I see you've already decided to show yourself, Ali, but you should have waited for me until you arrived. Everyone looked to where the voice was speaking, but only the Sitri group, seeing the shadow, had a look of concern and sadness. Sona. What does this mean, Saji? The two girls who secretly loved the blonde looked at him with some concern and sadness because they hadn't heard from him for a few days and now he appeared in a different way. The boy just shrugged his shoulders mockingly as if to say, who knows? Saji. Nothing, Sona Kaicho, it's just that I made my choice with the winning side, just like you chose to be with that idiot Hyoudou, but what more can I tell you, sooner or later we'll be together and I'll take care of that. At that the albino looked at the other boy in a strange way because he didn't know who he was. Ali. Who are you and what are you doing here? At that moment a shadow appeared from behind Saji, the others felt that urge to kill, so they became alert. Vali, he's one of your new companions in this fight. Ali. Please, this guy doesn't seem to be strong. Azazel. Tell me, Vali. The aforementioned turned to see where he was being called with a serious face. Azazel. Are you doing this to regain your title in the underworld, or am I wrong? Sirzechs. What do you mean by that, like a title in the underworld? Ali. That doesn't interest me, but I see that you have revealed something that doesn't concern you. You see, my name is Vali Lucifer. Saying that, he took out his demon wings to show a dozen wings behind his back. Michael. That's impossible. How come you have a sacred gear? Ali. That's simple, my father is a demon and my mother is a human. Serafal. That's why you flew under our radar and have those wings. The chestnut-haired boy couldn't take his eyes off Sona's pawn, waiting to see what moves he would make, but what worried him most was his partner next to him. Saji. So Lucifer office never mentioned that. Hearing that name, all the leaders tensed up. How could that boy possibly know anything about him? Ali. They've told you that you talk too much, it's better if you keep quiet. Saji just snorted and flew up to Vali, who turned to look at Hikari. Ali. It's not a pity, the Sekiryuutei of this generation is a disgrace, it's something simple, instead I am the great example of the word miracle. Hikari. What do you mean by that? Ali. It's simple, I am a unique extraordinary force, and you are a simple human with normal parents and a brother who is just their shame. This of course made Hikari angry, who just looked at Vali defiantly. On the other hand, the brown-haired boy didn't affect her that much. Hikari. Stop talking about my family. Ali. Your family, they only limit you, but I have an idea. I will turn you into an Avenger, and to do so I will kill your parents. Saji. But first I'll enjoy your mother's body, maybe she's a bit big, but her body will drive anyone crazy, ha 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 ha. Not only Hikari imagined this, but also the brunette, who was just repairing his relationship with his parents, and that someone comes and not only threatens to kill your parents, but declares that he will grape your mother before that, caused some hatred in the brunette. Hatred that was reflected in Issei's eyes. The others were disgusted by what Sona's pawn said, especially his king, who did not believe what his servant had said. Asia. How cruel is that, Issei-san, don't pay. The girl was speechless when she saw the brown-haired boy's eyes, a look of hatred was present in him. Saji. By the way, Kaicho, I'm giving you back your pieces. Even though they're no longer your piece, I'm glad you left me like a demon. Without thinking, he just threw his pawn pieces at her feet, leaving her in shock not because of his abandonment, but because of how he got his pieces out. Sona. What was my mistake? She asked herself that question in her mind as a tear fell down her cheeks, something Issei noticed. Issei. You wretches. Everyone turned to look at the brown-haired boy who was quickly doing hand poses. Issei. They will pay for the words they have said. Hikari reacted to what was happening and stood next to her brother. Issei. Come on, Hikari, let's not let these idiots get away with this. Without thinking twice, the chestnut had finished the hand position and launched a direct attack on Sisho's former pawn. Issei. Kaiten. Nkakik no jutsu. Both boys who were in the sky simply separated, but from that point the battle began. Hikari flew towards the albino, who had put on his armor, and the blows began to occur in the air, just as their demonic power threw them at each other. Hikari. Come on, Dreg. Dreg. Understood, mate. Boosted. Burst. Hikari. Dragon shoot. After a great charge of energy, Hikari launched a large ball of energy towards the albino, who did not even flinch when he saw it heading towards him. Ali. Albion, you know what you're doing. White wings emerged from the albino's back, which began to echo throughout the area. Divide. The ball of energy that Hikari had launched at her rival was diminishing as it advanced until it disappeared, but what was noticeable on Vali's armor was that the wings were beginning to shine. Hikari. What happened? Dreg. It's because of his sacred gear, unlike the Bastard gear that allows you to multiply power, his divides the enemy's power and provides it to the user, so you must be careful, partner. Hikari. Okay, make more refills and we'll go all out. Boosted. Transfer. With the necessary recharges, the girl flew out to fight fist to fist against her rival. Meanwhile with the chestnut, Issei quickly began a taijutsu fight against Saji, who somehow managed to dodge the boy's blows. On the other hand, the aforementioned tried to hit the brunette, but thanks to the Sharingan he had activated, he managed to calmly dodge the blows. Saji. I've had enough. An infinity symbol formed in Saji's hand, causing the brunette to step back. Issei. What power is that? Saji. It is the power to eliminate you from this earth. Out of nowhere, Saji's power grew rapidly, causing him to leave the brown-haired boy's side a little as he launched himself at him. Issei. Increased his speed. But I noticed something at the moment that he managed to dodge the blows and rays that his opponent threw. Issei. But he still doesn't control it as such. I have a chance. The Uchiha was looking for the opportunity to counter Saji's attack, who, upon noticing how he threw a punch to his face, managed to dodge. Just like with Kateria, he began with a combination of punches and kicks without him moving away from him. In the end, with a double kick he sent Saji towards one of the walls of the academy. After finishing his attack, the brown-haired boy looked for his sister, who was still fighting with the albino. She was very even, and that was due to the training she had had. Issei. It would be best to help him and. The boy didn't react in time and was sent flying by a blow he received from the shadow that had accompanied Saji. Issei. Miserable. The shadow was where Saji had flown and taken him like a sack of potatoes. I told you not to trust that power, you haven't mastered it yet. Herederos, noticing that her boyfriend had been beaten, went to him out of concern. Rias. Ice, are you okay? Issei. Don't worry, but it was my mistake to be overconfident. Crash. That sound caught the attention of the brunette and the Herederos. When they noticed where it was coming from, they saw Hikari on her knees on the floor, her armor already broken. In front of her was Volley, almost in the same shape, only they noticed something shiny on the floor and a little blood coming out of his mouth. Volley. Interesting, I really like this, let's go Sekiryuutei and continue this fight. Hikari tried to get up, but the fatigue was evident in her eyes. The girl fell to her knees as she tried to get up. Volley noticed this and ran over to her. Volley. It's a shame, but this will be your end. Before reaching her, Albion's wings opened and protected their user. The albino was surprised by this until he felt an electric current run through his entire body, noticing that there were feet near him under his wings. Issei. I won't let you hurt my sister. Volley. But how? Albion. I managed to protect you from that attack, but not from its effect. The chestnut took Albion's wing and gave the albino a sweeping kick, causing him to lose his balance, which the chestnut took advantage of and gave him another blow to send him where the shadow that accompanied Saji was. Volley. Miserable, that hurt me. The albino stood up and spread his wings. With an angry look he began to recite a chant. Volley. I, the one who is about to awaken, am. He did not finish his prayer because the barrier they were inside broke and a person fell from the sky carrying a staff in his hand. I've come for you, Volley, the fight against the northern gods is about to begin. Volley. So it's time, well we should go, come with me Lavinia. Lavinia, who was looking at her brother, just looked away, implying that she would not go with him. Lavinia. I'm sorry Virginia-kun, but that path you've decided on isn't for me. The albino understood and did not insist further, then he looked to where those who hit him were. Volley. You better get stronger because next time you won't stand a chance against me. The brown-haired boy looked seriously at the albino and saw how the shadow carrying Saji stood next to him. Issei. So he's on your side. Volley. They didn't tell me anything, I'm just following office's order, let's go Biku. Biku. Understood. Without further ado, the newcomer created a magic circle beneath them and they began to disappear. Before they left, Saji woke up and looked at his former classmates. His look of hatred toward his teacher and her boyfriend was evident before turning to a look of indifference toward the other pieces. By the end, the five had left the room, leaving the others perplexed by what had happened. Time skip. All the residents of the Hyoudou mansion had returned to the house after signing the peace treaty between the three factions, and the brown-haired man asked Michael to allow Asia and Zenobia to pray without any harm coming to them, which they accepted as a sign of good faith on behalf of heaven. The others had retired to their homes to rest and continue with the next day's activities. But one of the affected, Sona, had a slightly dull look, something the brunette noticed and took her to his training place. Issei. Come on Sona-chan, you have to let out some steam. The girl didn't think twice and fell into her boyfriend's chest, crying her eyes out and asking herself if she had done something wrong to be pulled by her little brother. That day when peace was made, something was lost for the Sitri girl. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.